I just noticed I was muted. Son of a bitch. 7 minutes. Jamie Chadwell come over from from Coastal Carolina to Liberty, and yeah, it was a disappointing season for sure. Liberty won the toss and deferred, and they've already got the ball in Jacksonville's. Well, now they don't anymore. There's a turnover. Looks like either an interception or a fumble. The ball was in the air. 21 for Jacksonville State has taken it and gone the other way. They are in Liberty territory. I'm going to call it an interception. Looks like the quarterback threw it and it was deflected. I'll see the replay here in a second. Fascinating game. I made Liberty a 4-point favorite. They closed as a 6-point favorite across the board. I saw good money for both sides. Circa opened this game 8 and was immediately hammered down to 6 just a few hours into the open, and that's it. No, it was a fumble. So he was dropping back, and he kind of stepped up in the pocket and got hit from both sides. San Jose State, a little razzle-dazzle, and they get a first down to the outside and to the 40. So they'll move the sticks against Texas, and they're in Texas territory a minute and a half into it. One of the other things to look at here, not only Texas in a bad spot off the Ohio State game, a possible flat stop with the 11 a.m. start, but you know, you got let's say UTEP up next week, so not much there. But I just think that the situation after all the hype going into last week, you just kind of in a flat spot. And you know, like Ohio State plays Grambling today. It doesn't matter. They're a 50-something point favorite. There's no chance to lose that game. But Texas, no chance to lose. But when you're talking about laying 37, 38 points, to me that just seems preposterous. We actually took, I think, 38. I have to double check my work, but it's somewhere I've got it laying around here. But I just thought that it was 37. I just thought that was absurd, just given the spot and the fact that San Jose State's not that bad. I mean, they're going to compete, and they'll have a chance to, you know, week in, week out, they're going to be competitive in the Mountain West. It's not like they're playing some 1AA team that's not any good here. Free play. Nope, they're going to call it. That's too bad. I think they might have been a first down. So that game's on ABC. Jacksonville State has taken the ball right down the field off that turnover and rammed it right in. So on the first drive, Jack State goes 5 plays, 20 yards, punts it. Liberty runs 2 plays, and they're finished. Paul has ran it in from 3 yards, 4 plays, 40 yards, a minute 43 for the Gamecocks. And I got to say one thing. I watched Jack State at Central Florida. There was a long delay there. That was a game they probably should have won. As about a 20-point dog. Made the game 14. I was really impressed with everything that I saw from them. It was a comprehensive effort. They just didn't make the plays at the end to seal the win. They've got a career head coach, assistant coach who's been around forever, coached with everyone, knows everyone. Finally getting his first crack at being a head coach. Really glad to see him have some success, at least so far. This game is a big deal for Jacksonville State. Obviously, you're talking about winning the conference, and Liberty is probably by most people's calculations the preseason favorite. And from what I've seen so far, Jacksonville State clearly shows that they belong up front. It's early, not much to do with it yet live, but keep it in mind. Hopefully for live or halftime we'll get a chance. I've definitely got my eye on that game, and I'm starting to kick myself in the ass for not being involved with it earlier. Jack State 7-0, 5 minutes and 2 seconds into it against Liberty at home. Next, Central Michigan at Pittsburgh. This is a game that I have ESPNU is supposed to be televising, but I can't get any of my TVs to, well, the one that I tried to get it, can't get it. So I'm going to have to try to pull a switcheroo here in a second, see if I can make it work. 7-0 Pitt. 3-yard pass by Holstein to Williams. It's a 7-play, 72-yard. It lasted 2:58. And that came on the heels. Sorry, that was the first drive of the game. So 11:56 on the clock after the kick return. That's why the time doesn't have to 15. And the Chippewas are down 7-0 at Pitt. Chips did win the toss and defer. Next, Iowa State. That game is on Big Fox. 3 minutes in now. Those Fox games start a little bit later, so they're a little behind the other ones. In that game, it looks like Iowa won the toss and took the ball. Now, this is an interesting game. Chuck Edel, whose specialty is totals, is over 42.5 in this game. And This game, the total has been sometime in the as low as the mid-30s over the years with these deplorable Iowa offenses that have no ability or no consistency in trying to throw the ball. And yeah, this year it's a full touchdown higher. We'll see what happens. They ran 67 plays last week after averaging 55 last year, so clearly there's at least a little bit of urgency to at least try to speed the game up a little bit. Gronowski is 2 for 2 for 8 yards, which is very similar to what he did last week. The numbers were very pedestrian. Iowa imported him from South Dakota State, where he won a national championship at the 1AA level 2 years ago. So far, Rocco Becht and the Cyclone offense is out there now. Remember, this game, Iowa State was a 3-point favorite. There was really good money for both sides. I have zero interest in that game. It seems like it falls between 1 and 3 every year, just an absolute dogfight. Let's see. Next, UConn and Syracuse at the Carrier Dome. They've renamed it. Some sponsor bought them. I couldn't tell you what it was without multiple choice. UConn won the toss and deferred. So far in that game, the Syracuse got the ball and turned it over on downs at the UConn 7, and now the Huskies take it out. Oh, nice big play here. They've run it out. This is Brown. Chalks up 16. So they're out near midfield. It'll be 3rd down on the next play. My feed on this game. This is on the ACC Extra Network. So you have to have the secondary ACC channel. The people that are calling the shots there decided to show Florida State and Texas A&M Commerce instead, which go by East Texas A&M now. Noles up 7-0. I do not have that game on TV. Texas Tech has scored again. 5 minutes in, they lead Kent State 13-0. Hide the women and children there. Whatever the point spread was, it cannot be high enough. Chris Andrews, my former boss at the South Point, sportsbook director there, he said that last year's Kent State rating was as low as anybody he's ever had. I concur with him. Ed Salmons, another one of my former bosses and my mentor in the college football, he has Kent State's numbers lower than anybody that he's ever had before, and not even close. Now, to be fair, I don't want to spill all the beans on Ed's numbers, but he did raise Kent State up a little bit. I think he actually thought they might lose to Merrimack last week. And to be fair, they were a kickoff return from potentially losing that game. So they are 1-0 going into Lubbock. It's going to get really ugly really fast. So hide the women and kids. If you want to torture them, put on TNT for a little while. Next up, Baylor is at SMU. This is a fairly popular game. There's really sharp people. My good friend Jeff Whitelaw is on SMU. Edel on under. SMU on the first drive scored a touchdown. It's Brinson. Actually, it wasn't even a touchdown. It was the first play of the game. Jennings to Brinson, and Baylor down 7-0. The Baylor defense was gashed by Auburn last week, mostly on the ground. Quarterback for Auburn did have some success in the air as well, but I'm sure that Baylor probably was going to make a note of it to, like, listen, let's make sure that we don't let them beat us up front early, and they didn't do that. SMU did win the toss and took the ball, so let's see what happens. Baylor to respond here. That game is on ESPN2, I believe. No, fake news. That game is on CW. I've got to clear out some space on the television. That game needs to be on. A bad job by me already. Let's see. Next, Illinois against Duke. This is a pretty popular game. The Duke just kicked the field goal from 40 yards by Polino right through. And this capped the first drive. Illinois won the toss and deferred. So the Devils went down. This drive was 9 plays, 52 yards, 434. And they ran for 31, passed for 6. So decent kick return, sets up a field goal. Mince, like I said, only threw it once, ran 3 times for 8 yards. They're going to want to use his legs. Illinois' lofty preseason rating is going to be put to the test here today. The Blue Devils did not show much. They were life and death with Elon for a full 2 quarters last week before pulling away. Next, Kennesaw State and Indiana. This game in Bloomington is on FS1. Kennesaw won the toss and deferred. And the Hoosiers punted 3 and out after forcing a Kennesaw 3 and out. They took it down the field, 8 plays, 81 yards, touchdown. Noah Kowski has ran it in. 1 yard. And Mendoza 4 for 6 for 73 yards. He did the bulk of his work there. The completions were for 40 to Cooper, 14 to Williams, and 13 and 6 to Surratt, who's his main guy. Hoosiers 7-0. Indiana laid 35 and a half in this game. The opener at Circa was 36. I made it 36 myself. Not much to it. Probably won't discuss that one much. Let's see. So NC State takes it right down the field after Virginia's 10-play drive, and they take it 5 plays and 75 yards. And this game is tied at 7. It looks like early on it's a track meet. The details on this North Carolina State drive. 2:11 taken off the clock, and the touchdown was a C.J. Bailey 39-yard touchdown. Taylor's rush for Virginia, Jamari Taylor, was a 39-yarder. Lots of offense so far. Only 17 plays total, 12 for Virginia, 5 for NC State. Middle of the first quarter, 7:46 left now, clock moving, and it's 3rd down for Virginia, who has the ball in Raleigh in a non-ACC game, non-conference game. All these games except for Liberty and Jacksonville State are non-conference games in this early window. The next window, Ole Miss plays at Kentucky on ABC. That is a conference game. And Kansas and Missouri also in that window is a former conference game. And as a matter of fact, the last time those teams played were when they were conference rivals in the Big 12. Missouri bolted to the SEC, and that was the end of that. So these two teams started back in 1891. My favorite play of the day in this game is Kansas. I made them a favorite. Quarterback for Kansas is the best player on the field. I expect him to make all kinds of plays. I'm not sold on what Missouri's got back there. Of course, I said that last week about Cal, and they ran it up my ass with Oregon State, so who knows. But 3:43 Kansas, we took 6.5. The game is now down to 5 and 5.5. Again, I made Kansas the favorite. Kansas was the biggest play in week 0 against Fresno, the only play actually that I had. So let's see what happens there. That one's in the later window. Total of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 games at 3:30. Eastern 2 at 4, another one at 4:15, another one at 5. Then the night window starts. One with Marshall and Missouri State at 6, and everything else is at 7 or later. We'll get to that later on. There is one game between the 12 and 3:30 windows. That is Utah State and Texas A&M. That's on the SEC channel. Kicks off in about 25 minutes. Make sure we'll get to that as well. Illinois has punted. Duke gets the ball 8 minutes to go. Pretty good crowd so far today in Durham. Overrated chance is what I'm seeing on my Twitter. UFC fights are also underway today. They're fighting in Paris. So for those interested in that, I will not be watching the UFC. The idea of fighting in Paris is good. I wish they would have started a few hours earlier. Except for selfish reasons. A little bit of movement on 3:55 Bowling Green against Cincinnati. That's a game that we like as well. Made the game 16. Give Bowling Green a good shot to compete there. We'll see what happens. They were returned the opening kickoff for a touchdown last week, but were life and death with a 1AA team. I think Lafayette maybe, or Lehigh. At the end, they did get the win. Cincinnati's offense had some struggles last week. They were competitive at the end and got the money, but against Nebraska, but ultimately they weren't overly impressive on either side, really. I'm still not convinced Nebraska's offense is anything to write home about. Okay, so I need to fix the TV situation for just a moment. I'm going to go ahead and clear my odds screen off, and I'm going to go ahead and mute myself for just a second, and I'll be back in a moment while we fix the TVs. All right, I have officially tapped out on Kent State and Texas Tech. The Red Raiders have thrown another long touchdown pass over an overmatched defenseman for K-State. Kansas State, sorry. No offense to Kelly and any of the other Manhattan people. Joe Rogers, my guy. 21-0 in Lubbock, 5:13 to go in the first. Virginia has scored again. They lead NC State 14-7. This is Jamari Taylor once again. He now has 6 carries, 57 yards, and 2 touchdowns. This one puts up the Who's 14-7, 3:41 to go in the first. This is a 12-play, 75-yard touchdown drive. Took off 4:45. Very impressive start to the offense, the offensive part of the slate for Virginia. San Jose State and Texas, nothing happening. We're more than midway through the first. We got a personal foul, roughing the punter against Texas. So San Jose State's drive back near their own goal line will be continuing. That was a 4th and 10 play. San Jose 30 yards to 22 for Texas. The Longhorns' drives have been 4 plays for -4 yards, 5 plays for 16. San Jose, amazingly enough, 10 plays, 30 yards in the first drive. It got down to the Texas 29 where they missed a 46-yard field goal. Now we've got, as I said, was going to be a 3-and-out, and it's been extended by a roughing the punter. To be fair, he got his money's worth. He's really smashed into the dude. So San Jose now has it 1st and 10 at their own 29. And Liberty breaks off a long touchdown run against Jacksonville State. That's going to tie the game, point pending. 72 yards. That's Vasco to Gray. 5 plays, 95 yards, 247. And the Flames in Jacksonville, Alabama have tied up Jacksonville State 7-all. Man, that coverage by Baylor on that long touchdown pass was pretty bad. I mean, it was deflected, and then the safety was late. By the time the guy ended up catching it, he just ran away from everybody. Smoot now leads Baylor 10-0. Let's figure out what happened there. I just got that game on the TV, so I'm a little slow. So Baylor turned it over on downs. This is a continuing theme from last week. I think they did that against Auburn several times. Maybe 3 or 4. After a 10-play, 22-yard drive. And so Smoot took over at their own 43 and went 8 plays, 31 yards, and kicked the field goal. So we're now inside of 7 minutes to go in the first quarter. Baylor has the ball down 10-0 on their second possession of the day. This game is in Dallas. Oh my, San Jose State's airing out and they had a guy open. He ran behind the safety in the D-back and he overshot him. When you're a 37-point dog, those are plays you got to make. Got to stay in the game, stay relevant. Oh, I mean, he gave him a good old hitch and go. Brutal. I don't foresee them winning, but again, like I say, the spot for Texas was just horrible. And they really, that's a play you got to convert. Defensive back bit on it. Let's see what else is happening. The Cy-Hawk game in Ames. Iowa State hasn't won at home in this rivalry for a long time. I don't know the exact. It's been maybe 6 or 7 times in a row, which means 14 years or something like that. It's been the road team has done great against the number, but Iowa seems to be winning in Ames with consistent and continued frequency. Cyclones are 2-0, having a conference win under their belt already, so they're pretty satisfied with their start to the season. They're up 3-0 in this game after the first drive field goal, and they got it back now. Total yards, Iowa outgained 56-11 at this point. We're 9 minutes in. Becht has thrown for 17, and Hansen has 9 yards, and Sama 12. I'm sorry, 28 yards, Sama 12. Looks like Chuck's prediction of over is a little bit misguided here early, but we'll see what happens. Sometimes these games decide to turn into track meets at some point. NC State, once again, seems like some good execution. They're on the move again on their second drive. Central Michigan's receiver just made an incredible catch. They're moving the sticks in Pittsburgh. They have a first down. It's out near midfield. 2 minutes to go in the first quarter there. San Jose State's forced to punt. Great coverage. Texas is corralled inside the 10. And that's where the Longhorns will start. 4:10 to go. No score in the first quarter in Austin. We're now on the last play of the first quarter in Syracuse, and UConn has a first, it's going to be 2nd and 5 at the Syracuse 15 for the Huskies. No score in that game. So that's that game in San Jose State, Texas are the only 2 games with no points. IU just scored another touchdown against Kennesaw State, and they lead 14-0. Let me see. That's the last game with on the box. The score was 6 plays and 48 yards. Surratt, who's the #1 receiver for the Hoosiers, catches a 9-yard pass from Mendoza. 6 plays, 48, 3:16 off the clock. We're inside of 3:30 to go in the first quarter. IU 14, Kennesaw nothing. After last week, I sort of expected a pretty good effort from Indiana. They were really flat against Old Dominion. We had them in the second half. Disappointed in how that played itself out. They didn't cover. The right side, for the most part, gave up a kind of a cheap touchdown late. Their execution in the red zone was poor. They were stopped on downs inside the 10, I think, twice. I know for at least once, and they had to settle for a field goal another time. That wasn't an issue that plagued them last year. So curious to see if they'll clean some of that up this week. Kennesaw, I thought, was pretty impressive last week. They played real well, real hard, in it with a chance to win it. Still, the power ranking wise, still suggests that they're 5 touchdowns worse than IU on paper. And from what I've seen on the field so far, nothing has swayed me from that thought. Market will be the same. Illinois takes a sack back at their own 43. 5 minutes to go in the first against Duke, and they will have to punt. And Central Michigan, an impressive answer, and they have tied it up in Pittsburgh. 7-all, 4:09 to go. No, that's fake news. The scoreboard was wrong. Let me look and see what's actually happening on the box there. I wonder, where did they get that from? I don't see it on the TV. Delayed feed combined with scoreboard sometimes being incorrect will lead to fake news. Happens all the time, I guess. Okay, it looks like they scored a touchdown, but the play got called back. Okay, so now let's reset what's actually happening here. Central Michigan has the ball on their own 28. Yeah, no, on the pit 28. This is now the box score's telling lies. Man, I don't know. I have to watch. I have to see what I see with my eyes is what counts. Central has a quarterback number 15 in. Before this, the quarterback was number 2. I feel like I've got the same. I got some different information here. 3rd and 8. I see with my eyes they've thrown for a first down. 22. For Central is Townsend. Glasser is the quarterback for Central. Glasser does not show up in this box score. This is weird. Am I just like last year? I mean, I don't even. What am I looking at? This is like this is my first real confusing situation. Okay, so what I know is Central Michigan is on the move, and we are at the end of the first quarter. It looks like, judging by what I'm seeing here, the box score is just in a delay. There are plays coming, but they're like 8 or 9 plays behind maybe. They just called a roughing the passer, and that happened like a long while ago. Man, I'm going to have to let this thing sort itself out. First play of the second quarter, UConn is in against Syracuse, and they take a 6-0 lead. That touchdown by Honning comes from Nieder. Trick play, trickeration for the Huskies, and they have scored first. 6-0 point pending. Arch Manning out for the Texas's third drive. It's 3rd and 3 at their own 17. Uh-oh. I was just about to say, when you have a San Jose ticket in pocket like I do, it's imperative to try to keep them scoreless and keep it close for as long as you can, because you know, once the dam breaks, sometimes it breaks in significance and rather disgusting fashion. Parker Livingstone runs a wheel route, it looks like, out of the backfield. I'll have to double check that. May have been some sort of a pick concept on the left side. Got himself behind the secondary, caught it, and the safety was blocked downfield by the receiver. Nice play. Nobody caught him. 83-yard touchdown pass from Arch Manning. Longhorns 6, San Jose nothing. 2:52 to go in the first, point pending. And I felt a whole lot better about my plus 37 ticket than I do about 3 minutes ago than I do right now. Let's run around, do a little whip around everywhere else and see what's happening. Penn State, I'll have to see what's going on up there. I only see 7-0. Is that right? Into the first quarter, Penn State leads 7-0 against Florida International. The Panthers actually have 81 yards to Penn State's 91. That's far more competitive than I expected. I may have to make a little, may have to make a detour in the television situation to try to figure out what's up. I really thought the game would get ugly early. Let's check a couple things here. I want to see, is Penn State in a spot that I didn't see earlier? No, they got Villanova next and then a bye, and then Oregon after that. So they'll probably keep things somewhat guarded if I had to guess. That may be part of the reason why this game is competitive. Drive summary, the first quarter. Again, Penn State deferred. So you got a punt. They were stopped on downs. Then Florida International was stopped on downs all the way out to Penn State 13. And then Penn State took it 10 plays, 87 yards, and scored a touchdown. Florida International now has it back. Second down in Penn State territory. They actually started their drive at the 25. I'm sorry, yeah. What was it, the 40, 41? What is this? I'll have to figure out what's going on here. Oh, I see. Okay, so they're in Penn State territory now as the second quarter is going to start. With all these games going on, you not really be able to focus on one of them. It's very difficult to recommend anything live. At halftime, I'll be a little bit more focused, but even then, it's kind of tough. It's just a head on a swivel type thing, and very hard to focus on one, especially when I'm trying to talk to you guys. And active content is imperative to inform, to entertain, to educate. Illinois has a goal to go against Duke. I don't know how that happened. We'll have to look up and see if there might have been a turnover there. Caden Fegan. The Illini rushing attack, -7 yards. Two minutes to go in the first quarter. But there's no disguises here. This is power eye. Everybody in the box, motion right from one of the tight ends. Power play. That's just a good old 46 power, right? The 6 hole, smash it right in their dicks. Fegan runs it in for the touchdown. So Duke kicked the field goal on their first shot after an Illinois punt. Another Illinois punt. Duke's punt must have been a catastrophe. I'll have to see what happened there. Oh, Illinois punted and Duke muffed it. Okay, so that explains it. So a Duke turnover, no? Yes. So a Duke muff punt sets up an Illinois short field for a touchdown. So that explains why Illinois won the toss, deferred, and they already have had 3 drives to Duke's 2. Okay, makes sense now. So Illinois gets a cheap touchdown off of a muff punt, and they take the lead 7-3 in Durham over Duke. 151 to go in the first. That's a dead none under so far. 45 yards for Duke to 35 for Illinois. Again, Altmaier 4 for 7 for 41 yards. His completions are for 21, 5, 13, and 2. And the rushing is non-existent so far. Now, Altmaier has 2 for -11, so he was likely sacked. Yeah, once it looks like. But the other plays, still, we're talking 7 different carries for no yards. So let's just see how this continues to play out. Defensively, it sure looks like Duke's there, which I'm not surprised by. That's one of the things I was talking to a friend. And a lot of people that were like, oh, that's the shady line. Illinois is ranked 11th and Duke was life and death with Elon. And that's not the case. What happened up here in the Texas game? Jesus Christ. They've already got the ball back, 1st and goal. Oh, man. The dam's already broke. Hide the women and children. Drives. Let's just find out. Interception on the first play after they got the ball back. So Texas takes over at the 34, and they are already in the red zone. They outweigh San Jose State by 40 pounds up front. Goody. 1st and goal at the 9. Cut back, down 5 for a 3-yard line. They actually had him in the backfield. They just didn't get the guy to get a hand on him. Stop the D-line did its job up front. There was just nobody there to make the play. NC State is in. 14 all. Both teams holding serve in that one. We're slightly into the 2nd quarter in that game. Central Michigan's going to settle for a 41-yard field goal attempt here. This is what my eyes are telling me, not the box. The box did put Glasser in there. So now Central Michigan, oh, this is right. That's the team that has 3 quarterbacks. And it's good from 41. So Central Michigan, Graham. I think he kicked the winning field goal in San Jose last week. So Texas has scored 5 plays, 34 yards, 232. 12 seconds to go in the first. Horns 13, San Jose nothing. 12 plays, 53 yards, 322 off the clock for Central Mich at what used to be called Heinz Field. What is it, Acrisure Field now? Panthers 7, Chips 3. That game is 12:28 to go before halftime. Iowa State up 6-0, has once again forced Iowa to punt. It's going to be 4th and forever. And for those of you who think that the new quarterback for Iowa was the savior, you may have another thing coming. I can't believe Kirk Ferentz still has hair. I guess the fact that their defense is still so good makes him just so happy to be out there trying to win these games, 13-10 all the time. Virginia, 3rd and 7, converts. The quarterback, I thought he was in front of the line of scrimmage when he threw that pass. They're going super fast now to try to make sure there's no challenge. And there is no challenge. It works. Let's see how fast they stay after they got the complete pass for 5. They're out near midfield. That's early 2nd quarter. May have to get a look at Virginia's. Now they're going to huddle. So I think that they thought they might have got away with one there. I was going like, man, there's a lot of points here, but is there anything to the fact that the points are being scored because they're playing at a speed that I wasn't prepared for? Oh, man, Iowa State muffs the punt, but there were like 3 guys in the halo. They're going to surely call a penalty on this. If and when they do, that's going to move the ball out for Iowa State on the next drive, out to midfield or so. And they're up 6-0. I tell you what, any more points for them after what I've seen from Iowa's offense, and it might be tough to overcome it. Jacksonville State, 6 plays, 53 yards, Cook touchdown. He now has 11 carries for 74 yards, and the Gamecocks lead 14-7 against Liberty in what is the only non-conference game. I'm sorry, the only conference game of the day. Let's see here. Try to reset everything. It's when there's this many, it's tough. I mean, like the NFL tomorrow will be a good litmus test as well. I think we have 8 games in the early window. That's like right at the capacity of what I can handle. The difference of that in the NFL, there's usually like, I won't say more commercials, but certainly in the first half there are, and that's when we're trying to figure out situations for live and set up the halftime plays. Call on the field fumble recovered by Iowa. Did they really not call a penalty on this? I'm going to be shocked if they don't do something here. I really thought there was a penalty, but what's it they picked it up? Liberty back out there at their own 43 now. Flag comes flying in from somewhere. 12 minutes to go till halftime in that game. Let's see who's the closest. Texas game is at the end of 1. Illinois Duke, end of 1. Indiana 14-10 over Kennesaw. Second quarter underway. They have the ball around midfield. Utah State and Texas A&M on the SEC channel is underway. Let's get a look at who did what with the coin toss in that game. Utah State won the toss and deferred. So Texas A&M looks like got maybe a couple of first downs. 5 plays, 32 yards, and then they punt into the end zone. So the Aggies take over. It's the other Aggies. I made this game 28. The closing price 34.5. The opening price at circa 27. So clearly the market either thinks Utah State's going to be bad, Texas State's going to be a little better, or a combination of both. I guess we'll find out more in the coming weeks. Kent State has somehow held Texas Tech to a field goal. They lead 24-0 early second quarter in Lubbock. Texas, let's see. As I said, 14-0 end of 1. Jacksonville State 14-7 into the second. They're still trying to check out what happened in this Iowa State game. I'm curious myself. Indiana appears to have scored a touchdown to go up 21-0 against Kennesaw. The refs aren't signaling anything yet. I have no doubt Texas will be a good team. A lot of these top teams, my numbers on these games are, generally speaking, a little bit lower, just because I don't have the top teams rated higher these days than the lower teams. Not to the 38, 40, 42 point extents. Some of these games are just make them a little bit lower, and see inherent value in some of these big dogs, especially ones like Kent State to San Jose State. The difference between those two teams are like 3 touchdowns. So it's like not even competitive when you're talking about Texas, San Jose State compared to like Kent State and Texas Tech. I mean, the drop off between the teams that are bad compared to real bad in these games against the teams that are near the top of the country there's just too much of a difference for it for the point spread to be this high. Baylor has scored their first touchdown against SMU, and they have cut the lead to 10-6 with the point pending. That's Prentice from Robertson, 9 plays, 81 yards, 326, and the Bears have announced their presence in this game. They trail 10-7. Yardage is about even there, 130 to 125. Baylor has already failed twice on fourth down. So first 2 drives each were stopped on downs in SMU territory at the 43 and then again at the 27. SMU went touchdown, field goal, punt, and they'll be back out there for their 4th drive now with the lead trimmed to 10-7. That's probably going to be one of the better games of the day. I'm sure if Baylor had won last week, we'd be talking about it in the same breath or close to the same breath as the second best game behind maybe Michigan, Oklahoma. I still think on paper that game is good, I guess, but Kansas, Missouri, I'm really looking forward to. Hopefully it's not close. Hopefully Kansas runs them out, but I expect Missouri to be competitive. And I'm saying that, yes, is with the 6-point dog. San Jose ran for a first down, but Texas brought a couple of strippers in there, made a play, and they got the ball back. It looks like they're going to review it, but it looks like Texas is going to get it. And they're in San Jose's territory again with a chance to score their 3rd touchdown in about 4 minutes. IU's lead is 14-0 against Kennesaw. I'm going to have to see. It looks like they're saying 1st and 10. I don't know what happened. It's one thing to try to watch 9 games. It's another one when you literally have no volume anywhere. But hey, I got to be a consummate pro here. Nobody's really watching and paying attention yet, but I got to learn how to adapt on the fly. Feel free to chat. Talk to me about anything. I'm around all day. Love to discuss it, especially when things are a little slower. Pittsburgh is in. They go up 13, 3-point pending, 11:03 to go in the first. This is Holstein to Holmes. 5 plays, 74 yards, wasting little time. The score probably more flatters now with them up what they are. It's 194 to 35 on the box in the yards. Pitt missed on 4th down once, setting up a fairly short field for Central. Penn State struggles continue against Florida International. It's 7-0 midway through the second. They have about to force another punt. Yardage in that game, 145 to 138. Nittany Lions have been stopped on downs twice. This time at the Florida International 21. The first time was closer to midfield. Florida International has moved the ball in all of their last 3 drives. 40, 53, and 33 yards. So the box, surprisingly even in that game given the fact that Penn State was laying in the vicinity of 42. Looks like they must be at the end of the first quarter in Ames. They're talking to Matt Campbell. And Iowa does have the ball after that muff punt. I don't like that call. I really thought that they interfered with the catcher. So it's 1st and 10 at the 20 for the Hawkeyes. And they're trying to run the ball again. That goes predictably bad. Forward progress maybe only loses 1. Virginia and NC State, it looks like both teams broke serve up there. It's still 14-all. What happened? Who turned off the points? Both teams punted on the third drive. And the Who's are taking it down into NC State territory. Face mask is aiding this drive now. We're down inside of 8 minutes to go in the second quarter, 14-all. This is two ACC teams playing a non-conference ACC game. Schedules dictated that neither team could find somebody suitable to play out of league. The two teams were not scheduled to play each other, so that's how you get this game in week 2. Florida International's punt is blocked by Penn State, and the Nittany Lions will take over at the Florida International 45. So they'll have relatively decent field position. This is one game, again. You have to pick your spots here with 9 TVs and 11 or 12 games. And this is one that I chose. Duke on the move against Illinois. Wallace Wade Stadium is pretty full. There are some seats in the end zones, it looks like, but by and large, it's a good crowd out there. They're going to have first and goal. Texas A&M has scored a touchdown against Utah State. That's Bussey from Reed, who threw 2 incompletions on the first drive. This is 34 yards, 3 plays, 55 yards, 1:14 off the clock. A&M 7, Utah State 0. Utah State has the potential to be really bad, and that's probably the reason why this game got bet up. Have to see as things progress today. Texas didn't waste much time to score another touchdown after the fumble. Arch Manning to Jack Endries. One play, 36 yards, 21-0 Texas. That's now 3 touchdowns in 3 minutes and 7 seconds. Absolute nightmare. Duke, excellent play call, everything perfect except for the pass was dropped. Although there's a penalty that calls it back anyways. Quayshawn Brown. So the Blue Devils are second and goal now at about the 18. Mensah, 7 for 10. 7 different guys have caught balls for Duke. The longest reception is 13 yards, so he's only thrown for 54. I don't know whether that's part of a game plan, dink and dunk type stuff, or that's what Illinois is just giving them. Again, with this many games, I'm not able to watch it as closely as I want. Virginia's in the red zone again, second and maybe 4. I think it's a 10. Central Miss down 14-3, 10 minutes to go in the second. Manning started 2 for 5 for 5 yards. Now he's 5 for 5 since then for 132 and 3 touchdowns. So, as I said, the dam broke, but it didn't have to. Just sometimes it's just one little thing here and there that sets you off or sets it off, and that's exactly what happened. It just took one big play for Texas, and the next thing you know, it's turnover, touchdown, and now you got 21-0 after less than 3 minutes and 10 seconds of gameplay. I just would like San Jose State to get any points at all and get the shutout off the board and out of play, so maybe they can get some stuff done late. Niumatalolo, a well-respected coach, I'd like to think that Sarkisian wouldn't run him off the field if he didn't have to. 2nd and 8, they take a sack there. Probably could have gotten rid of it and did not. IU did not get points on the last drive. Kennesaw State has it back 14-0. Syracuse up seven. I'm sorry, is down 7-0 against Connecticut. It appears that they have the ball back. Duke is going to have to settle for another field goal attempt. 4th and goal from entirely too far out to go for it. Charles Kelly, Jacksonville State at 97-98 as a defensive coach. Henderson State, Arkansas, Nicholls State, Florida State for 4 years, Alabama, Colorado, Auburn the last 2. And now back to Jacksonville State as a head coach. There's a flag down. It looks like Texas ran the punt back. I don't know. Is it going to be 28-0? Yeah, I guess so. First down, Texas. I don't know what happened. Holding against San Jose State. I'm about ready to turn that off. Weather delay in Jacksonville, Alabama. 14-7. Gamecocks over Liberty. I'm going to pull up that radar and see what it looks like. Yeah. Got some storms. Texas has 1st and goal at the fucking dick line. It's going to be 28-0. That'll be 4 touchdowns in less than 4 minutes. Not yet. Give him a yard. 2nd and goal at about the 6-inch line. Jacksonville, Alabama, for those of you not familiar, basically, I would say is about halfway from Tuscaloosa to Atlanta. It's just a county or so over from the Georgia state line. Now, this storm just kind of popped up right on top of them. The bad part about that is there's more coming. I can't zoom in too close because it's too hard to see like the okay, this is better. So the Jacksonville radar is here. You'll see it. The storm that's on top of them now is about to move out. I would say the stadium is right about where the S and the O are, just north of town, on the north side of town, so north of where it says Jacksonville. And you can see that's what's happened in the loop over the last few minutes. So it's right on top of the stadium and kind of moving out, but you can look to the west and see another one's coming in. My guess is they won't try to do anything until after that cell is gone. That might be another hour, hour and a half. I don't know how fast these things are moving. The radar on the loop that I'm showing you is about a 40-minute loop. So, and those storms are in the same county. Tough to say. If it veers more to the north, it'll probably hit them. But again, there's conducive weather in the south today for more of this stuff all day. Humid, hot, late summer type stuff. Texas is playing the fight song again. 12:56 to go, 27-0 Horns. They actually backed them up all the way to the 16. I didn't see that. So Manning has thrown a 4th touchdown pass. Yeah, this is just men against boys. Like I said, it's one of those things. Texas had to be flat, and San Jose State had to do something early, either get points or, establish something at the line to create some doubt. And they were competitive for a couple of drives, but it's gotten out of hand here. And I don't know. Maybe San Jose State's just not any good. I thought that they were better than Central Michigan for good stretches of the game last week, and they just kind of blew it. I mean, they were a 15-point favorite. It wasn't like, you know, that the power rating suggests that they should be catching 37 against this team. I'm not sold that Texas is that great. But again, sometimes when it gets bad, it rains, it pours, and you just kind of put your head down, things go against you, and that's sort of what happened here. It snowballed in a hurry, and I even said after the first long play that could be the straw that breaks the camel's back, even though it's only 7-0, because you know you're in the game and you're fighting and you think you have a chance, and then once they run a play, you know, where they show that they have superior players to you, and it's just all athleticism and nothing else, and nothing to do with the actual execution of the play, but more than just they have the Jimmies and the Joes, the X's and the O's are irrelevant, and that's when you kind of, you know, you're hit with the dose of reality that, hey, we don't belong out here with these guys. And the other team thinks the same thing, like, hey, you know, what are we doing playing with our food against this stiff? And there we go. So 4 touchdowns in less than 5 minutes, and the Horns are up 28-0. Texas Tech 38-0 now over Kent State. Hide the women and children there. ABC's giving you an update. Florida State's putting on East Texas A&M 35-0 early second as well. Texas A&M 7-0 over Utah State, who has the ball on the move. UConn 7-3 over Syracuse. And Illinois has the ball against Duke. Altmaier is sacked. But the next play is a completion to Hudson Clement. 27 yards, short pass, makes a nice little run after catch. And that was on 3rd and 21. So Illinois out to the 41, big play there. 10 minutes and change to go in the first half. They lead Duke 7-6 in a game that's probably as tight as a lot of people expected. At least I did. I had zero interest in getting involved in this game. Syracuse's field goal was from 38 to cut it to 7-3 against Connecticut. That game is getting late in the first half, 3:37. Virginia has kicked the field goal to go up 17-14 in Raleigh. And let's see what else we got going on here. Iowa did kick a field goal after the muff punt to cut it to 6-3, and they forced another punt, I guess. They have it back. Gronkowski is now 6 for 10. Gronkowski for 17 yards, and Iowa will punt it back from their own 35. Pitt 6 plays, 52 yards, 220. Altsman 2-yard touchdown catch, and they lead Central Miss 21-3. Starting to wish now that Central Michigan game, after what I've seen, would have started before the San Jose State game in Texas, and maybe would have encouraged me to back off, given that Central Michigan won at San Jose last week as a 13-point dog, and they look like trash today against Pitt. It's hard to play the comparison score game and all that stuff, but still, you know, you wish for you have to be cognizant. I mean, Baylor, you don't want to overreact to what you saw from Baylor, but you know, still, now they're down 17-7, 6:41 to go in the second. San Jose State slant out to the 41 for a first down. I'd like to move the sticks here, take some clock up, get some points. Any points, slow the momentum a little bit, for Christ's sakes. 4 touchdowns in less than 5 minutes. I mean, that's hard to overcome even when you're catching 37. Free play. And nice. The defensive end for Texas was in the neutral zone before the snap. The refs let the play out. San Jose's quarterback made a miss. First down. Spartans. They're in Texas territory. Good read. Supposed to keep going. He saw the quarterback was in trouble, cut it back. So they're at the Texas 42 now, 11 minutes to go, clock moving. Sorry, I'm sweating that one more than I should. That's the play early that I'm most interested in, the dog in that game. Really not a whole lot else. My card picks up a little bit later. I'll give you the contest stuff actually while I'm thinking about it here before we get to the halves. Kansas plus 6.5, La Tech plus 37.5. That's against LSU tonight. I like Louisiana Tech's team. I like their coach. LSU looked awesome last week. They have Florida next week. Ultimate sandwich spot off the Clemson win. I just think it's a spot game. San Jose plus 36.5. This was a talent game for me. I didn't think Texas was this much better so far. I look wrong. But again, San Jose State has been gifting them stuff with turnovers and, just the other teams clearly outclassing them too, which doesn't help. They are moving it here through the air. First down again inside the Texas 30. That's what I thought was going to happen. They can throw the ball. I think he's been around, he's about a seventh-year senior, it seems like. Just give him some time. New Mexico State plus 4.5 tonight, late against Tulsa at home. I made them a favorite. I don't understand. I sure have a bad number. Tulsa looked awesome. New coach, first game. They ran out a 1AA team. New Mexico State, I don't know. We'll just have to see. I need to see it to believe it. San Diego State plus 1.5 against Washington State. I made San Diego State the favorite. Washington State, to me, looks, well, I mean, it's not to look. They ran the ball 22 times for 3 total yards against Idaho, a 1AA team last week. Embarrassingly bad. New coach, a lot of imports from South Dakota State. We'll see what happens. I think that San Diego State will beat them comfortably. Army plus 17 against Kansas State. Army's loss to Tarleton last week was tarnished by 3 turnovers. Army's never going to win a game when that happens. I just throw that one out. Tarleton's a top 10 team in 1AA. Army was playing their first game. Tarleton's second. K-State's played 2. They weren't impressive last week at all in their 1AA game. So let's try Army plus 17. And then North Carolina minus 13.5. Discounted price off an awful effort Monday. UNC Charlotte sucks, and that's the basic handicap there. Other games that I'm involved with in terms of contest situations, Bowling Green plus SMU minus Duke plus 3. We have a little bit of rooting interest on. I didn't like that myself, but one of my partners did. Kentucky plus 10 he's on. I'm okay with that. He's against me on K-State. Army. Can't have that, but whatever. We have to fight sometimes. Rice plus 14 against Houston is a sharp side, I think. There is good money for the other side as well. See how it plays out. And he also likes Virginia Tech, Nebraska, and Georgia Southern. I'm not involved in any of those games. Jabari Bates is running in for the Spartans, and San Jose State's on the board. That's just what we needed there. 8 plays, 75 yards, 437. Texas's lead is sliced to 28-6. Morocco Becton, the Cyclone offense, is back on the field in Ames. .46 to go, clock moving. The Cyclones are at their own 17. I got to be honest, Chuck Edel on the over in this game. He's about as good as it gets when it comes to totals in the college, but this one looks like just a big swing and a miss. Drew Aller sacked on 3rd down. Barker to kick a 41-yard field goal, good. 50 seconds, 5-0 left in the first half. Penn State 10 and Florida Internacional 0. That'll be the first game that goes to halftime most likely. The other game with a 2-minute warning. Virginia 17, NC State 14. And Baylor has scored to cut the SMU lead to 17-14 after the point. Let's go over the box there right quick. I need to get something else to drink. I have Mountain Dew and it's got me parched. Well, I do have a water. So Baylor, after being stopped on downs the first 2 times, have now scored 2 touchdowns. SMU touchdown, field goal, punt, touchdown. This drive was 7 plays, 75 yards. It took off 2:12. And the touchdown came from Sawyer Robinson's pass to Josh Cameron, 33 yards. We did review it. He is in. 5 minutes to go before halftime. 17-14, smooth. Yardage there, 206 to 205. Game looks like it might be tighter than a duck's ass. It's all going to come down to turnovers, stops on downs, who can make the plays on 3rd and 4th down, because it looks like talent-wise there's not much separating those 2 teams. UConn. 7-3, 90 seconds to go in the second quarter, says my TV. The line service says 14-3. Yeah, we have another developing situation in Dallas at Ford Stadium. Cooper on a touchdown pass from Jennings. That's the first play after the kickoff. And for the second time today, Smoo has a one-play, 75-yard touchdown drive. Jennings now, listen to this shit. 4:49 to go before the half. Smoo takes the lead 24-14 now. Jennings is 10 for 10 for 236 and 2 touchdowns. Of course, 2 of those completions are for $150, and the other 8 for a combined 86. So I'll have to see how this develops because it's on. I got the CW feed on delay and not on. If San Jose State was going to give up another score, I would have tapped out on that game and put the CW channel on one of my main TVs. Remember, I have 2 with antennas, and everything else is on a box. So the other 7 feeds are all on a delay. Anything that's on ABC, CBS, Fox, NBC, CW, I have a faster feed than everybody because it's on the antenna. So the quarterback just rolled right, and the receiver just got behind the coverage. Baylor's defense, awful. And Gronowski has thrown an interception, it looks like, to Iowa State, and the Cyclones will take over in Iowa territory at the 18-yard line. Let's pull up this shit fest in the box score and see what's going on. Gronowski is now 7 of 12 for 15 yards and 1 interception. Rocco Becht, 7 of 11 for 64 yards, no interceptions. That's the key in the game so far. Yardage 119 to 34. I don't know what to make of this. I wasn't impressed by Iowa State much in week 1 and double in week 0. Sorry. They worked great last week. They played a 1AA team and they thrashed them. K-State played a worse 1AA team and they were life and death. So maybe Iowa State's better than I thought. Certainly looks like laying 3 at this point is good. Like I said, Iowa getting points only came off of the turnover to begin with. The muff punt is the only thing that's kept them within. It's not X to 0. I think that I want some Iowa State live. Maybe they'll hold them to a field goal here. And let's see what we can come up with a bet. I see on the screen right now there's some 10s out there. That is a game that most people are dealing live in the early window. Circa's got that one. NC State, Virginia, and Illinois, Duke. So be on standby for something live here before the half. We may run into something here. Make sure I get my guy on the phone. Be all set. Fire something in here maybe. Illinois, 1st and goal at the 5, leading 7-6 at Duke. Altmaier rolls out. He's out of space. He throws it incomplete. I'm going to cheat and go to see what's happening in the box score. Second and 9 on the 9. Okay, so they called a penalty on Illinois for goal on holding. So it's 1st and 10 at the 15. 1st and goal at the 15. Texas is back into San Jose territory. 7 minutes to go in the half. 2nd down at the 35. Iowa State, 2nd and goal, 3rd and goal now at about the 2. Kennesaw's taking the field goal in Bloomington. IU has responded with a touchdown. This is a Mendoza pass. No, it's not. It's a run. Wow, he executed the fake well, I'll tell you that much. No wonder it worked. IU's lead is 21-3. That's Lee Beebe. IU 232 to 73. They have missed on 4th down once. They have scored all 3 times in the red zone. No turnovers. IU 21, Kennesaw 3. Benjamin Breimer is in for Iowa State. Completion from Becht on 3rd and goal from the 2. Power formation. The back was in motion, got it empty. He just had him on a linebacker. Man coverage, and he find what they like. They got it in. Virginia at 17-14 with the ball at the 3, 1st and goal of NC State up 17-14, trying to tack on. Wolfpack get it first to start the 2nd half. Texas was called for a penalty, it looks like, so they now have 3rd and forever. 6 minutes to go. Be nice if San Jose can get a stop and another score. They sort of thwarted the momentum there. Those 4 touchdowns in less than 5 minutes. That's brutal. Iowa State's touchdown puts them up 13-3, and that's almost insurmountable. I'm going to go ahead and go. 10.5, I see maybe there's a 10 out there too. That's it. Let's go. Iowa State live. 3:30 Iowa State. Up to 10, minus 15 live. If you find a 10.5 at plus money or even money, that's also acceptable. I'll put it on the chat shortly. 3:30. Orders in, hang tight. Let's see if we get it. Halftimes are coming shortly. I'll keep you posted on all those. Hopefully you got involved in Iowa State Live. The ball's kicked, has just been kicked. Remember, this game and the Texas game, I have the fast feeds, so I'll do the best I can to get you live stuff when there's commercials or when there's stoppages. All right, I did get some 10. To make it fair, because I only saw 1 10 on the screen, there was all 10.5s. Let's call it 10.5 even money for 2 units on Iowa State Live. And this comes at the 4:43 mark after they went up 13-3. And I'll put it on the chat now as well. 2 units. What happened with Texas? Did they score again? I hope not. Let's see. Yeah, the 10 minus 15, he got a peanut on, looks like. Again, I'll put these plays in the chat on both YouTube and on Twitch, just to let you know what I'm eyeballing here. That game I've had, like I said, I've watched Iowa do next to nothing. And I don't want to be the prisoner of the moment guy that bets it. You know, you miss the wedding and you go to the funeral, but Iowa's quarterback can't do anything. And even when he does throw an okay pass, the receivers can't catch. They were sloppy last week, and I get the feeling it wasn't just sloppy last week. They just don't have a very good team. And Iowa State, clearly 2 games in, wins against K-State and Dublin. Their offense stepped up when they had to late in the game there and made plays. They scored drives on points on 4 consecutive drives to win that game, ice it. Then they blew out a 1AA team last week that's much better than who Iowa beat. The more I watch, the more I think that we got a good team against a bad team here. And yeah, Iowa State, the lay. I don't see how this gets competitive. Minus 10.5 even, 2 units. First live play of the day. No halftimes yet. We'll keep you posted. Again, with 12 games going on, it becomes difficult. First one's in, and Penn State leads 10-0 against Florida Internacional at the break. Halftime's going to be about 21. Total's going to be about 24, 24.5, up to 26. Not much more. They're not thinking the Florida International has much of a chance to score. I tend to agree. Duke has a touchdown pass, really good throw, right through his hands. And they'll have to settle for a field goal again? No, okay, it's 14-6. All right, 4 minutes to go. Let's see. Halftime in Raleigh, it's 24-14 Virginia over NC State. So they do cash in at the end of the half. That last drive was their 3rd touchdown in 5 drives. They also have a field goal. 7 plays, 27 yards. Took off 247. That was, I guess, either a bad punt or a punt return. I'm not sure why they had a short field. There's no I don't have anything about it. And it could have been a muff. The box score does a terrible job of telling you about that. But no turnovers. Yeah, either way from what I see. Both teams have converted once on fourth down. Yardage 253 to 162 for the Yahoos. The Wahoos 321. Virginia 3-point dog at post. NC State's a 4-point favorite at halftime. I don't have any thoughts there. I haven't watched enough of it. Don't have any enough of an opinion to really know. So we'll see. 24-14 Virginia at the break. Duke has turned it over, and Illinois now 14-6, under 4 minutes to go in the half. Duke shooting itself in the foot with a barrage of mistakes here. I don't think Illinois played great, but they're just right there to capitalize on anything that Duke does not do well. San Jose State's got it back against Texas 4 and some change to go. They trail 28-7. They got the ball at their own 36. Just hoping to find a way to hang around and get the money in a game where they gave up 4 touchdowns to the Longhorns in less than 5 minutes. At least I like the fact that they're still taking shots. 2nd and 7. Eget play fake. He threw it long, very close to a completion on the sideline in man coverage. Let's see what else is happening up here. Iowa State forced another punt. Why is the live line 9.5? What am I missing here? How could it be lower? Did something happen that I missed? Okay, Iowa still has the ball. So on 2nd and 10, they completed a 15-yarder. Then 4 and 5. So now Iowa's out near midfield at the 2-minute warning. 3rd and 1. Yardage is 137 to 72, and Iowa has 22 yards on the stretch. That's like their best drive of the game. Let me go back here. Remember, the scoring drive was only 5 plays, 21 yards, and that was after a muff punt. Other than that, it's been 4 punts and an interception for Iowa. This 6-play, 38-yard drive ties for their most plays, so this will be their longest drive by plays, and it is their longest drive by yardage. Cyclones, field goal, punt, touchdown. Again, they muffed the punt, so they didn't get they only had 5 possessions to Iowa's 7 in this half. Iowa State does get the ball at halftime. No, fake news. Yeah, hang on. Iowa received. I wrote this down wrong. Iowa received, so Iowa State kicked. I knew that I said part of the handicap on the live bet was Iowa State getting the ball first, but hell, as bad as Iowa's offense has been, maybe it's better if they get the ball first. Be funny if if Iowa State just says after halftime, we'll kick. Go ahead, y'all can have the ball first. Let's see what happens. It's funny. I got the CW feed on from Baylor and SMU, and it's on not on my antenna yet. I'll probably change that at some point, but not yet. And there's a severe thunderstorm watching Maine, so I know where the feed's coming. It's a Maine feed. Baylor 11 plays, 70 yards. SMU 24, Baylor 20. And I've got Chuck Edel on under 63.5 in this game. Chuck, you can go ahead and take your shoe off and beat it over yourself, over your head with it repeatedly. That one, you're drawing dead. What else is happening? No other halftimes yet. NC State game is going to be 3.5 or 4 at the break against Virginia. Total 27. Seems a little low given what we've seen on offense in that first half. Penn State, again, the line is as low as, now it's 20.5, and there's some 20s popping up. With the total being 24.5, really, what else can you expect? I mean, it's hard to make a team lay 21 or more when the total's 24.5. I mean, there's, what do you expect, 21-3? I mean, it can't be 22-2. Oh yeah, I guess it can. That'd be something else. San Jose State looks like a miraculous catch up here. The tape might take it away. The referee on the field rule does a catch, so we'll see. I don't know if he actually finished the process. It looks like he did. That's going to end up being one of the best catches you'll ever see if it stands. Number 1 for San Jose State. I don't know. Complete. The ref's talking about it now. It looks like Niamatuelo is upset. Yeah, overturned. So it's going to be incomplete. Too bad. Halftime in Syracuse. Huskies 14, Orangemen 6. Syracuse opened as a 9-point favorite at Circa in this game. It was bet down. I can't. From what I'm seeing, UConn is the correct side. Let's pull up the box right quick there. I watched a couple of dozen plays up in that game. Syracuse kicks a field goal at the buzzer. And the lead is sliced to 14-6, 8 plays, 61 yards, 102. Yardage actually after that drive, Syracuse 178 to 175. And Jelly's 14 of 24 for 155. That's the one thing about Syracuse getting behind. They'll just chuck it up and down the field. That's what they did against Tennessee last week when they were playing from behind. And they actually had a chance to slide in the back door late. Iowa first down with 150 to go. There's an official review. I don't know what happened. Iowa getting first downs. I'll tell you one thing. If you play a drinking game with Iowa first downs, you'd probably still be sober at this point. Got my guy asking back if I wanted more on Iowa State Live. Good. All right. Texas Tech leads Kent State 41-0 at the half. They're not covering at halftime, but it won't be long before they most likely will be. Mike Pereira on my TV now. A rule situation that's come up. Is there a spot? I don't know how that can be ruled anything other than a first down. I mean, if it's called that on the field. All right, let me clear some things out. Let's do a little maintenance work. Smooth and Baylor. This Baylor touchdown came right before the break, and they did kick. Smooth won the toss and took the ball. So this is a double bang. The Bears are going to get it out of halftime. So the drive chart in this game: Smooth touchdown, field goal, punt, touchdown, touchdown. Bears downs, down, touchdown, touchdown, touchdown. And they get the ball coming out of half. So, 5 possessions, the last 3 have been touchdowns, 81, 75, and 79 yards. None of them were very long drives. The plays, there were a lot of plays, but they played fast. So, 284 to 282 in the yardage chart. Obviously, Smooth's quarterback, 10 for 10 for 236, and the 2 touchdown passes for 75 each on one-play drives. The time of possession here, 18:34 to 11:26, becomes more exacerbated because you've got those 2 Smooth drives that were only 1 play each, and really that was before the half. You had Baylor. Let me look and see the time of possession here at the end of the half. So yeah, Baylor took over at 7:19, scored a touchdown. Then Smooth had the ball for 1 play, and then Baylor scored another touchdown. So they ran 18 plays in the time it took Smooth to run 1 at the end of the half, and they get the ball first coming out of halftime. So chance to be, if the halftime break does not stop the momentum, Baylor's probably right. Second half line, I'm seeing some Smooth be the favorite at half point. Can't say that I agree with that. Obviously, Baylor's breakdowns on the big plays have hurt them. And I haven't watched a whole lot of that game, but yeah, I mean, bottom line, with Baylor getting the ball first and them having these sustained drives and having some success, especially the last 3 drives, I can't see how Smooth can be the favorite at halftime. I think it should be pick, or pick minus money Baylor. Instead, you got Paradise Wagers got pick lay 20 on the bottom, and Smooth half dog money at a lot of places. Westgate half flat, I don't agree with on the bottom, but either way, they got Smooth the favorite, 34.5 the total, 24-21 Smooth at the break. No bets here, opinion only on Baylor. Texas 3rd and 11. San Jose State brought the house, and Manning throw a dart a little over the receiver's head. They'll have to punt. 3:39 left. Let's see if San Jose State can score before the half. And they also get the ball at half. I've been extremely impressed with Duke's defense up front. Illinois has not been able to do a whole lot running the ball. And to be honest, they can't do anything at all offensively at all. Duke is giving them their points. Let me go to the drive chart real quick. Illinois, sorry, Duke got the ball first, right? Illinois deferred. Yeah, Duke took it down, kicked the field goal on their first drive. Illinois punt, Duke punt, Illinois punt, Duke field goal to go up 6-0. Then touchdown, fumble, touchdown. That's where there's a muff punt in there. And there's a drive lost. So, yeah, okay. So, yeah, yardage 169 to 133 Duke, but they're just kind of shooting themselves in the foot. They fumbled a punt, and they fumbled 2 punts. I see 2 turnovers, and I don't see any loss on downs, no interceptions. Oh, they fumbled 2. Okay, so 2 lost fumbles. Okay, all right. It now makes sense. One of them was a punt, and the other one was on the last drive. So the mistakes are basically carrying Illinois to the lead. The game is closely matched. I'm not going to sit here and say it's going to magically turn at halftime, so I'm not interested in Duke. Maybe these 2 mistakes end up being what cost them the game to begin with. Duke will take over at the 22 with 1:11 left. Curious to see how aggressive they get at halftime, to end the half. Given that Illinois gets the ball first, I'm guessing that Duke's going to try to put up at least some sort of situation where they trust Mensa to make a play and score some points. That's why you go down to Tulane and pay him all this money to be your quarterback, right? Let's see what else is going on up here. Texas Tech 48-0 over Kent State. So they did score again before the half, and they did get to the point spread right at the number here at halftime. The only sweat in that game now is if you're Texas Tech is whether they will got another turnover for San Jose, I guess. Jesus. Yeah, the only sweat here is whether that they'll play the actual 60 minutes. There's a non-zero chance that this game could be cut short just because it's the mercy rule. And remember, most house rules require you to play 55 minutes. Oh, 10. Hang on to the frickin' ball. Caught it, down. Maybe he's not down. He was going down and he got injured before he went down. That's a brutal break. San Jose State, you just can't do that. You're going to try to get the money. How about a face mask? How about a clothesline on Texas? No, nothing? Tornado warnings in New York State? Wow. Interesting weather today. San Jose State now. Let's look at the drive chart here so I can just go ahead and cry myself to sleep. Field goal missed on the first drive after Texas punt. Texas punts again, punt. Then the touchdown. Interception, touchdown, fumble, touchdown, fumble, touchdown, touchdown, punt, 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 and now another fumble. They're reviewing this. There's a small chance it gets overturned, but only because they feel sorry that he got clotheslined. This will be their 4th fumble of the half. Sorry, their 4th turnover of the half. And like I said, that's how you lose games or not cover big numbers when you just constantly give the ball to the other team. Texas's drives. Remember, they had that 1 big play touchdown. Other than that, it's 5 plays, 34, 136, and 2 plays of 1 yard. I mean, that's you just don't have a chance to compete when you're a 37-point dog and you're -4 in turnovers. The other thing, again, I don't think there is another thing. I had something and I lost it. I'm going to stop talking about that game for a while. Like I said, the yardage isn't that bad, 222 to 166. Texas scored 4 touchdowns in less than 5 minutes. Really not much else to say. And they are going to give Texas the ball. Insult to injury. San Jose State -4 in turnovers, and they can't get a fucking call from the refs. Any close calls gone against them. The turnovers, close catch on the sideline they didn't get. Frustrating. Okay, let's see. All those games I mentioned earlier are at the half. Penn State 10-0 over Florida International. The line is anywhere between, there's actually some less than 20s with a bunch of juice on Penn State. 20 flats about the closest number I can see to the real representation. 24.5 under on the total. Texas Tech over Kent State. Pick your poison. I'd just guess. I don't know what they're going to do. Again, they might not play 30 minutes the second half. 17.5s and 23s are on the screen. No opinion, no thought. That's enough of that game. Virginia 24-14 at NC State. 3, 3.5, 4, all up there. various different spots. Total basically painted 27. There is some juice attached to the over. There is a 27.5 or 2 floating around out there. Let's see. Again, let's go skip the games that are in progress and go back. Central Michigan has scored against Pitt 24-10 nearing the half. Connecticut 14-6 at Syracuse, 3.5, 27.5. Syracuse the favorite. No thoughts. Smooth 24-21 over Baylor. The game is now flipping or getting close as I presumed it would. Pick flat is the predominant number. Circa has that now. Buckeye as well. A lot of others close to it. If you're dealing in in-game prices, you'll see some threes out there for Smooth. Total 34, 34.5 prevalent. Juice attached accordingly, but those are about right. And IU 21-6 over Kennesaw. They're laying 14.5 again at halftime. Fool me once, shame on you. They won't fool me twice. No IU at halftime for me, not even at 14. Kennesaw gets the ball first. They play hard. 21.5 is the total. I lean over. I think Kennesaw will score at least a touchdown, maybe 10 points. IU's probably good for at least 14, 17. 21 would be the number. I will not bet over a number worse than 21. If one pops, then I'll be sure to let you know. We'll try a little over. If you see a 21 at your own place, just bet it small. It's a number bet only at 21 for one unit. No, nothing worse. Okay. Everything I think we're up to speed now across the board. 34 seconds to go in Ames. We got kids, students with hands on their heads. I need to know what's happening up there. There's a flag. 4th and 15 on the Iowa State 16. What's the flag? Holding defense. That's going to give Iowa a first down. Nope. Unsportsmanlike defense. Well, that'll give Iowa a first down. Now where are they going to put the ball? Is this how I'm going to get beat? Okay, I'll allow the hold. That's a smart play. It was going to be a touchdown. Maybe. What's the personal foul? They double-teamed a lineman? I don't get it. I don't see anything there. This is when not having the audio sucks. Okay, they threw a late flag. I guess celebrating, taunting, whatever. All right, so 34 seconds left. Hawkeyes down 13-3 with the ball. 1st and goal at the 3. Let's see if the defense can buck up here. They ran some sort of a wing T variation. No, they didn't. I don't even know what that was. Quarterback keeps it and runs it in, and Iowa's on the board, cutting the lead to 13-9. I didn't think they'd score a touchdown the whole freaking game. I will say the ref gave him a convoy there. There were no less than 2 calls and decisions by reviews that went their way. Maybe 3. I really wasn't paying that much attention at the start. I thought that once we laid the 10-10.5 live, it was like stealing. I guess I should know better. This stupid game always falls 3. I still see it being a mismatch, and if you can get some Iowa State at halftime, if the price is right, you should go. Florida International, Penn State's the first one out of halftime. They're underway in Happy Valley. Roughing the passer against Illinois, so Duke now with 14 seconds has first down. Pittsburgh is laying 10, 10.5, 11 against Central Miss at halftime. The total is 21.5. I think that might be a little bit low. Iowa's drive was 16 plays, 85 yards, 4:16 off the clock. I'm guessing that Iowa State will take a knee. What was I going to look for here? Oh yeah, the pit box. Okay, 24-10. Central Michigan, like I said, got the ball. on the Pitt 13 following interception. So Pitt was up 24-3 late in the half, and you can be sure that the coach is probably splitting the paint off the locker room with that mistake. I mean, really, now you give Central Michigan life. Glasser, 2-yard rush for a touchdown, caps a 6-play, 13-yard drive, 44 seconds, and it comes with 9 seconds left on the clock. 24-10 Pitt, yardage 298 to 46. Holstein, 19 of 25 for 216, 3 touchdowns, and the interception that came that gave the Chippewas life at the end of the half. Pittsburgh's also stopped on downs once. 3 touchdowns, a field goal, and no punts for the Pitt offense. Chips, 1 field goal, 1 touchdown, 4 punts. Texas is back in the red zone again. Arch Manning hits as he throws. Oh, he picked. Just seeing the replay here. All right. Excellent. Come on, San Jose. What do we got going up here? Is there a chance to do anything? So that's now the first turnover for Texas after 4 for San Jose State. 38 seconds left. Spartans have it. 2 timeouts. Let's see if they try to go down and get something out of this. They do get the ball first coming out of half. Oh, they got it at the 41, so good return. Definitely going to try to get something out of it. Let's see. Central Michigan total now 21. It was open higher than that. There's a lot of under money. Again, with Pitt getting almost 300 yards in the first half, I don't know if I could recommend that. Certainly, Pitt's defense has gotten, as Central Michigan got their attention with the 3 quarterbacks and going out to San Jose and winning last week. Kind of a tough spot for Central, if you think about it. Traveling from Mount Pleasant, Michigan, out to Fresno last week, to San Jose last week, and then this week they go back home and then back to Pittsburgh. So time zone differentials, all that good stuff. San Jose State had an open guy on a slant, he dropped it. Would have put him in field goal range potentially. Do have roughing the passer against Texas. So, you know, some of the things you expect with a little bit of frustration. Look at this shit. Most points. Oh, okay. It's only since 2021. 14-10 in 2021. This game is 13-10. Chuck Edel's total over 42.5 is somehow still in play. I personally think unders is still the stone nuts. It's such a low number. I mean, I don't know. It's going to come like Iowa State half, and the total is going to be like 20.5. I don't see it. But this stupid game just always falls 3. It's always in the ballpark. It's always close. Makes me feel like my ticket laying 10 is just a piece of toilet paper. San Jose State has 6 seconds left at the 31. They have 1 timeout. I feel like they should try to do something here. They may not. The first field goal was missed from shorter than this. Duke. I missed it. My buddy said the Mensa can chuck it. So no huddle shotgun. Yeah, the Illinois penalty cost him there. Andrell Anthony. 5 yards. They review it. It stands. Kick good. And Illinois 14, Duke 13. A line I get at halftime. Duke's been the better team in this game. Nothing accidental. That touchdown was probably deserved. They've outgained Illinois 240 to 133. Mensa is 14 of 22 for 187. He really spread it around. Andrell Anthony's touchdown. He's got 4 for 52 with a 35-yard long. Chase Tyler has a 62-yard long. Other than that, it's all short stuff. But 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 different guys for Duke have caught a pass in the first half. So no one that can really focus on. Illinois is going to take the lead into the break, and they're going to get the ball first. But they don't have to win this thing. Pretty simple halftime price. It's going to be 1 Illinois on top, I'm guessing, pretty much painted. And the total will be like 23, 23 and a half. And I can't say that I like under. I mean, it's just too much potential for scoring. They scored 27. The Illinois, the difference in the game with Illinois has they have forced 2 takeaways. One a fumble and 1 a muff punt. Anybody's game. Other halftime score, again, Iowa State 13-10 over Iowa. Iowa State laying a half and one, depending on where you shop. The total 20.5 under money, 20 flat. Agree with both. Pitt 11, 11.5, 21 over Central Miss. They lead 24-10. Texas Tech 48-0 over Kent State, and they're laying 17.5, total 23. 5 games at halftime. No opinion on any of them. The Texas game 28-7 against San Jose at half. San Jose got nothing. Frustrating because the game's certainly closer. The box score's closer than what's actually happening on the field. Yardage 259 to 178 Texas. Manning 11 for 18, 4 touchdowns and a pick. Touchdown passes were all in short fields outside of one 83-yard pass to Livingstone. Take that completion away, and Arch Manning is 10 for 17 for 97 yards. So he's not setting the world on fire. He get 12 of 23 for San Jose, 121 and an interception. Spartans, 4 turnovers, leading directly to 21 Texas points. Longhorns, 4 touchdowns in less than 5 minutes, spanning late first, early second. That's all they're scoring. San Jose, after being down 28-0, nice sustained drive. Longest of the game for either team in terms of plays and yards. And I think that's it. All the other games are halftime. It started in that first window outside of, or out of halftime. Outside of Jacksonville State and Liberty. That game is in a delay in the second quarter. It's 12:35 left. Jacksonville State leads at 14-7. I pulled the radar up on that game earlier. Let me try to update it and see what we're looking at. That was about 40 minutes ago. Okay, let's see now. Okay. Looks like it's all moving out of there. They're going to have to start this thing soon. Yeah, I don't see anything now. Yeah, it's not even raining there anymore. I'm going to go pull up the my Twitter and see if I can find something. I'm hoping that there'll be an update that says we're going to start playing that game again pretty soon. Let's search Liberty delay. I'm sure that'll give me what I need. Liberty and Jacksonville State had a rain delay, a weather delay in the conference tournament. Rain seems to have passed. Still no time update on when we're going to start. When we're going to restart. "30-minute clock on each lightning strike." That's the brutal part of this. But there's no lightning around there right now. What are they waiting on? Jack State on his own 39, 2nd and 5 when they come back from the delay. Okay, so no update there. Penn State's kicked a field goal. They go up 13-0 against Florida International. Probably just going through the motions at this point. I really don't know what to say about that. I mean, maybe Florida International is better than I thought. Certainly showing very little signs of doing anything on offense, and the halftime line suggested that they won't score, or they certainly won't score a touchdown. Illinois is just a very small favorite at halftime. There is some Duke money showing up. I see pick and pick minus money at a couple places offshore. Can't say I disagree. They've been pretty good up front, and again, if they stop the mistakes, they can probably win this game. Illinois under Bylem has shown a good propensity, however, and I remember this because I've been against them a few times. When they've been outplayed, but they've won the turnover battle, they sort of try to turn things around and just play even, or maybe make one play down the stretch, and they end up getting the money and winning, or both, in the second half. So despite the fact that I think Duke's been the better team so far, that does not mean by any stretch of the imagination that either they have to win or they even have to cover. Illinois could easily still win and cover in this game. 13 minutes to go, third quarter, first drive of the half. Baylor another fourth down. This one's in smooth territory again for the third time. Oh, and they're stood up in the backfield. And for the third time today, Smooth stopped them on downs. Baylor might have to hire another offensive coordinator for fourth downs. Their offense moves the ball pretty well until they get to fourth down. Shotgun, motion left from the tight end. They just try to bring the tight end in on a wham block, and he couldn't get there in time. The defense penetrated and got there beforehand. All right, let's see. Any questions to answer? I haven't looked in a couple minutes. I don't see anything yet. A few of you are watching. Feel free to chime in. Thank you for checking in, spending some of your Saturday with me. Week 2 here in the college schedule. Kennesaw State has kicked a 50-yard field goal in Bloomington against IU, and they cut the lead to 21-9. Yeah, Duke muffin punts on a fair catch. That's just not acceptable. Sorry for my silence here. Doing some recon work on a lot of things. UConn scores to go up 17-6 at Syracuse. No other scoring updates for the moment. Halftime price on Texas against San Jose, 14, total 23.5. That would sit just fine with me. Texas winning by 35. Thank you, drive-through. I actually like San Jose in the second half, and there appears to be good money for them. I'm not involved. I've already got them for the game. I'm in them on the contest. I'm already all in. Stop the fucking turnovers and go out and compete. They have a chance to be in this game. They're not getting beat up at the line of scrimmage. Texas just made a couple other plays, and of course, some of these turnovers are forced. I'm not going to sit there and say like that last fumble. If Texas didn't have a 5-star that just fucking knocked the daylights out of my guy. Been a couple of guys that have dropped passes because those are passes that'll be caught in the Mountain West against inferior defenders, and they're just not going to be caught today because Texas has men. But still, I mean, those are plays. When you're catching this many points and you want to go in with a chance to compete and have a chance to, create some doubt at the very least. You got to make those plays and you got to stop turning the ball over. And like I say, the first couple of drives and for most of the first quarter, they were in it. And then, 4 touchdowns in 5 minutes. That's instant ruin. Instant ruination. Let's see. What do we got going on up here? I'm going to have to reevaluate the television situation, perhaps. Is anything I have to just totally tap out on? Texas A&M 23-6 over Utah State. I could pay a little bit more attention to that. I have to find out how Utah State scored 6 points. A&M's touchdown comes as Le'Veon Moss up the middle for 21 yards. It's 6 plays, 63 yards, and 319. Utah State did score a touchdown. It had a 9-play, 75-yard drive. I'd really like to see how that happened. I have not seen much of that. I got it on up there, but I have not seen much of that game at all. A&M, first of all, Utah State deferred. So A&M punted. Utah State punted. A&M touchdown. Utah State scored a touchdown to cut it to 7-6. They went for 2 and did not get it. So 7-6. A&M field goal to go up 10-6. Punt. A&M touchdown. Punt. A&M stopped on downs. Another punt. And then A&M touchdown to go up 24-6. Utah State starting with their 6th drive now. Turnovers. A&M was stopped on downs once, but no turnovers, fumbles, or interceptions. Yardage 234 to 46 for A&M. fairly decent balance for A&M. Utah State cannot run the ball. Barnes, the quarterback, has been sacked a few times. Four for 30. I'm going to try one more time to get the specifics on the rain delay in Jacksonville. Again, I'm looking at the radar, and there's nothing there. I don't know what the holdup is. I mean, the lightning's not in the area. There's no rain. I don't know what they're doing. If they're not warming up by now, it's just bad. Even CBS College doesn't. It just says currently in a lightning delay. Okay, here we go. 2:37 Eastern. So we got a timetable. Still a half hour from now. I'm surprised by that. Why so long? But there is a time. Now I'm seeing one of the beat guys for Jacksonville State says 1:25. So 2:25 Eastern for Maxwell Donaldson. That's at the Gadsden Times. So I think that time's got to be closer to being right. There hasn't been rain or lightning in several, a couple dozen minutes. Okay, so let's move onward. That'll be the last halftime of the early games because of the weather delay. The next window of games starts in less than 90 minutes. There are about 10 games in that 3:30 window featuring teams in the 1A against the 1A slot. Games that we're accustomed to seeing, betting on large amounts and sweating profusely about. Sorry, 11 of those games. 2 more at 4, 1 at 4:15, 1 at 5. IU back into Kennesaw territory. Be third and short. NC State is in the red zone against Virginia, down 24-21. So (24-14) at the half, and the Wolfpack take the first drive, 8 plays, 75 yards, 4:14 for a touchdown. They force a Virginia punt, and now they go 5 plays and 80 yards for a touchdown. C.J. Bailey. He says, "I'll do this on my own." And he does. They came with a blitz off the left side, his right. Nobody's around, and he just rolled to the right, strolled in. I don't even know if he even broke. He didn't even run it. He didn't even get to anything more than half speed. There's nobody around. Complete collapse by Virginia once that end didn't get home and he broke contain. Second half underway in Pittsburgh, 24-10. The Panthers lead Central Michigan. The score is flattering. It should be far worse than this. Really, there's no excuse not to go in 24-3. I'll have to wonder what Pittsburgh was trying to do at the end of the first half. One thing you want to look for in live situations or when you're betting second halves and stuff like this is if there's any spots that would deem you to be, off of a team because of the fact that their schedule dictates it. And, in this case, Pittsburgh has West Virginia up next week on the road. So anything to get out of this game uninjured and alive and well, I'd venture to say second half under is probably right, even though from what I watched on the field, it's tough for me to say, well, it can't happen. I mean, Central Michigan did very little on offense, and they couldn't stop them on defense. But again, how much does Pitt show here in the second half? And certainly, the way that the first half ended, you can be sure the coach is going to be red-assed. So we'll see how long it's competitive here. And again, the sooner they can pull the plug, the better. West Virginia plays at Ohio U later on. The same story is in for them. Anything they can do to win. The difference is Pittsburgh's laying 21 today against Central Michigan, and Ohio U, West Virginia, the line's 3.5. West Virginia trip to Athens, Ohio is only a couple hours, but the goal is to get in there on the road and get out and get back home safely and soundly and quickly as possible. to get ready to prep for Pitt next week. Hell of a game that should be. But again, the market's really respecting Ohio U. I think that Rich Rod, it's been there long enough already to be able to put his footprints on this thing. Ohio U again has a new coach themselves. We're down 31-14 at Rutgers last Thursday, before coming back to actually tie the game. Ended up losing 34-31, but getting the money for fun. So the offense looked good. Curious to see what they'll have for West Virginia tonight. I do think West Virginia will be able to move the ball against the Ohio U defense. Lots of games at commercial and or at halftime. This is my cue to take a little quick break. I'm going to go to the can and go to the fridge and grab a couple things. Again, you've been updated on all the scores. Nothing has happened. Penn State scores to go up 21-0 against Florida International. Sorry, 20-0 over Florida International. A&M 24-6 over Utah State, and Indiana scored to go up 28-9 over Kennesaw. 8:43 to go in the third. I'm going to put you on the odds screen right quick, and I will be back in a couple of minutes here. Bear with me. Enjoy. the Wild Conference non-conference affair in Raleigh has taken another plot twist as Virginia scores to go up 31-28. This game still has 5 minutes to go in the quarter. Jamari Taylor, 66 yards. And so it continues. 3 plays, 75 yards, 128 off the clock. Wahoos, 31-28, 21 points in the first 9:49 of this quarter. Jamari Taylor now has 15 for 148 and 3 touchdowns. Hollywood Smothers has 11 for 115, and now after a shotgun rush for 7, he's got 12 for 122. Bailey, 12 for 14, 147. Throwing, he also has gotten 7 different receivers involved. Lots happening. We are out of half or almost out of half. And we are. We're out of half in all these games. Texas and San Jose State, the ball is on the tee. Again, if San Jose State can curtail the turnovers, I think that they can keep this thing competitive. Certainly that's the goal for me, to try to get 30 plus 37 to the barn. We're about 10 minutes or a little bit less from continuing play in the first half. In Jacksonville, Alabama, they lead Liberty 14-7. Only plays to this point, as we are a little over 2 hours into the stream. Iowa State minus, we're going to chart it at 10.5 even in the live. Right after the Iowa State scored to go up 13-3, 4:48 to go in the second. Iowa promptly took the ball down and scored on a drive that was continued by a couple of suspect calls, a couple of bad breaks, and ended up getting a touchdown. So we'll see what happens. Evidently, I charted this wrong. I thought Iowa State kicked as Gronkowski's on the field. So Iowa, after scoring at the end of the half, has a chance to double up here. Oh no, there's an Iowa State punted already? Jesus Christ. Okay, so Iowa's at their own 5. I have to see what happens. We got Texas guys celebrating again over here. Another turnover? No, not yet. Sack, 3rd and 18. Here comes everybody. Here comes a long pass. Here comes a pick. Drop. Damn it. Actually, this would have been one of those times I would have accepted an interception. Texas would have had it at their own 44. I'm not even sure if they're going to start there. They might even do better than that after the punt. Excuse me. The idea was good. Execution, not so much. Central Michigan. This fucking football is something else, man. Pitt's up 24-3. Central Michigan can't do shit. Pitt throws an interception, ill-advised at the end of the half. Now Central Michigan scored a touchdown. Now they get a stop. Their quarterback just flattens somebody on a block, and now they're running the ball up and down the field. This Cornish is a bull. And now they have the ball in Pitt territory, down 24-10. And, 5 minutes are in, they look fairly impressive. They've done more on offense already this half than they had the whole first half. Run it again for 5. This is, like I said, the momentum is a very important thing and a fickle thing. And I mean, I think Pitt wanted to try to, lay a knockout blow and go up 27-3 or 30-3 at halftime, 31-3 at halftime, and then that way they could sort of let off the gas and get ready for West Virginia. Now they're in a dogfight. Central Michigan scores here. They'll cut it to a touchdown. Baylor now has gotten a stop, and they're in the red zone against Smoot. I don't know what happened there. Them breaking serve was not part of my bingo card. Although, who knows? These halftime adjustments, some of these guys are better than others. Baylor's defense the second half against Auburn was better than last week. Altmaier finds a wide open guy for Illinois. Had all kinds of time that time, too. That's the big key. They're down to the Duke 28. 12.5 to go. Illinois 14-13. Iowa has another first down. Well, I mean, gosh, what's happening up here? Gronowski 11 for 20 for 70 yards. Well, how are they getting first downs? They actually have it all the way out to Iowa State territory. Look at this. They actually have more yards than Iowa State. So these last two drives, they've had like 80 yards. The quarterback's running the ball. That's the problem. He's got 8 for 32 and a touchdown. So he ran for 11, then 3. Short pass for 6. Patterson for 6. So now it's 2nd and 4 at the Iowa State 43. I hate this fucking game. It's the same shit, man. Every year it's the same thing. I fell into the trap a couple times the other way. Where one was Iowa got ahead, and I was like, well, they're running this team out, and they're way better, and then forget about it. Iowa State comes back. Like, these coaches have been against each other for 10 or 11 years. They know each other like the back of their hands. They recruit against a lot of the same guys. Look, I mean, that play should never have success. Gronowski held the ball waiting to read the mesh for like 4 seconds. How do they have that much time? Iowa State's defense was impeccable in the first 25 minutes of this game. How are they just going to be bad at it now? I don't get it. I mean, that's a run-pass option that he should never have that much time to make that decision. NC State slicing and dicing, touchdown. They take the lead against the Hoos, 34-31. That's their 3rd touchdown of the quarter. Hollywood Smothers is having himself a game. Let's look and see the updated numbers here. This has turned into an absolute track meet. Shouldn't say that. It's been a track meet. Smothers is now 13 for 131, and that's his 2nd touchdown. Jamari Taylor 15 for 148. He has 3 touchdowns. Total yards combined in this game is up near 735, and we're still in the 3rd quarter. San Jose State had Arch Manning dead to rights, and they let him out. Throws that should have been caught incomplete, out of bounds. Texas is in field goal range. Let's hope that's all they get, if nothing else. Indiana, they're in the paint. I'm not sure what happened. 35-9. I mean, Iowa's now running brotherly shoves and quarterback sneaks on third and 3, 3rd and 2, and they got it. 9 plays, 58 yards. And that's immediately after Iowa State went 3 and out to start the half. It's a completely different game here. I'm already drawing dead with this. Central Michigan's offense has been a totally different story this half. They've got all the 3 quarterbacks playing. There's constantly guys in motion before the snap, creating. This play, trips left, roll left. Complete for a short gain. Texas's field goal is in. We hit the bar. 31-7 Texas, 10:50 to go, 3rd quarter. I feel like I need another San Jose State touchdown to have any real chance. (13-10) Iowa State, halfway through the 3rd. 3rd and 2 again. At the 28, 29. Roll out, play fake, Gronowski, he's going to keep it. He's going to get it. 3 yards, first down, Hawkeyes. What do we got with Virginia now? White dude catches it and goes in space. First down for them. Illinois at the 16, 3rd and 9. Big play against Duke, 11 minutes to go in the 3rd, 14 10. Duke's sending a blitz. They did not get home. Throws it in the flat. Get a couple of blocks. It's going to be really close to the marker, maybe a yard short. The commentators are back on for Jacksonville State Liberty. That's what you call a good sign. That's the only conference game in this early window. No other weather delays yet. Let me look at the forecast. I had pulled it up earlier, and then I sort of made some notes on a couple of games and sort of let it get away from me before we got going with the stream at 9 Pacific, noon Eastern. But yeah, we'll get a check on some of this stuff and see where the immediate threats are. NC State 35-31, end of 3. Baylor has tied SMU. I think SMU would take that. Break of service for a field goal, 24-all. Illinois has scored. At first and goal at the 9:45 mark. I'll spoil it for myself. I don't need to see the play. It's coming right now. Why not? I'll watch it. Altmaier, pass, slant, and it's caught. Touchdown is the Justin Bowick. 11 plays, 75 yards, 526. Right out of the gate to start the second half. And this is what I was talking to you about. Duke was better in the first half. No arguments. You know, they 2 fumbles, whatever. But, oh, is there another turnover here? What happened? Yeah, okay, so no. Illinois got the ball out of the break and took it right down. So plus 2 turnovers, obviously. Yeah, 21-13 Illinois now after the extra point's good. 11 plays, 75 yards. And that now makes it 21-13 Illini. I'm going to mute myself for just a second, look at a couple of things here. Texas Tech up 54-0 now, 5 minutes to go in the third. I don't know if that's shortened quarters or not. That's something that I'll have to look into. I'm actually going to do it right now. Hang on. That's the other thing. I got 2 things I'm going to look into while I mute myself. I'll be here. I'm going to throw the lines up right quick. Bear with me. Okay. Central Michigan, 24-17. Absolutely stupendous coaching by this guy. I have to upgrade them so much. 11 plays, 63 yards, 7:18 off the clock, and Pitt, with the late first half interception, has lost all momentum. Central scores. The half starts. They punt. Pitt goes 3 and out. Central right down the field and they score. It's now 24-17. Panthers only by 7, laying 21 in a game that they were completely dominant for all but about the last minute and a half of the first half. It's amazing sometimes games can swing on just a whim. Sometimes just one play. Halftime in College Station, A&M 30, Utah State 6. Aggies over Aggies, home team 14.5 at halftime, total 23 and a half. In these situations, really, you're not worried about Texas or about Utah State. They're not the one that has any control over what happens here. It's all about what Texas A&M wants to do. Texas A&M is in South Bend next week, so that tells you, what we have, what we're working with. Florida State is playing third and fourth stringers. Has had the ball 10 times. They've scored 10 touchdowns. Corey Clark, one of the beat guys for Florida State, is saying that there's a real chance they get to at least 90 here. It's 70-0 late in the third quarter. It's late enough in the third and they're going slow. It's probably going to end up maybe 77. Complete mismatch. And it's probably some sort of validation for what they did last week, for the simple fact that they've had some struggles with some 1AA teams. As a matter of fact, I'm going to look this up. Florida State, even in the years that they've had some success lately, has really had some issues. They actually lost to Jacksonville State when Jacksonville State was still a 1AA school. That was back maybe 7 or 8 years ago. No, 2021. They were a 26-point favorite. They lost 20-17. That was Norvell's second year. He took over during the COVID. Let's see. They played Duquesne. They beat them 47-7 in 2022. Then, of course, the next year, Northern Alabama, they beat handily. Did not cover when they were 13-0. And then last year, they played Charleston Southern. They beat them 41-7. And that and the Cal game are their only 2 wins of the whole year. That Charleston Southern game, they were a little outclassed. Today, a clear mismatch. Just a matter of what they want to win by. Let's move on here. Jacksonville State, Liberty. Liberty has the ball. Sorry, Jacksonville State has the ball at the Liberty 31. Here's a screen. Snuffed out. That was 3rd and 7. So now they're probably out of field goal range. They lost some yardage there. Iowa has kicked a field goal against Iowa State, so it's 13-all there. The kick was good. That drive's going to give me a headache. 16 plays, 77 yards on top of a 16-play, 85-yard to end the first half. So the last 35 plays from scrimmage, 32 have been Iowa, 3 have been Iowa State. This is after I'm the one that pulled the trigger and told you that Iowa State's going to run them out. Talk about got it wrong. That's not quite as bad as last week when I said Georgia Southern at halftime against Fresno. They get the ball first. They're dominating the game, blah, 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 blah. And then it goes Georgia Southern punt, Fresno touchdown. 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 28-0 after about 17 minutes. I like to lose them like that. If I got it wrong, I want to be just dead nut wrong. Just take my money and let's move on to the next one. Sorry about that. No, there's no action points here. You don't get to lose less because you lose it close. Either it's a win or a loss. Iowa State and Rocco Beck taking over at their own 13 in a tie game. Yeah, they can't do shit either now. All of a sudden, their offense sucks. Their defense can't get off the field. Momentum is completely flipped in this game for reasons that I'm still not clear of. Pittsburgh's offense has come back to life. Long pass, rollout, touchdown, got behind the defense, and they're up 30-17 now. 2:15 to go in the third. Big play. 2nd and 10. I don't know the exact yards. I'll call it 40. The box score's been wonky in that game the whole day, so I'm not even trusting it. I ain't gonna bother to go to it. Trying to reassess the situation with my TVs. I think I can't do a whole lot better than what I've got. I guess the argument could be made that I can finally tap out on Texas. What's going on at 8th? ABC at 8th. No, I'm not, because Ole Miss Kentucky's coming on that channel, and I'm leaving that on my big one in the middle. Don't want to turn that off. I'll give you guys a clue. I'm not allowed to show it for any sort of prolonged period of time. What happened to my phone? I should wait for something to happen. I was going to show you what it looks like just so you have an idea what the setup's like, but I don't want to for whatever copyright reasons or whatever shit they would say would be probably illegal. No other scores for the moment. 1 second here, let me reassess things and I'll get back to you shortly. May have to make one quick TV change. Hang tight. So this will give you an idea of the setup that I'm looking at. Obviously I can see, there's my camera right there in front of me, and you can see odd screen, box scores, YouTube, other stuff, and then the TV situation. It is as follows. 9 games currently. Going to see what we figure out to do with the placement of that stuff later on. Let's see. Feel free to chat, chime in, ask questions about the next set of games, about what's happening with these sets of games. If there's one that you want me to follow more closely. The only in-play game is Iowa State drawing dead -10.5 against Iowa after they went up 13-3. Game is completely flipped. It's almost like they got the call. Once Iowa knew that we were against them, they basically gave us the double birds. It's running up our ass since then. Iowa State is in the process of doing something here. They're 2nd and 1 now, out near midfield. Now this is turned into like a 9 or 10 play drive. End of the 3rd quarter, they have crossed midfield, I believe, and we'll have 1st down. Maybe they can get a stop and a score and then another score. That'd sure be a score and a stop and another score. That'd sure be nice. I have a lot of this at 10 myself. I recommended it at 10, 10.5. Charting it at 10.5. Be almost a miracle, or they're going to get a defensive touchdown to win it. Other games, there is a score. Jacksonville State has gone up 17-7 against Liberty. That game was delayed by weather for, I don't know, maybe a little over an hour. Let me look at a couple of things here. Game notes. I was hoping they might put something in there about the delay time. They didn't. But now Jacksonville State has kicked the field goal. 11 plays, 33 yards, 147 off the clock. 1:13 before the break, and Jacksonville State has been the better team in this game, even though they're a dog. Liberty has outgained them 207 to 154. A lot of that's come on Gray's 72-yard touchdown for Liberty, which was their only score from Vasco. Other than that, he's only completed 6 balls for 49 yards. Liberty has run the ball. Again, a couple of big plays, 26 and 25 yards, but nothing good enough to string together points. And the Gamecocks have been largely superior up front outside of just a few plays. Virginia has it now at their own 45. I believe that was an NC State punt. So 12.5 to go. Very exciting non-conference ACC conference game. Bailey got hit there, and he's sort of grabbing his rib. Might have got hit in the ribs. Not on the 10. Liberty on the move here into Jacksonville State territory. They have outgained them, as I said, 207 to 154. Let's see. Baylor and SMU turning into possibly the game of the day so far. The Skillet, I believe this is called. The Iron Skillet. Someone's going to have to explain that one to me. They ought to call it. It's got something to do with religion, right? I mean, you got Methodists. Baylor, what are they, Baptist? Got to be something to that. Lots of commercials up here right now. Let me see if I can hit a game reset. Illinois 28 to 13 over Duke. I did not see what happened there. Let me go to the box. 4 plays, 61 yards. Hank Beatty for 25 yards. Duke fumbles. Is that again? That's their 3rd fumble. So they were actually moving the ball down into Illinois territory before the fumble. That's now -3 on turnovers. 2 fumbles and a muff punt. Illinois may or may not be the 11th best team. I'm going to say they're not. But you're not beating anybody in the top 15, 20, or 25 if you're Duke and you're -3 in turnovers. Just completely not sustainable. San Jose State fighting. 4 minutes to go in the 3rd. They're down 31-7. The barrage of turnovers buried them in this game. 4 of them to 1 for Texas. But at one point it was 4-0. That was led to 4 Texas touchdowns in 5 minutes, less than 5 minutes of game time. Texas, the Louisiana Tech, the San Jose State plus 36.5 in the contest and 37 that we actually bet looked like it was drawing dead. They are into Texas territory here, and they have played hard. They have been competitive. I would like some sort of points to get the thing out to where Texas would have to score 3 times to beat me. Up on FS1, Indiana has scored another touchdown. It's gotten ugly for Kennesaw State. 42-9 IU. Start of the 4th quarter. Not really surprised. Indiana's coach is kind of a dickhead, and they were not performing up to snuff last week. Not close to the number, really. Let Old Dominion backdoor them for the second half game, all that stuff. And Kennesaw played well and fought last week, but they up against it here. Let's look and see who those 2 teams played next. I wasn't interested in half. I'm partially going to kick myself in the ass. I thought that maybe over was probably right, but it's one of those, it's slow enough and it's blowout. Who knows? IU has another cupcake next week. They got Indiana State coming in before they also host Illinois. So their first 4 are all at home. And Kennesaw picked to finish near the bottom of CUSA. I think that they'll be better. Kennesaw and Jacksonville State both have impressed me. And a couple other teams at CUSA play hard as well in week 1. Who else? Was it Florida International's playing hard today? We'll see what I get out of Mexico State later tonight. I like them plenty. Louisiana Tech I also like tonight a lot against LSU to get the money. Western Kentucky habitually competitive. Yeah, but Kennesaw was up against Wake Forest and had a chance to win the game. So I don't know what that says about Wake Forest, but certainly with Indiana doing the damage they're doing today, probably doesn't really look well on Wake. I think Wake has a 1AA today, so we'll see what happens there. I would expect them to. What they got? Western Carolina. I can actually look at the score there. Looks like a big steam move here on Missouri State against Marshall. That'll be a fascinating game. It's a standalone game at 6 o'clock tonight. Wake Forest and Western Carolina are in a weather delay in Winston-Salem. No score 3 minutes in. I'll keep an eye on that one. Western Carolina's been a good competitive SoCon team for a long time at that level. Liberty 17-7 with 38 seconds before the half. I'm guessing because of the weather delay, they're going to probably shorten that halftime. So we'll see how much time they actually give them at the break. 4th and 9 for San Jose. Long pass over everybody's heads down to bounds. Texas will get it back. 4:13 to go. Iowa State fucking punting again. 13 all. 90 seconds to go. 90 seconds into the 4th quarter. Live update there. Iowa State a small favorite, total down in the 33 and 33.5 range with juice to the under. I don't know how anybody could bet under. I mean, do I think there's going to be more than a touchdown or two? No, but overtime is so much of a favorite at this point. Indiana scores again, so it's 48-9 IU, 13-17 to go. Mendoza's still in. That probably will be the end of his day. Duke, big play. Down inside the red zone for Illinois. 28-13, their Devils are down. 5:49 to go. Third quarter, clock moving. I'm going to pull up the Liberty Jacksonville State box for halftime purposes. Liberty actually scored a touchdown, and it was confirmed, I guess, even after review, but there's a holding. They called it back. I didn't see it. I'm not even sure what happened to Illinois in that coverage bust. The guy just got behind the defensive back and was running by himself all wide open. Virginia now facing 4th and maybe a long one inside the 10 at NC State, 35-31. Duke's quarterback runs out of bounds on 3rd and goal from like the 4. Loses 2 yards. He gets hit late by Neal. No call. 4th and goal. Are they staying out there? Offense is staying out there for Duke. I guess down by 15 with all the mistakes they've made. Probably not the worst thing. Texas is 4th down and 2. They're going to go for it against San Jose. Cover is very much in play here depending on what happens next few plays. We're late in the 3rd quarter. Their clock moving. They're at their own 45. Run to the tailback. He's really close to it. It's going to depend on the spot. Looks like the ball got to and past the yellow line. The line judge has already pointed for the chain gang to move. 35-yard field goal for Liberty, and it is right down the middle. They cut the Jacksonville State lead at the half on the last play of the first half to 17-10. Hold all mutuals. Looks like the Gamecocks called a timeout, and it was granted. So Liberty's going to have to kick this thing again. The box score person has been fooled here. Smooth. 14:24 to go, and Smooth is in the end zone again. Texas big pass play by Arch to the same guy that got the 83-yarder in the first half. There is a flag. Let's see if they move this thing back somehow, hopefully. No, it's in the secondary. Illegal hands to the face. Texas. I can't look pretty well enough to figure that out. Oh, Duke. 4th down conversion. They score touchdown. All right, interesting. The second kick by Liberty was an instant replay of the first one, right down the middle. He even made it closer. That would have been good in the Arena League. So we'll have a halftime. Not sure how long it's going to be. Those who are booking the half are going to have to pay attention to what's going on, making sure they don't leave it up to get past posted. But 17-10, Gamecocks at home. They lead Liberty at the break. $3.26. Let's see what the price was in this game. Yeah, Liberty was the favorite. They opened as high as 8 at Circa. That wasn't right. Bet down later. Pass interference. Touchdown Texas. No bueno. Arch Manning 20-yard rush TD. And now the cover is certainly in play. I need San Jose State to score again at some point. 37-7 Texas. 43 seconds to go in the third. So Smoo only had 33 yards in all of the third quarter, but Harden's rush for a touchdown there was 40. Let's recap the drive. Five plays, 75 yards, 211. Smoo 31, Baylor 24. Baylor only had 3 points in the third quarter, so this track meet that was 24-21 at halftime slowed way down. Let's see if they put the track shoes back on here for the last 14 and change. Some significant movement on North Carolina against NC Charlotte as well. This game was one that was as high as like 19. After Carolina's putrid effort on Monday night, the game went way down. We were actually able to lay 13 there. I think there might have even been cheaper than that. I'll have to look and see on my chart. I know we have 13.5 in the contest. UNC Charlotte's pitiful. I mean, I don't know how anybody could possibly want them. I mean, Carolina might be bad, but are they really not good enough to beat this team by 2 touchdowns or more? Even on off 2 days less rest, I'll just have to pay to see that. Yeah, I actually will look forward to watching it. That's on ESPN Plus. Pittsburgh is sort of gotten sick of this tiresome battle with Central Michigan, and they're now back in a position where they may still get the money. 37-17 after Goff runs it up the middle. That puts them up, and the point pending to put them up 21. 10:34 to go in a game that is really, despite how hard Central Michigan plays, it's really not even been as close as the score. A closing line of 21, Nerison 21.5 out there is on the number at this point. Like I say, a long way to go, but I think Pittsburgh may be a little better than what I had originally anticipated. And Central Michigan plays hard, but talent-wise, they're up against it here. With the exception of the one really big drive, they haven't done much on offense. Duke went for 2 and did not get it at the end of that last drive, so they now trail 28-19. Again, this is a game they're down -3 in turnovers. They've actually outgained Illinois 351 to 268 to this point. That's actually with more than that. Illinois is out to the 46 after a first down. Again, we're inside of 3 minutes to go in this one. The last Duke touchdown was capped off by a 4th down and goal conversion from the 6 for Anthony from Mensa. 7 plays, 75 yards, 254. Right after Illinois had taken the lead, 28-13. It's now 28-19. Let's see if the Devils can get a stop here as a 2-point home dog at post. Lots of 2, 2.5, 3 all week. Incredible two-way game. Lots of my bookmaker friends said that was a good two-way ride all the way around. And there was sharp. I talked to people that were on both sides. I absolutely had zero opinion. San Jose State starts it with 43 seconds left at their own 25. Curious to see if and when Texas has started to intersperse some of their backups on defense. I know some of the numbers. I can tell you so far that no, these are all the starters still. I do feel much more comfortable with it being 38-7 than I would if it was 31-0. Texas not playing for the shutout, so possibly going to be a little bit more forgiving, and San Jose getting the ball down the field a little bit. Let's hope. Quarterback draw here. I like the call. Out for a first down. That's going to be the end of the third quarter. San Jose is going to have it first down at their own 37. So going to the fourth quarter, Texas 38-7. Point spread much. Oh, stop all the presses. Kent State has scored a touchdown, and they are in the back door against Texas. It's funny to say this, Texas Tech, 55-7. I was going to actually look and see how this played itself out with the time. Let me see at the third quarter what the time. Did they play actually 15 minutes? This is really going to be fascinating for me. Let's see. Yeah, 15 minutes. Clock starts 13. Let's see at the 11, 9, 10, 8. Yeah, that was the one thing I was thinking about. Maybe a shortened game with it being a bloodbath like this. But it's funny you talk about a shortened game. At the same time, they're not even covering the spread anymore. That's how high the spread was. 29. Yeah. Okay. So let's see. I'm going to go to the fourth quarter, confirm it. Okay, so then it was, yeah, 55 for the quarterback keeper, complete. Yeah, amazing. Texas Tech, oh my gosh, Kent State scored again. What happened? Texas Tech drive starting the 25, fumble. Oh wow, this is incredible. Kent State with 2 touchdowns in a matter of less than 2 minutes, and then they now have trailed 55-14 and are covering in Lubbock against Texas Tech. That is not something I had on my bingo card. So yeah, let's hit the pause button on what's happening here. A little bit of sensory overload after a lot of nothing for a good long while. 13 all, 11 minutes to go in Cyhawk. Every time I look up the fucking Iowa offense on the field, I mean, they ran like 97 plays to like 12 for my team. 2nd and 6, inside of 11 minutes to go. I get to call them my team because they are, since I made that ill-advised live wager at 13-3. Smooth, 31-24 over Baylor with 11 minutes to go. Rhett Lashley looks like he wants more. M-O-A-R, more. UConn Syracuse 17-6 in the 4th. I feel like there's something wrong. Every time I look up that game, it just says commercial break. May have a bad ACC network feed. Yardage in Texas Tech, Kent State, surprisingly enough, is not viciously brutal. 456-226. Let me look at the drive charts. Touchdown, 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 punt, field goal, touchdown, downs, touchdown, punt, fumble. Kent State downs, punt, 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 interception, fumble, punt, half punt, downs, punt, touchdown, touchdown. So Kent State's touchdown drive, 7 for 83, and then the last one for 31. It's gotten more than half their offensive output for the game. A lot of short fields for Texas Tech as well. 78, 12, 76, 46, 60, and 57 were the touchdown drives. There was also a 55-yard pick 6 in there. Kudos to Kent State for trying, and they actually have got the ball. You know, they're kicking off. 10:20 to go. 55-14 Texas Tech. That game will play the 55 minutes and go the distance. Now it's just a matter of who gets the money. I thought it was a foregone conclusion at halftime when 48-0 Tech was sitting on the number, and all they could do was win the second half. And right now they're not. They're down 14-7. Jacksonville State, Liberty. Liberty 4.5-point favorite at the half. Can say I do not agree with that. I think it's too high. Not saying they can't win and cover. They probably won't cover. They can win. They get the ball first. I would be interested in Jacksonville State at that price. Don't love it, but I would say 4.5 would be a take. If you want to play it, you have my endorsement. I'm not going to do anything with it. Lots going on here. I didn't see enough to wholeheartedly endorse it. Just based off pregame numbers and the people that I respect the most that were involved with the game. Jacksonville State or nothing. I like the coach a lot. I like the other coach pretty good too, to be honest. But yeah, we'll see. The second half's going to start probably in short order because of the weather delay. And Smooth has rammed it home again, and they now take a 37-24 lead. TJ Moore. Hard. Sorry, TJ Hart. No, hang on. Hold all tickets. We're going to review it. 8:38 to go. That's always sucks when you're the offense. You're trying to line up to kick the extra point. The goddamn ref standing over the ball and they won't let you snap it. It's tough. And then they got to go to the replay. It reminds me a bit of soccer. I mean, what's that, a touchdown? His whole body's in bounds. But yeah, that reminds me of soccer when you got a VAR situation where you know, you score a goal and then you celebrate for a minute, and all of a sudden the refs does this thing where he draws the box and then goes over there, saunters over to the replay box in the sideline, and then it takes it away from you. You know, if he gives it to you, you get to celebrate it again. Hockey, that happens sometimes too, where you score a goal and then you celebrate, and then they try to say no, it was offsides, the play started offsides or something. And then if it works, you lose your goal. But if not, then they not only do you get to keep the goal, but they take a man off the ice. I happened to be fortunate enough to go to a Golden Knights playoff game against the Avalanche a couple of years ago. And they were smashing Colorado. This is the year they won the Stanley Cup. And I think it was game 6. Maybe it was a series. The Knights closed it out. Maybe it was game 5 and it was 2-2. I can't remember. But anyways, the Knights won, and it was a bloodbath. They were up like maybe 4-1 in the third, and they scored on a legit goal. Colorado tried to challenge it, and so the horn went off, and then they challenged it, and then they scored again, and the horn went off again. I have it on video. It was very funny. I had good seats in the game. It was very, very funny to be able to celebrate multiple times on the same goal. Okay, San Jose State has the ball in Texas territory, 38-7. I need points. I don't care how many there are. Oh, guy's wide open. He throws it out of bounds. God damn it. I need points. 3 would be good just to get inside the number. There aren't inside the number, but to ensure that even if Texas scores again, they're still inside the number. But the problem is they've already missed 2 field goals, or maybe missed one and then they didn't bother to kick a second one. They're getting the ball like to the fringe ranges of field goal range and not totally in it to where they can make one. Oh, they ran a good play too. The guy was open. The pass just sailed wide out of bounds. There's a reason why this guy didn't transfer to a higher level school. He's been around forever, just hasn't had a chance to play at a better level because he's not good enough. 19 for 34 for 161. He's made a few plays, but again, against Texas's defense, you're going to have to make more, and you're going to have to cut the mistakes out. And of course, to be fair, there's been a lot of fumbles here. Not sure what they're waiting on. Oh, the play clock did one of these things, I guess. Illinois 4th and 1, leading Duke by 9. The fourth quarter just started up there. Altmaier still out on the field. Manny Diaz urging his defense to get a stop here. San Jose State's resorted to just throwing the ball 30 yards downfield and hoping for the best. Illinois ball at the Duke 12. Big package in here. Now we got movement and a flag. They stopped the play before it started. That tells me it's probably going to be against Illinois, unless there was contact by Duke's defense. Altmaier is protesting. Yep, it's a false start against Illinois. And now they have to make a decision about what they want to do here. I'm guessing they'll kick a field goal on 4th and 6. Hey, San Jose breaks. Oh! All-out blitz. They hit Scudero on the slant. He's their stud. First down, Spartans into the red zone. Iowa State had 3rd and 2 and have run for a first down with 7 minutes to go. Clock on the move. Iowa State has done literally nothing since the second quarter. And really, that drive was short, too. They got off a turnover. So all these points are being scored just off of any sort of offensive mistakes, which, you know, there's just something you have to expect when Iowa plays Iowa State. That's just what you're going to get. Absolute shit fest. San Jose State's quarterback telegraphed that. Thank God it wasn't picked. Needs some points here. I mean, I think they're in field goal range. I have to hope they kick one. I have a feeling they probably won't, which is disappointing. Penn State 27-0 over Florida International. 1:22 to go in that one. I'm going to put a bow on it for everybody here. It's a 5-yard touchdown now for Singleton. This is a game that I do not have on. So it's 33-0 Penn State. That's 2 touchdowns in the fourth quarter. First one came at 3:29. 67-yard run for Allen. This one comes after presumably a Florida International turnover. Yeah, fumble. So Penn State now has taken advantage of Florida International's 2 picks. Well, a pick, a fumble, and 2 stops on downs. Florida International also punted 7 times. No points. Penn State ends up with a total of 4 touchdowns and 2 field goals. They're up 34-0 with 1:19. Barring a miracle, that'll probably be the final score. They will not get the money. 409 to 252 in the yardage. You heard, obviously, both teams were stopped on downs twice. Penn State did punt 3 times. But, yeah, just a talent gap enough for them to get it. It looks like there's going to be an overlay in the Circa Millions again. They got 5,600. They need 6,000. Looks like the deadline's passed, so I'm curious. No, it hasn't. This is the noon update. So 68 in the Grandissimo for 100,000 a rip. Good luck there. 18,538 in the Survivor. I thought it would get to 20,000. It probably is not going to. Okay, back to the college. Let's see what we got. Texas Tech has restored order. 62-14 now. Over Kent State, 6:49 to go. Cover is still, well, it depends on where you shop. 48's where it's sitting. San Jose State went for it on 4th down, as I expected, did not get it. Pass was tipped at the line of scrimmage and falls incomplete. Texas takes over now at 38-7 with 10:34 left. Have to hope we see the backups here. That was a good drive. They just didn't get anything out of it. 13 plays, 65 yards. And Texas now with a touchdown will get it ahead of the number for the first time. San Jose State now with 2 fumbles, 2 interceptions, and twice they've lost the ball on downs. Frustrating because certainly they're not getting beat like this in the box. 357 to 263 does not equal 38-7 by any means, except when you have 6 turnovers to the other team's 1. Let's see what's happening in Virginia and NC State. That one's going down to the total nub. NC State has the ball at their own 20. Morris's pass was picked off in the end zone for a touchback, and with only 1 timeout, that's going to do it for Virginia. NC State up by 4, and the point spread in that game 2.5, 3. They are going to get the money. Virginia 514 to 420 in yards. Jamari Taylor 17 for 150, 3 touchdowns for the Hoos. Smothers 17 for 140 for NC State and 2 touchdowns. And they make just enough plays. That intercepted pass by Morris, Sloan picked it off, like I said, in the end zone. They had the ball. After the 3rd and 12 completion, down to the NC State 12, 13, whatever you want to call it. No huddle shotgun. And like I said, that's it. And that was the first turnover of the game. So very clean. I'll take it back. Virginia was stopped on downs the last drive before NC State punted. Lots of time-consuming drives there. Nobody scored a point in the fourth quarter. 35-31, the last score of the game came on Smothers' touchdown rush in the 3rd. And that touchdown by NC State to take the 35-31 lead. Let's see. Virginia, so they were down. So 7-14 all, 17. Yeah, they did lead 28-24. So just a good old back and forth battle in that game. I don't know. I guess the offenses are good enough. I mean, Virginia had 257 rushing and passing. Not much else to say. There's really not much of an adjustment to have to make there. Duke now down 31-19, 2nd and 10. The Illinois false start forced a field goal. Still a 2-score game there in Durham. adjustments here. Oh, another interception. Good God. And so Illinois takes over at their own 11 now. 10:59 to go. And Duke continues to shoot itself in the foot. Illinois deserves some credit for some of these plays, but this is just sort of gotten out of hand here with just a consistent barrage of mistakes. And that's the play that the quarterback throws it, and it kind of floated. If the receiver goes and gets it, it's a catch. Instead, he kind of waited for it to come, and the D-back went and got it. That's more of a, I don't blame the quarterback so much for that I do the receiver. Ball's on the tee, and they're underway in Jacksonville, Alabama with the third quarter. Liberty and Jacksonville State. That game was delayed by weather, and therefore, even though it started at noon Eastern, it's still 3:11, and that game has not started. So all the games are out of halftime from the early window now, and we're looking at kickoffs from the 3:30s going about 20 minutes. So we'll reset everything there in just a minute for those who are interested. Feel free to ask any questions if there are any games in particular that excite you, that you want the point spread updates, the sharp side, the square side, my opinion, what the TV situation is, everything that you want to know. Feel free to ask me. Oh my God, no more missed tackles. Arch Manning in the game still. Down to the 34, first down Texas, 9 minutes to go. Please hold them to a field goal somehow. Iowa State on 3rd and 2 throws a balloon pass inside the 40 to the tight end for a first down. 3:40 to go. Iowa State now in position to get maybe another first down and kick a field goal. That would be the wet dream way for both these coaches to win this game. Liberty ball to start the second half. They're at the 35. They lose a couple. Sorry, the 33 after an 8-yard gain. Now it's 3rd and 2 maybe. Gonna have to maybe do a reset on the TVs. Let's see what happens. Baylor ball down 2 touchdowns, 5 minutes and some change to go there. Inside here, looking at a couple things. Really, really odd spot. Late August, early September, you get severe weather sometimes, but to get it, Jacksonville, Alabama, sure, you expect that. But to get it in Amherst, Massachusetts, tornado warnings, not something that you would expect. UMass is playing Bryant today at home. Severe thunderstorm warnings in New Hampshire now. Vermont. Texas penalties are piling up. 1st and 25. Now that actually gives me a chance, hopefully, to get out of this drive. The sweat is real. Taking 37, and it's 38-7 in the 4th quarter. The sweat is real. Let's see. Central Michigan has lost control. Another stop by Pitt, and now they have the ball with 1:15 to go, clock moving at the 23, and they are still running their offense. Oh, it's a pass caught down to the 1-yard line. 1:03 to go. Is Pitt really going to try to score here? 1:02 left. They're in a hurry-up offense? What the hell is this? Oh, shit. This is a fascinating swing of events here. They're up 3 touchdowns, and the spread was 21, and they have it at the 1. And they bang it right in. Unbelievable turn of events here, as Pittsburgh has scored the last 3 touchdowns to get over the number against Central Michigan in a game that at one point they led 24-3 before halftime. And Jakiron Turner runs it in. And they threw that's the shit that I can't believe. They threw the ball with the backup quarterback on the play before that. So Pitt after the lead was cut to 21-7 late in the third, they scored a touchdown and 2 more in the fourth quarter after Central stopped on downs twice after long drives. So Central, in the third quarter, they had 1 punt, and then they got a long touchdown drive, and then 2 other drives. Their last 3 drives were 11, 10, and 12 plays, but only resulted in 7 points. Pitt scores touchdowns on their last 3 drives, 2 plays 48 yards, 4 plays 54 yards, and most importantly, to those who were involved with the point spread of being 21 or higher, 8 plays, 69 yards, and Pitt rams it in at the horn, basically. 45-17 with 45 seconds left to go. Surely those in Mount Pleasant and Chippewa colors can be none too pleased by the developments that happened to end this game. Shocking turn of events. Absolutely shocking. Penn State laying 39 did not get the money. I'm sorry, 42 did not get the money against Florida Internacional. I'm going to dock Nittany Lions a half point there for playing with their food. And I'll also give Florida International. I can't give them half anything. Their offense didn't do anything. I just, what it is. Baylor has scored a touchdown to cut their lead at SMU to 38-31 for the Skillet. 5:22 to go. Let's see if they can get a stop, get back in it. IU leads Kennesaw 56-9. Texas A&M now 37-14 over Utah State. So the Aggies got the first touchdown of the half, the visiting Aggies, before A&M has chimed in. Robinson for Baylor, 30 for 43, 373, and 3 touchdowns. Baylor's lost the ball in downs again 4 times today after losing it 3 times last week. That's been really the difference in that one. Northwestern State back to their dismal ways. Minnesota, I don't know what they laid. I mean, at 51, they won 66-0. I'll catch up on all those type of games later. Inside the 2-minute timeout, Conradi for Iowa State, number 97. What a great number for a kicker. 4th and 7. He's on the field to try to give Iowa State the lead again. We've got some issues with the box up here on one of these TVs. Give me a second. This thing is frozen. 54-yard kick for Iowa State. So they did nothing once they had first down at the 37. Snap down up. My feed went out. He made it. Wow. Jack Trice Stadium, the camera's shaking. Those in maroon, or whatever this color that Iowa State sports is, that's kind of like a, I don't know, what is that red? It's a dark, it's the Redskins, the Washington Redskins red. 16-13, Cyclones. He nutted it. I thought it was short for a minute. Like he didn't hit it very well. Yeah, that turn of events in the Central Michigan Pitt game has got me shook. I'm not even involved in it. I certainly am not going to give Pitt any credit for that touchdown. They did play well, but the score certainly doesn't flatter them. Not like that. Second and 10 for SMU. The clock is moving. There's a fine balance between trying to move the clock and trying to get your first downs and run your offense the way that you always do. (38-7). San Jose did get a stop. 6:54 to go. They keep throwing it, which drives me nuts when you're trying to, stay inside the number. At some point, call off the dogs and run the goddamn thing, huh? IU up 56-9. That's going to be the final score. They got backups in and they're running the ball against Kennesaw. Game goes comfortably over the total, and IU covers all numbers. This guy for San Jose State catches the ball and he runs backwards like 9 yards. It was a 15-yard catch, and he gets 6 because he kept running backwards when he caught it. UConn leads Syracuse 17-12. Those are the only updates of the scores. Everything's the same as is. Liberty, Jacksonville State, third quarter underway. It's still 17-10. Jacksonville State has forced a punt and have the ball now at their own 30. I'm gonna make a small adjustment up, even though I made Pitt a 23-point favorite in this game. That was not the right side. I'm gonna adjust Central up a little bit more. In a situation where it's not time just yet, but almost time to make some adjustments to these televisions, you're gonna have to give me a minute to take a brief break shortly, but not yet. Some other things we're sweating here. Jacksonville State big play. They're now down inside the red zone. It's going to be first and goal. And I really like their coach a lot. I mean, I really like that guy. UAB and Navy are fixing to start at 3:30, and that poses a conundrum for CBS College Sports. They've got this game tonight. They do not have Army tonight. They may have Air Force. I don't know what the schedule is. But usually they have those schools, and with this Liberty Jacksonville State game having the weather delay, that game's not going to be over in time. They're going to have to figure out what they want to do with the coverage. You know, one of them's going to have to go just to the internet only, I would guess. I don't think they would pull Liberty Jacksonville State based on the importance of it being a conference game, and Liberty has a nationwide alumni base and a lot of freaking money. I would think that they'll keep that one on. And wow, look at this. UConn blew it. UConn blew it. Syracuse right down the field. And I've paid far too little attention to this game. Ross Simmons, a 53-yard catch for Mangeli. That was a 7-play, 90-yard drive, 134. And that was at 5:41 left to cut the lead to 17-12. So Syracuse's drives the whole game before the last two: downs, punt, field goal, punt, field goal, missed. INT. So UConn had the ball at that point, and at the 10-10 mark, and they went 5 plays, 14 yards, punt. Syracuse took over at their own 10, 7 plays, 90 yards. UConn gets it back. 6 plays, 35 yards, punt. Syracuse at their own 20, so that was a touchback. 10 plays, 80 yards, 116, and Syracuse from the dead scores 2 touchdowns in this 48 seconds left. So 2 touchdowns in less than 5 minutes. And they take a 20-17 lead as the 2-point conversion is good. Angeli's pass to Gill. And so now UConn, who has led throughout, now has to come back from a 20-17 deficit. This game, Syracuse was laying 7 at kickoff. I made it 6.5 myself. The yardage, 438 to 358. Syracuse, important note, obviously 170 of those yards have come on the last 2 drives. And Jelly's been chucking it because they've been behind the whole time. He's 30 for 50, 394 pick and a touchdown. Syracuse only 44 yards on the ground. UConn a little bit more balanced, 215 and 143. Fagnano 20 of 31 headed into this one. 200 yards to go. UConn needs. They have all 3 timeouts and 48 seconds left. They need to get into Syracuse territory to have a chance to tie with a field goal. Having some issues with the boxes. Lots of the stuff is freezing. Not a good time for that with the games in the total sweat box here. Gronowski on 4th and 16 chucks it way downfield, incomplete. If there's no flags, that will do it. There are no flags, and the most likely outcome of all, heading into the day, I fell into the bear trap with the live play. Iowa State 16-3, 16-13 is going to be the final score. Texas has the ball, and it looks like backups are in the game now finally. Let's hope mercifully we get nothing to happen here. The clock is inside of 6 minutes. 38-7 would be a great final score. Jacksonville State is in. Cam Cook runs it home. And the Gamecocks have asserted themselves and taken control here. 23-10 point pending. Texas on 2nd and 15 runs it for about 13. They're out to the 44, 45. Big point spread sweat there in that one. Let's see. Everything has gone final that I mentioned earlier. Those 1, 2, 3, 4 first 5 games. No other scoring at this point that's happened since I talked to you last about anything else. I've tried to keep, anytime there's points scored anywhere, I try to make sure I let you know about it. Let's see if anything's moving line-wise. Kansas, Missouri total pretty much painted 51 now. There's some 50.5 out there. Can't wait for that. Kansas outright today against Mizzou. Pretty confident there. My favorite play. I made Kansas the favorite in that game. Utsa laying now 5. There are some 4.5 still against Texas State. Paul Stone on game 360. UTSA. Certainly have to trust what he thinks. He lives in that part of the country. And I made the game 3. Ed 3.5. Circa open 6. So there's some, obviously, some people that like the dog. I think Paul laid less than 4. I look forward to watching that game. It's in that 3:30 window. It's an ESPN Plus game. I'm going to have to get my TV situation in order to make sure that I don't miss that one. So Iowa starts 3-0 for the second season in a row, first time since 2011 and 2012. And Iowa State also wins for the first time in Ames at home against Iowa. Since 2011, they lost 6 in a row. There must have been a COVID game that got taken out or something. Math doesn't add up. All right, Texas 3:32 clock running. They're at the San Jose 42. It would sure be nice if Sarkisian takes it easy on me here and runs this clock out. Texas, there's too many guys in the huddle. 3:23 to go. Illegal substitution. Great. Moving back 5 and restart the clock. Okay. TV situation needs to be addressed immediately. I'm going to throw up the prices, the odds screens. I'm going to clear off everything for now. I'm going to scroll it down to where you guys can see the lines for these games that are about to start. The stuff in the red is moving currently. The stuff in the green and the yellow have been moving in the last few minutes. This is the prices of the games that are about to go. I'm going to mute myself. I'm going to get back in about 2 minutes. After I fix the TVs, you'll have a chance to look at what's going on as we stand in the games that are going to start in the next several minutes. Remember, a lot of these games, the book's taken down at 3:30 on the nose Eastern. So you have less than 1 minute now. The ones that are good and smart and pay attention and watch the TVs and know that the game's not starting at 3:30 exactly, you'll have them up and they'll have a chance to bet into them until maybe 3:40, 3:42, 3:45, whenever they kick. So, with all that being said, go ahead and keep an eye on that. Look and see what you see, what you like. If there's any questions, feel free to chat, as I say. UConn, 20-17 trailing Syracuse, 3rd and 1 at the 39. There's 12 seconds left. They do have still 2 timeouts. Forrest Gump said it best 30 years ago when they were throwing rocks at Jenny's house. Sometimes there are not enough rocks. In this case, for me, at this 3:30 window, sometimes there are not enough televisions. Syracuse and UConn, 20-all. They're going to go to Ott. Freeman's 41-yard field goal came with 1 second left. Jim Mora took no chances and went ahead and kicked the ball through the end zone. Syracuse takes a knee. Sawyer Robinson continues to fire away, and he has helped Baylor come from 2 touchdowns down to tie it against Smooth. He is now 33 of 49 for 425 and 4 touchdowns. If Baylor continues to play from deficits like this, he's going to put up astronomical numbers. And this is obviously a monster game with Baylor having lost last week. And really, if you want to talk about it, conferences trying to flex and see who's better and this, that, and the other, Baylor and Smooth, you got Baylor's going to be a team that you figure to have a chance to compete in their conference. And Smooth figures to be a chance to compete top 3 or so in the ACC. So 29 seconds left. Smooth has a chance to take it down and maybe kick a field goal and win the thing, which would obviously be interesting to all involved, with the fact that the point spread is really close to 3. So, and it'll be fair, at open 5 at Circa, but it's been hovering in that 3-ish range most of the week. Fresno and Oregon State 345 is what CW tells us. And it looks like the CBS College Sports Channel has planted their flag here and made the decision. They just put up an alert saying that they're going to move Liberty, Jacksonville State to the internet, and they're going to switch over to UAB and Navy when that game kicks. I vehemently disagree with the decision, but I'm not the one that gets paid the money to make those decisions, so it is what it is. 44-14, Texas A&M over Utah State. They just scored. That one, they're going to be hopefully getting it over with before too much longer. I would really like to see what's going on in, because Florida and South Florida kick off in, I guess there's time left, about 40, 45 minutes. Plenty of time. Liberty on the move, 3rd and 7. The quarterback gets out of trouble. He's running forever. He might score. Inside the 5. Let's hope they at least let us see this touchdown drive. Having some TV issues. Is it cloudy outside? What's happening? I thought that all the rain and systems and shit were supposed to move out of here. Illinois has completely annihilated Duke in the second. I'm sick about not having that. I had sat there and told you guys before halftime that was going to happen. It's one of those things where you see it. You know the Duke's lined up at the line of scrimmage playing well, but they made some mistakes. And Illinois sort of could grow into the game. And Bielema has done this before. He's done it before. That's what pisses me off so much about the whole thing. Ole Miss, Kentucky's not going to kick until 3:50 in Lexington. San Jose State and Texas is going to be a final, 38-7. Finally, off the schneid here. Very strong play. Absolutely the right side, and I'll be glad to get it to the barn. Go to 1-0 in the contest and win our first decent-sized bet of the day. The actual first graded bet was on Iowa State Live, minus 10.5, and that was a loser. Niumataloa's kids played hard and played, lots of guts. The first game in the 3:30 window kicked off in Cincinnati, Bowling Green and UC. I'll have to reset the kickoffs when those get going. The 12 o'clock window I thought had overwhelmed me a little bit, and that's nothing compared to what's going to happen here at 3:30. Heads has to be on a swivel the whole time, and I still have to make a couple of TV adjustments at some point as well. So we'll see how I figure out how to take control of the situation. There's a couple of games that haven't come on yet. A couple I haven't put in the right position. And UConn Syracuse, which is on an ACC extra channel, which means that there's nothing on behind it. I'll have to move that TV altogether to something else. Fourth and goal for Liberty, 1:24 to go. Mercifully, CBS has not changed the channel on us yet to UAB and Navy. There may be a small delay. I said 3:37, but I don't know if Navy has to start their game exactly at that time. Kansas and Mizzou are underway. And Kansas had the ball first on third down. They get stuffed. No bueno. That game is on ESPN2. I'll have to go through the kickoffs here shortly. We got a targeting penalty against Baylor, and that is no good for them. Rogers, the kicker for SMU, is ready to line something up here. There's 9 seconds left, and SMU has 2 timeouts left still. 1st and 10 at the Baylor 29. I'm going to trust, well, the feed's actually not bad there. This A&M game against Utah State's fascinating. It's sitting 44-14 on 30 with about 12:30 left. Remember, the spread in this game opened 27 at Circa. I made it 28, got bet all the way up to 34. Again, I don't know what Texas A&M is going to do from here on out. I would be surprised if they try to tack on too much with the trip to Notre Dame next week. Utah State is out of the shadow of their own end zone to the 36. Cincinnati is punting to Bowling Green. Cincinnati wearing white at home. It's going to take a little getting used to here. BG has traveled well. There's a lot of orange in the stands here. The Falcons were catching a number that I thought was absurd. Game opened 17 at Circa. I made it 16.5, and the game got bet all the way up to 22.5 and 23. Dog plus 23 out of principle is a play. Commonwealth Stadium in Lexington hosts the SEC game of the week. Last year, Ole Miss lost 3 games. One of them was to Kentucky at home. Some people could say they kept them out of the playoffs. We'll see what happens. It appears to be rainy. No, maybe not. We'll see. I didn't forecast rain when I looked at the weather earlier. Syracuse and UConn overtime. 2nd down. Orange men. That's another game that was a dead nut under, and it somehow has a chance to get there in overtime now. They've taken Liberty and Jacksonville State off the TV. I'll have to pull up the box and see what happens here. Evidently, they went to the review and overturned the targeting. So SMU now has 3rd and 5 at the Baylor 44. 5 seconds left. Syracuse scores a touchdown on their 3rd and 1 play in overtime. They go up 26-20 over UConn. Point pending, and now in a game that Syracuse had no business ever getting the money, they have a chance for it to at least fall 7. And it depends on where you shop for that. I don't think I ever saw anything less. I know Circa had 7.5 at one point. I know the game was as high as I said, Circa opened at 9. 4th and 1 on the Baylor 40 for SMU with 2 seconds left. Yardage there, 565 to 430 in favor of Baylor. Texas Tech beats Kent State 62-14, a remarkable score, given that the line was hovering in the 48 range really the whole time if you want to get down to it. These high point spread games, I've always talked to Ed Salmons about. We just don't know what to do. I mean, you certainly don't want to get caught like, okay, well, I made the game only 41, so I have to take 48. You know, that's not the way it works. Missouri's already in. I don't know what happened, but it's obviously all nothing but bad for me. There's already a flag on the field. I haven't seen anything. I know that the bad guys got the ball first. Corner blitz. And there's nobody there. Oh, the corner, after blitzing, missed the tackle. It should have been like a 3-yard gain. Yeah, there were some 6.5. It looks like Kelly's crying about having plus 6.5. Okay, so let's see how that plays itself out. It did actually get inside of 7. Navy against UAB will be a fascinating game. The UAB was life and death with Alabama State last week. They had to get a couple of controversial calls and a big kick return to win 55-45. Missouri's extra point is blocked. Let's see if Kansas can run it back. Oh man, they had some monster come back and make a tackle. Who is that? Number 12? What a great play by him. All right, so 6 nothing Missouri over Kansas, and Navy is taking it down. 3rd and goal. I think they've powered it in against UAB. There's a flag. 12:36 on the clock. Let's see what the call is. Touchdown on the field. Bowling Green is taking it into Cincinnati territory. Smooth from 57. For the win. I don't know what happened. I'm watching on the CW delayed feed. I should probably put it up on the live. Just say the hell with this Oregon game. I think that's what's on. Yeah, they've already scored a touchdown against Oklahoma State. No good. Overtime. I'm going to do that. I'm going to make another TV adjustment here right quick. I'm going to fire up. I'm going to make myself a sweet tea. And let's see. I'll hit the reset button as we get ready for these games here now. Quick scores in these games early. Missouri 6-0 over Kansas. Navy 7-0 over UAB. Troy State has scored at Clemson. They lead 7-0 there. That game is on the ACC network. I don't have enough TVs. I'm going to have to find space for one here. Bowling Green Cincinnati, nothing yet. Oregon 7-0, 40 seconds in. Texas State 2-0 over Utz. I don't know what happened there. I'll have to find space. I was going to put that on, and it wasn't working on the feed I was looking for earlier. And Delaware, Colorado underway in Boulder. No score, 3.5 minutes in. Fresno State, Oregon State, nothing yet, and Kentucky, Mississippi, nothing. Those games start in a few minutes. Miami, Ohio, and Rutgers has been delayed by lightning till 4:30. So once that storm moves out of Piscataway, they should be good to go. Game 354, Rutgers, and a delay until 4:30. That game is on the Peacock channel, and I strongly urge you to mute it because Phil Simms is on the call. Bowling Green from 54 up, and not even close. 8:25 to go. Cincinnati takes over at the 44, I guess. Back in just a moment. Let me make some adjustments to my media setup. did make my iced tea and left it over there, but that's okay. I'm working on making some pizza as well. The special last night at the grocery for a good old flatbed, mozzarella flatbed. I threw some bacon in the air fryer to kick it up a notch. So once we get through these 4 o'clock kicks, I'll chart the coin tosses and I'll grab some food here. UAB has come right back down the field against the Naval Academy. On 3rd and 3, they threw a slant. The Navy safety fell down. It's going to be a touchdown. So Alabama Birmingham, big underdog in Annapolis, catching 20.5-21, but they have scored 9:41 in. It looks to me like this might be another game where they just go flying over. I don't know the total. Can you make a UAB total high enough? It seems like defense is certainly optional there. I am here. Chat me if you want to talk about anything. I got TVs fixed for now. Looks like Ole Miss and Kentucky are underway. It's 3rd and 6 for the Rebs. They're at their own 43. Plenty of time. It breaks down. They got him. At the line of scrimmage, UK will force a punt. Baylor scored first in the overtime at SMU. SMU has retaliated, and they're kicking the extra point. Second overtime is in play. SMU's chances to cover also is still in play. Every number if they score a touchdown on the next drive. Those who took UConn at less than +7, condolences. Everything conspired against you to beat you when you're up by 2 touchdowns with 5 minutes to go. It's a tough one. Ole Miss punts. UK fields it at the 20. There's a muff, but he's interfered with. There's surely going to be a flag on that. He recovers it, but it's going to be UK ball at their own 35 after the penalty. So, good start for the Cats, a 10-point dog. They closed actually as low as 8. There was really good money for Kentucky late in the week. The game got as high as 10. There was actually good money twice. They took all the 10 out, and then there were people that took the 8.5 and 9 out yesterday and this morning. Interference on Ole Miss. I also think that the lack of resistance from Georgia State last week will hurt Ole Miss. They scored 70-something. UK, meanwhile, was in a battle against Toledo. Toledo is miles better than Georgia State. So I think preparation-wise, UK can't ask for much more to be in a position to be challenged, I guess is what the right word is. In their opener, the other team clearly saw nothing. I don't want to even see how bad Georgia State. Who do they got? They're in a game today where I thought, let me see who they lose to. I feel like there's a situation where they might get totally run off the field. Oh yeah, Memphis State. Chuck Edelay. There's sharp money all over Memphis State minus 13-ish against Georgia State. I could see it. I'm really not impressed with anything that I saw from Georgia. Plus, they quit last week. Quitting is. Once you start getting beat, it's like, come on. And then when you quit. So to update you with my TV situation now, I've got ACC channel. Troy and Clemson are now on a delay. I guess I have to fix it again. SEC channel, which will be Utah State, A&M changing into South Florida, Florida. I've got FS1, that's Middle Tennessee, Wisconsin. That could be transferred out at some point. Bowling Green, Cincinnati, the Bearcats are up 7-0 on a long touchdown pass. 5:25 to go in the first. ESPNU, which will be Ohio U and West Virginia from Athens. Should be a hell of a game. The CBS College channel, which is UAB Navy, which if you're drinking after every score, you're going to be hammered on shots or whatever. Let's see. Kansas and Missouri, the Jayhawks have answered with the touchdown. They lead 7-6 in Columbia, middle of the first quarter. Start of the second overtime in Dallas, and SMU gets the ball first in the second overtime. And Kentucky and Ole Miss, 3rd and 9. The Cats are throwing the ball, and they're throwing it incomplete. There is a flag on Ole Miss for pass interference. The Cats will have first down out near midfield. Those are the games I got on TV. Elsewhere, where I'm not watching, let's do the deduction. Liberty, Jacksonville State are in the fourth quarter, 11.5 to go. 24-17, the game. CBS College has taken that one off. You can watch it on the stream if you want and let me know how it's going. Otherwise, we'll just have to play it by ear and guess and see. North Texas and Western Michigan are underway. That game is late in the first quarter, according to the box. No score. I'll have to see what's going on there. Fresno leads at Oregon State 7-0. That game, Oregon State closed a very small favorite. After what I saw last week, I don't understand, but I don't know how much I need to adjust Fresno either. Jeff Whitelaw, who I respect greatly, doesn't get involved in a whole lot of college. He has Fresno +2 in this game. They lead 7-0 at 11:43. I do actually have that on TV, but it's not on yet because of the Baylor SMU overtime. It's a CW game. Troy State 7-0 over Clemson, as I told you. 10:43 and a weather delay. Nothing there. Miami, Ohio, Rutgers supposed to start at 3:30. There's weather there. It doesn't start till 4:30. That game is on Peacock. Oregon leads Oklahoma State 13-0, and that one might get really ugly. There's a battle between the words of the coaches. Oklahoma State's coach was crying about Oregon's budget, and he said, whatever, you got to go out and play the game anyway. So it's the game close 28 or 29. I really don't know how long they're going to let Mike Gundy coach. He's getting close to 60 years old, and Oklahoma State was absolutely non-competitive last year in the league, and it got worse. And nobody, I think the Big 12, everybody agrees it's a wide-open league with the exception of one thing, and that's Oklahoma State to finish in the cellar. Nobody, how could you possibly envision catching more than 4 touchdowns to anybody at this point, man? It's the program that far out of disrepair. And so far, it looks like it's even worse. I tapped out on that game. It's on CBS if you guys want to sweat it. Good luck to you. And Texas State and Utz, I also do not have on TV. It's 2-0 is what the scoreboard tells me. I don't know. I'm not watching it. I may have to try to get it on one of the side TVs here shortly. And Delaware, Colorado, 7-0 Buffs. That game is on Big Fox. 3:14 to go in the first. With all that said, shortly here, I'm going to reposition those things and grab my iced tea. Utah State has scored and converted the 2-point conversion against A&M, a very important score for some. 44-22 now. Game over all numbers, and they are going to cover every number now, barring an act of God here. The scoreboard screen is telling me fake news. They got Kansas up 14-0. I can assure you that's not the score. Okay, so Baylor stops SMU, and now they have the ball with a chance to win it here in the second overtime. I don't know what happened. Apologies in advance here. All right, let's see. I'm going to make it one TV adjustment, grab my iced tea, and throw this pizza in the oven. It's flatbed. Good luck to me. What's happening in Lexington? Jacksonville State has scored to make it 31-17 over Liberty. They're looking good. They're a 6-point underdog, handling their business. I'm going to have to look at the box and after that one's over to make my adjustments because I just, with no visual, I don't know what's happening. UK punt, so Ole Miss gets it at the 35. 11 minutes to go. Be right back. I just sat there and told you guys I needed to watch one of these games, and now I forgot which one it is. ADD sucks. Liberty has scored to cut the Jacksonville State lead to 31-24. 7:16 left. No visual on that one because CBS Sports, in its infinite wisdom, has decided to pull that and put the Navy game on. And I guess there's more people that care about Navy than Liberty. Learn something new every day. Kansas, 14-6 over Missouri. Excellent retort by my Jayhawks after the slow start. 3rd and 13 for Mizzou. Quarterback rolls out, throws it away. Punt it, bitches, punt it. Run them out the field. Let's go, Kansas. Come on. We make statements here. We do things. No respect for the team that's going to win that conference. We'll see you in the playoffs. Let's go. Let's see. Baylor with a chance to win it. Let's see. What was that? Oh, yeah, Texas State and Utz I wanted to see. What channel? That's an ESPN Plus game, right? Yeah, I do want to see that. That's a game there's two-way interest. Paul Stone I respect a lot, but I really do like Texas State in this game. I love their coach. Bowling Green, Cincinnati I still have. I have North Texas, Western Michigan now. I've got Middle Tennessee and Wisconsin on TV, but I'm going to be really quick to pull the plug on that one if things start to go awry. Wisconsin's offense had its struggles last week. Let's see what happens today. A little bit of extra prep time. The ball is on the tee in Athens, and West Virginia is going to kick off to Ohio U. I can write that down. That is game number, oh boy, we're on the second page here. Game number 366. Middle Tennessee, Wisconsin. The Blue Raiders are also going to kick. So the 4 o'clock games, of which there are only 2, are now both gone as well. So we've reached almost peak intensity here with some 3 o'clock games still going. No, they're all over except for Liberty, Jacksonville State. The noon games, sorry, Eastern. Kansas ball at their own 47. Lance Leopold, who is one of the best coaches in football at any level. 4:46 to go. New drive. How about another quick touchdown here, Jayhawks? Ohio will start with Navarro under center against West Virginia. West Virginia, again, has Pitt up next week. Clearly, they'd like to handle their business today, but with the point spread being as low as it is, they're probably going to be in for a dogfight. I still would rather have West Virginia gun to my head, but my point spread, my personal power rating is only 2, so it does not agree with me. Illinois has beaten Duke 45-19. That's one of the earlier finals. And Baylor does kick a field goal to win outright at SMU to come from 14 down. 48-45 Baylor. And the entirety of the Big 12 is happy about that one. Kentucky, a monster play here. Screen. It's going to come back. There are multiple flags on the play. I think both of them are against the Cats. Navy has scored 12 plays, 46 yards, 6+ minutes. It's going to happen soon. Oh, they're actually throwing the ball. And on first down, they get another first down, so that's how it's going to happen. It's going to be like a 14 or 15 play drive. I see 3:06, and it's going to be 14-7 Navy. 3:06 to go. Oregon State has scored at home against Fresno. It's now 7-6, 4:48 to go in the first. And no other scoring to this point from what I've given you in the last couple minutes. Got to check a couple things here, and then I'll be back to this. Excuse my silence. I will not mute it. If I see something worth chat, if you see something worth chat me, and I'll get back to it. This Kansas offense is my favorite thing of all time. Just up and down the field. Ram it right in here. Show no mercy. Run it up. Leave no doubt. Leave no doubt. In. Oh, bullshit. This guy's sauntering line judge. Okay, now we go. All right, now come on. How can they both spot that short? The review would show that he cleared it. Come on, man. Be better. All right, Henshaw, give it back to him. Guy's an animal. West Virginia forced a punt. Ohio U fields it at the 2, it looks like. So they'll start from inside their own 5. Lots of Bobcat fans shaking their heads there. West Virginia with 2 back-to-back weeks of interesting rivalry games. They go to Athens today, and then they host Pitt next week. Okay, touchdown. Now we're talking. Jalen Daniels. Give it to him, baby. Let's go. Guy's been there for 13 years. All right. For those of you interested in tennis, I am not. Just a PSA here. That women's finals is on ESPN between Sabalenka and Anisimova. They'll probably start that fairly soon. Sabalenka favored between 160 and as high as 170-ish, give or take. Come back, I see plus 154 Pinnacle, plus 40 to 45 elsewhere. Tomorrow's final, Sinner against Alcaraz. Those two are animals. Djokovic couldn't get by either one of them this year in any of the semis of majors. Sinner is a very slight favorite, between 125, 130, 135 over Alcaraz. That'll start a little after 2 tomorrow, also on ESPN, right in the middle of the refs. I wish they used to start that match at like 4:05 when CBS had the coverage, or 4:30. Yeah, 4:30 after the NFL early window during week 1, and CBS would have no late games that day, so it would be all Fox with that window, and the CBS would show the tennis. Now that ESPN has it, there's no issues anymore with any of that. Center, again, the slight favorite, 2:05 window. I wish they started it later. I actually would have it on one of the TVs if it was later. Earlier, I don't have room for it. Let's see. Back to the foots. I'm going to have to get the coin tosses up to speed here before the halftimes. You'll have to bear with me. Western Michigan has a long play, and they scored a touchdown. They're up 7-0 against North Texas early in the second quarter. Kansas is up 21-6 against Missouri. After a horrible start, they have asserted control. Let's check in on things from Jacksonville State. Liberty holding? Liberty, I don't know what this is. Was it they kicked a field goal? So 7 plays, 58 yards. They settled for a 24-yard field goal. 4:08 left, and they now lead it 34-24 as an underdog against Liberty. Liberty has the ball. Jacksonville State, a very clean game. 4 touchdowns, 2 field goals, and 4 punts. No turnovers, obviously. Liberty, 1 stoppage of downs, and also 2 turnovers, a pick and a lost fumble. That's played a big part. Ole Miss has the ball against Kentucky, 7:41 to go. Not much doing on offense in that game to this point. Texas A&M has beaten Utah State 44-22. Kickoff from South Florida and the University of Florida in Gainesville will come very shortly on that same channel, the SEC network. No score in Athens. West Virginia, Ohio U. Middle Tennessee State against Wisconsin has gotten a stop, and they have the ball, and they're moving out in their midfield. This will be interesting. Middle Tennessee State lost by 20. I believe it was 34-14 last week to Austin Peay. That was one of the few schools maybe the only school last week that lost as a 1A against a 1AA. So certainly by losing last week, they're not going to be a favorite in any of their other games. I shouldn't say that. Their biggest role as a favorite all year was in that game. They won't be favored by more than anybody else. So they can't beat them in theory. Who are they going to beat? That said, against Wisconsin, they're out past midfield. So what do I know? Kansas 21-6, 2:13 to go in the first. They're kicking off again. Here come the Gators. Another sunny, sensational day in Gainesville, South Florida. A little bit of extra rest time after their big win against Boise State last Thursday afternoon, early evening. Here come the Bulls. Not quite a full house in Gainesville. There is some green in there. Dave Neal and Fozzie Whitaker on the call. Ole Miss Pickaroo! I don't think the guy even saw this guy for Kentucky. 40, 35, 30. Kentucky takes over. Excellent. Let's go, Cats. Come on. Fresno State is out past midfield against Oregon State. That game is late in the first quarter. We missed a few plays there because of the other game going to double overtime, the first game in Dallas. Cincinnati has chimed in for a second touchdown. 13-17 to go. Quarterback throws for a second of the day. They lead Bowling Green. Ohio U, nice drive so far to get out to the 29. They have first down. They were in the shadow of their own goalpost when this drive started. And Middle Tennessee State on the move. Quarterback 2 for 2 for 24 yards. Now they're running it. They are inside the Wisconsin, at the Wisconsin 42nd and 9. This is going to give me a chance. It looks like I got a clock up here that's about to go off. I'm doing a good job of keeping an eye out for my pizza. What do I need to do TV-wise? Am I making any changes? I was waiting for Wisconsin to be up 14-0 so I could turn that shit off. Unfortunately, it seems like I'm stuck with it for a while. The Navy game, I'm kind of stuck too. 14-7 at the end of one. All right, I'm going to have to get this pizza situation figured out, and the coin toss is the other thing that needs to be corralled. So much stuff's happening here. It makes it real tough to keep up. Kentucky now, after a 9-yard carry, is in the red zone. No, they're at the 23. I have fast feeds for you to know are on the CW and SEC, or on ABC. So I'll be ahead of you on Kentucky, Ole Miss, and on Fresno, Oregon State. And I'll be behind you everywhere else because of the streaming situation where I have a delay. The box scores are my only, my saving grace there. Pizza might be ready. We'll see soon. Oh, they're taking a shot, and he's got it. Man coverage down inside the 5. And Middle Tennessee making early noise. Oh, damn it. It should have been a pick for Kansas. You got to be. Oh, and there's a flag. Horse shit. What do they call it? I mean, come on. Nothing to do with the play. All right. First thing, the refs are going to try to get involved in this game. First and goal for Middle Tennessee. They pounded up the middle. It was a read. The quarterback could have kept it. It may have been a chance to score. Second and goal. Stoops is wanting a flag for Kentucky on the pass over the middle inside the 5. No call. Florida is going to kick to South Florida. I'll get the coin toss later on. North Texas is now on the move against Western. And busting coverage now. So they're They're going super warp speed. That's their offense when they get going. First down for North Texas at the Western 23, 12:41 to go. Motion left for Kentucky shotgun. Going to give it to the back. He has to go a lot backwards before he can go forwards, but he does get positive yardage. I don't know if he got all the way to the first down or not. That's law. He is fast. Underway in Gainesville. That leaves in the 4:15 window only Miami-O and Rutgers, which was the 3:30 kick delayed by weather. UAB lofting touchdown passes over the Navy defense on 4th and 3, and it's tied up. Early second quarter, UAB's offense is clearly willing and equipped to fire shots to stick in it with Navy. 3rd and 2 Cats, they run it. It's going to be good enough for a first down off a left tackle. Looks like Middle Tennessee. Incomplete pass on to the end zone and one-on-one coverage. It's going to end up being 4th and goal from about the 3. They're probably going to kick. This is from the right hash, so a little bit of work to do from there. Oh, might be a fake. No. They're just going to take a delay game. They're so close to the end zone. I don't blame them for this. What's happening here? Fresno threw a pick. Oregon State caught it. They're going to run out of the end zone. Oh, my God. He might go. All the way out to the 43. So this is a good call by Derek Mason. They were so far, so close to the goal. Those kicks from the hash inside the 5. I mean, the kicker has to go more diagonal than he does. I mean, the angle sucks. I mean, if I'm Wisconsin, I actually decline it. They did take it. So it's a 27-yarder instead of a 22-yarder with a little bit better angle. Snap down up. Got it. He would have made it anyways. So Middle Tennessee takes a 3-0 lead over Wisconsin. Not sure I thought I was going to hear myself saying those words today. 4:13 left in the first. Wisconsin a 28-29 point favorite, depending on where you shop. Be back to that one in a bit. Colorado 10-0 over Delaware. 12 minutes to go. Texas State 9-0 over UTSA. 11:42 to go in the second. Oregon 20-0. 3:14 to go in the first. Cincinnati 14-0 over Bowling Green, as I told you, and UAB just tied Navy 14-all. All their scores are, as I mentioned earlier. Kansas 21 over Missouri is the good score for me. Early, end of one in Columbia. I'll be back in just a second. Grab the pie and maybe make one change to the TV. Touchdown, Kentucky! Zach Calzada. Good job by the Cats offensive line. They're really doing some work when they run the ball to the left. Don't know whether that's by design or whether they've honed in on whether Ole Miss might be a little weaker or whether that's just the side that they're stronger on. North Texas scored at Kalamazoo against Western Michigan, 7-6 point pending there. Kentucky scored, puts them on the board, and now we've got a big play for West Virginia into Ohio territory. 3:50 to go, clock moving there. Be right back. You'll see me in just a second. I'm going to try to grab some quick food. What'll be great, I'm hoping next week at this time I'll be able to put a message up and say, you know, sorry, be right back, or eating or something. I'm working with somebody professional to get that set up, so forgive the amateur hour for one more week. Oh, touchdown West Virginia. That's White. And they're going to lead the Bobcats 3:22, 6-0 point pending. So 2 big plays in a row, and the visitors in Athens lead 6-0 now. Just a quick read option. Looks like about a zone read for about 35. So 2 big plays. Yep, that'll be at 7-0 West Virginia. Got a weather delay in Annapolis. There's a thunderstorm skirting the Naval Academy, close enough for a lightning delay. Ole Miss is trying to chuck it around. The Cats secondary's having none of it. Great start. Really, the only thing better if they could have gotten another field goal off the last interception. Missouri has scored another touchdown. Then they Kansas bad snap rolling around. Actually could have been a disaster. Could have been first and goal. Mizzou, he didn't get it, so Kansas eventually covers up the lineman when it rolls into the end zone for a safety. So now it's 21-15 Kansas. Missouri has the ball back. I converted a touchdown on 4th and goal at the 3. I'm not sure if you saw me get emotional up there a minute ago. Thought they had him stopped. Ole Miss is 4th and 1 out their own 45. They're going to go for it almost for sure. Florida, only 2 of 5 on field goals last week. This one's from 29, 30, yeah, 28. Snap down up, good. 3-0 Florida, 5:41 against, and 5:39 left in the first against South Florida. Western Michigan scored again against North Texas. Another nice drive. 14-7. They lead 5 minutes to go in the first. Rutgers and Miami O are underway in Piscataway. 7-0 Rutgers. 7.5 to go in the first. That will require a TV adjustment for me shortly. Ole Miss, big play on 4th and 1. Long pass. Sack up. Wow. Simmons chucks it down inside the 5. Everybody's sprinting to get back now. He runs a draw, and he is stacked up, but second effort gets him in. Ole Miss cuts it to 10-6, point pending. Fresno, 5 plays, 72 yards, 238 at Oregon State. They regain the lead, and it's now 14-12 after the extra point is good. Great execution by Ole Miss. Stop there. Kentucky would have got it up 10-0 in midfield. Kudos to them. Points good for Ole Miss. 10-7 Cats. I'm here. Chat me if you need me. Sorry about this. Just, like I said, I'm around, but I'm working. Lots of first halves to keep an eye on. Obviously not doing anything live or recommending anything live. Not many of you here. Trying to get myself to develop some good habits. Easier said than done with all these games. Middle Tennessee leads Wisconsin 3-0 at the end of 1. Somewhat of a head scratcher. They've already got 117 yards of offense, averaging almost 8 yards a play in Madison. North Texas is quarterback on 3rd and 10 from his own dick line, rolls out back of the end zone. The umpire's right on top of the play. He somehow does not step out of the end zone for a safety and rifles a completion out to the 20. First down, North Texas. Big play there. If they end up getting anything out of this drive, a little bit less than 5 minutes to go before halftime, that's going to be a monster play. It looked like it was a safety from this angle. I couldn't see it, obviously, from TV. It's just a side angle, but it was very close. Now they're going to show the replay. Man, it was the ref. He was right on top of it, too. That's a big-time throw by the North Texas quarterback. And so now instead of 16-7 in Western ball, it's 14-7, and Northern has some breathing room. Just a coverage bust by Kentucky. They took everything away that was underneath, and they basically forced the Ole Miss guy to throw it downfield. Give him credit. He made a play. This Calzada for Kentucky, he fucking walks a tightrope every time he drops back. I get nervous. It's brutal. Middle Tennessee has it punting from midfield again. They still lead Wisconsin 3-0. Punt is down at the 1. No, into the end zone first. Close. Mizzou is in no man's land. 4th and 10. Too far for a field goal, too close to punt, so they think. Okay, let's see. South Florida down 3-0 against Florida. I thought they completed a pass. The Florida guy made a nice play. Oregon State on the move down 14-12. Kentucky, that way they tried to overturn this. It looked like a catch to me. They called it incomplete. Okay, so after all that shit, it's 3rd and 5 now. Over the middle to the tight end, incomplete. Calzada sucks. I just mentioned 3 minutes ago. That's how long it took to do that replay. That every time he drops back, I feel like I have to hold my breath. Hey. Cox wins the 6 today, the first stakes at Tucky Downs. Sorry for being quiet here. I'm super busy with a lot of stuff. I am here if you want to chat with me or talk to me. Miami O has scored at Rutgers. Deshaunte Jones tied it up at 7 in Piscataway. That's their first points of the season. They were shut out. Quite frankly, they could still be playing that game. They probably wouldn't have scored. Makes it all the more confusing how Middle Tennessee's up and down the field here. Let's see if this is a scheduling spot for Wisconsin that I missed. I think it might be. Yeah, they got Bama next week. I knew it. Miami on a Thursday, Middle Tennessee at home, and then Bama. Clear look-ahead spot for Wisconsin. But hey, at some point, you got to get your head out of your ass. I mean, you're getting beat by Middle Tennessee at home. Offense has done not much. I'll have to look at the box there before I make any sort of determinations about anything important. How did Ole Miss get the ball back here already? What happened? Turnover? Fucking Kentucky, man. Jesus Christ. No, this is a 3 and out. Oh, that's right. That was the 3 and out. They overturned that catch at midfield. Ole Miss 3rd and 4 now in the red zone. Wisconsin now big play. They're inside the 5, 1st and goal. Quarterback draw. Kentucky had no answer. You're going to run it in for a touchdown. If not, very close. Yeah, they're going to give it to him. Good call by Ole Miss. Cats now teetering. Things have gotten away these last 2 drives. Simmons, clearly a big talent. I can't tell if he's down or not. It's really close. If not, it's going to be inside the 1. North Texas and Western Michigan are going to be the first game to go to halftime. That will happen soon. Colorado was scored. They lead Delaware 17-7. That one's also very close to halftime. I don't have any eyes on that. I don't know enough about Delaware to get involved. My pregame price in that game, Colorado 25. Closing line, Colorado 23.5 or 24, depending on where you shop. Total 49.5 or 50. And it basically has played out exactly to Hoyle from what I expected. Lots of games getting inside the 2-minute warning. There'll be some games going to half shortly. I probably won't have a lot for you. I'm doing the best I can to keep my eyes on them, but not easy. Cincinnati Bowling Green 21-3 at the half. That's the first one to go in. Colorado Delaware also 17-7 at the half, and Ole Miss has scored. Damian Taylor. They take the lead in Lexington, 8:24 to go before halftime. 8 plays, 70 yards, 249. Bad guys 13, Cats 10. Missouri is going to line up for a field goal down 21-15. That's late in the second quarter. They also get the ball at halftime. Really beating Kansas pretty good outside of there's a real small stretch in the game where Kansas scored and then got a defensive touchdown and then short field to score another touchdown. It all happened very quickly. Yardage-wise, Missouri's been the better team. Let's hope that Kansas, much like Illinois, can take advantage of the situations to have built this lead and then expand on it in the second half. We'll see. Kalamazoo, we have halftime as well. North Texas trails Western Michigan 17-7 at the break. North Texas was as much as a 12 or 13 point favorite in this game, so somewhat shocking developments. Circa opened at 7. I made it 10. and all the money was for North Texas. So I like Western Michigan's team. They were obviously very lucky to get in the back door last week, and I docked them a lot at Michigan State. I still think Western Michigan was my sort of long shot pick to win the MAC. I was discussing this with Ed when we were going over my numbers back about a month ago. I went into the Westgate and we had a chat. Western, he's got 25 to 1 to win the MAC, and those were my two longest shots to win a conference. Were Western at 25 to 1 and Kansas at 18 to 1 according to his prices. They had 16. I think Circa might have had 18, but they were the eighth choice in the Big 12, and in the MAC, where there are now 13 teams. I don't know, why did they leave one of them? Why did they leave one of them off? Oh, they left Akron out. I wonder why. But anyways, guys, they were the 7th choice in the MAC. Yeah, 8th choice in the MAC. So yeah, I mean, obviously those guys didn't think too high of them, but I personally thought they'd be better. And so far today, this is a good result. They were not impressive against Michigan State, which makes me think, is Michigan State better than I assumed? I don't know. Western Michigan 17-7, and it's nothing accidental about this. They've outgained them 217 to 101. North Texas has one drive for 8 for 68 yards and a touchdown. The other 4 have all resulted in punts. Western's 2 touchdowns were 9 for 61, 5 for 64. The last one was 10 for 30 before it petered out and they ran out of time, kicking a field goal from 40 to cap off that drive. And they lead North Texas 17 to 7. North Texas also won the toss and took the ball. So Western gets it first at halftime. I would venture to say if they make a line that involves North Texas laying anything over a touchdown, around a touchdown, you got to take Western Michigan. I just, from what like I said, I watched watched a lot of the second quarter of that game actually. Mestamaker made a really nice throw that I told you about from the back of his end zone, but he's still only 6 for 13. Western Michigan's played. Well, they did this against Michigan State as well. They still haven't figured out who their quarterback is yet. They played 2 different guys in the first half. I'm going to make sure that that's not an injury-related thing, but I don't have to. I mean, the bottom line is there's no difference from the two from what I saw last week. 217 to 101. As I said, Western Michigan converted their only fourth down. There is no turnovers in the game. Let's move on. Oregon State leads Fresno 15 to 14 at the 2-minute warning. That game is predictably tight. Time to go to the bullpen for some candy here before this half. We'll pick me up, pick it up a couple notches. Oh, wow. Oregon State forces another Fresno punt and they get it back. Lane Kiffin recruits a lot of talent, but Ole Miss makes some dumb plays. Dramatica from 38 for South Florida. They are tied at 3 with Florida. That's early in the second quarter. Ohio U. They're basically the thick line. Calzada throws one 9 miles over everybody's head. Missouri 21-18, big play. They're now trying to get into field goal range again before halftime. Trends are all wrong in that game. Mizzou out of timeouts. Incomplete, 13 seconds left. They have it near midfield. There are 3 games at the half. A fourth one just went in. I'm going to be giving halftime lines to you in just a second and my thoughts. Bear with me. Lots going on here. Rutgers is taking the lead 10-7 over Miami O. 12:30 to go in the second quarter. 16 plays, 54 yards, 737. I give Miami O's defense a lot of credit. They did the same shit last week. A lot of bending and not breaking. Something to be said for that. Nine seconds to go for Missouri. They still trail by 3 despite pretty much dominating all but about 4 minutes of this half. UK is now into the red zone against Ole Miss. 5:25 to go for the half. Ole Miss 196-93 over the Cats yards wise. UK has forced 2 interceptions from Simmons. That's why they're only down 14-10. They also do get the ball first out of the half. Oh my God, what happened here? Monster play for Missouri. How did that play take 6 seconds? That's fucking impossible. So now they got first and goal at the 2, and they say 3 seconds are left. That's mathematically impossible. That play can't. 6 seconds to run 50 yards. I mean, there's no way. The Kansas coach is rightly irate. What are they fucking doing? I mean, the safeties, I mean, there's no, in no world can that happen. The safety drops out, he comes back, he misses a tackle at the 30, and they get it all the way down to the 2. Kentucky settles for a fucking field goal. 14-13 Ole Miss, 4:31 to go before halftime. Touchdown Fresno. There is a flag, 45 seconds to go. Ohio U scored against West Virginia. They lead 10-7 with 2:36 before halftime. Florida's in, 9:49 to go in the second quarter. 9-3 point pending Florida. Missouri decides to change their mind and kick a field goal. That at least takes some of the blame off the safety. It would have been a 47-yarder instead of a chip shot. 21-all at the half in Columbia. Most combined points since 2001. Remember, the game has not been played since 2011. What was that? A fumble or a punt? I guess it was a bad punt. Miss Fresno. Missed the play. 20-15, 45 seconds to go before the half. Arkansas leads Arkansas State 7-0. That game is in Little Rock. This is the first time those two schools have played in history. Story behind that, Frank Broyles, who used to coach at Arkansas back in the 70s and before, I think, was the athletic director forever after that. He never wanted any of the Arkansas to play any of the in-state schools. Central Arkansas, Arkansas State, I don't know, Pine Bluff, any of those schools were just totally off limits because they wanted all the Arkansas people from all the schools to funnel their money and efforts into Arkansas, into the University of Arkansas, Fayetteville. So there it is. Okay, so the bad punt was returned by a touchdown. That's what that was. So 20-15, and they went for two and did not get it. So Fresno, touchdown, field goal, touchdown, no good convert. No, touchdown, and then no conversion. Okay, so 20-15. All right, it's a mess. I'll figure it out. Yardage in that game, about the same. Drive charts, let me look. Touchdown, and then that's the punt return for a touchdown. Oregon State, 2 touchdowns and a field goal, and 2 punts. Offenses have done well both ways. There's good balance both ways. Both teams have almost 100. Both teams have at least 98 yards rushing and passing. So, entertaining game for sure. Fresno 20-15, and they were great in the second half last week. Let's not forget that against Georgia Southern. Oregon State gets the ball first. JBW took, that's Whitelaw, took +2 with Fresno, and so far I think I like his side. About to get into some halftime lines. I promised you I was going to do it earlier, and I haven't done it yet. Let's go ahead, as we're getting, there's 4 of them now. None of them are out yet, I don't think. Yeah, okay, let's get the first ones, and then we'll clear this off and go from there. So Bowling Green, Cincinnati, 21-3 at the half. That one's going to go out pretty soon. Cincinnati laying 10, total 21, nothing to it. Western Miss 17-7 over North Texas, and that's I need to bet this. This is the one. There's a 7.5 out there on North Texas. That is wrong. And there's also 7s, so yeah, we're going to take 7.5. That game's got halfway through the halftime. Yeah, Western Michigan second half. 7 even money is out there. That's also bettable. Anything 7 minus 0.5, or that's the worst available. 7 minus 0.5 or anything better than that. 348 Western Michigan. I'm waiting to hear back. Second half, that's game 348. That's 2 units medium on Western Mich. did actually get some of that 7.5 that the South Point had out there. 7 even is available at multiple places. I would say get that. We got the rest of it there. So medium play, second half, Western Mich, and it is in the chat. Next, let's see, Kansas, Missouri, 21 all at the half. I can't argue with what they're doing to this game. It's a big move on Missouri at halftime. The only argument against it would be that Kansas has gotten manhandled and they're still tied. And again, I've seen this happen so many times in these stupid games where, you know, you're getting beat up and somehow you're still in the game and you're tied. Missouri gets the ball first. That touchdown on the last drive was a joke. A lot of window dressing with the yards. The last 2 drives, Kansas only ran 3 plays total. Actually, in the second quarter, they only ran 4 plays total. Missouri had the ball the entire rest of the second quarter. So the time of possession is going to be laughable. Yeah, 21-49 to 8-11. I'm hoping that my defense doesn't tire out here. The 2 Missouri drives to end the half were 17 plays and 4 plays for, yeah, I mean, this is a joke. Look at this. The end of the first, starting at the 2:13, Kansas had the ball for a total of, it's been now 32 plays to, I guess, at the 10:50 time touchdown. Let me see, the 10:50. So they started at 2:13. Yeah, so that's 32. That's 36 plays to 4 to end the half. I can't hardly believe that's possible. That's what happens when you throw a defensive touchdown in there and then a 1-play safety and a 3-and-out. 15, 17, and 4. I'm very fortunate that Missouri only scored 13 points out of all that mess. Touchdown, field goal, touchdown. The last 2 drives for field goals were a total of 147 yards. Now, a lot of that garbage on the last play is what you get. But the yardage is 309 to 105. Kansas only rushing for 2 yards is a real concern. But again, they haven't had the ball to run it for too long. 45 plays to 20. Real concern here. Again, like I say, the halftime line, 4.5. There is a 4 out there. As high as 5.5 offshore. Total 27, 26.5. I don't know what it opened. It looked like lower. I'm guessing probably a Barry horse play. Nothing for me. 26.5 flat seems like a right total. Anything above 24.5 and below 27 is good. Oregon leads Oklahoma State 41-3. That one won't be talked about. UT San Antonio over Texas State over UT San Antonio 19-14. Tough game for me. This is one Paul Stone, who's the king of Texas, especially that area is probably only a couple hours from his house. He knows those teams well. He likes UTSA in a game that I believe they closed as like a 3-point favorite. No, like 3.5 or whatever. It's maybe 4. And I made it lower. A couple guys made it higher, and there's sharp money on both sides of it. It's a real tough game. Texas State leads 19-14. I'm going to see if I didn't miss anything. I'm for sure not going to get involved. There's just too much opposition. I didn't see one play. It was a TV casualty. I changed it to that channel, and the TV immediately went out, so I'm down to 8 TVs right now. I'll have to fix that after the halftimes go. Let's see. Let me chart the kickoff. That'll help. Texas State won the toss and took the ball. Interesting, that coach. I know he's done that before. Scoring. No defensive touchdowns. Drives. Texas State. Punt. Safety. So that's why it was 2-0. And I wondered if they punted it back to. How did they get it? So where did they? Oh, they started from their own. No, they started from their own 27. How is there a safety? Must have been a bad snap on the punt. Texas State INT. Downs. Punt, punt. Touchdown. Touchdown. Punt, punt. Touchdown, touchdown. Field goal. So the scoring really picked up. They got to 33 in a game where in the first quarter it was 2-0. 31 points in the second quarter. Couple of long drives. Box score, shit. It's brutal. You don't watch a play. 2 4th-down conversions that UTSA did not convert. Texas State has a turnover and a safety. Been a few big plays. A 73 and a 53-yard catch for Texas State. A couple of decent runs. Count 11 for 18. Lots of small plays there. A 42 and a 21 completion. 69 yards carrying. 99 for the other team. 250 to 200. Texas State leads the yardage. Utsa gets the ball. Anybody's game. Nothing would surprise me there. Let's move on. No other halftimes yet. Colorado 24-7 out against Delaware. I told you my thoughts there. Wisconsin now scores again. They lead 14-3 against Middle Tennessee State. I didn't see it. They just scored. I'm going to have to find out what happened there because it looked like it might have been a defensive touchdown. If you guys saw it, let me know. Oh, Oregon State throws a pick. They were trying to get into field goal range, and he throws it away. And it's going to be 20-15 Fresno at the half. Ole Miss leads Kentucky 17-13. 1 minute to go before halftime. Cats have the ball at their own 25. Looks like the weather delay is about to end in Annapolis. The Navy players are trotting out. Well, both teams' players are trotting out of the tunnels now. That game's on CBS College, and that's the second game today on that channel that's enduring a weather delay, and that will create a situation where the next game on that channel is going to be delayed. That's the Air Force Academy later on tonight, and they're playing in a 1AA game. I'm guessing that game will be, they will keep Navy on and not put Air Force on because of the opponent. Their game's going to start in about 10 minutes. Kentucky out near midfield, 24 seconds to go. They have no timeouts. Clock moving. Way too long to snap it here. Calzada throws, makes a guy miss out of bounds at the 40, 13 seconds to go. We're underway again, it looks like, I think, in Clemson and Troy State. 7-0 Troy. 5:35 to go in the first quarter. That game was delayed by lightning. Clemson won the toss and deferred. I have no visual on that one yet. That's one I was going to try to throw up there, especially with the delays. It's going to allow me to get that on. Total yards 89-12. Nothing accidental so far. It's very early, obviously. Florida Atlantic has 4th and 4, and they are going to punt. There was a rumor out yesterday that Brown got caught missing curfew. The coach was waiting on him in the lobby of the dorm, and they were going to suspend him. Clearly not true. He's 7 for 14 for 43 yards. He hasn't made any mistakes, or else they'd say he should be suspended. No fumbles, no turnovers, no 4th downs. Just a good old slobber knocker to this point. South Florida's defense has enough athletes to keep Lagway in check. He's 10 of 14 for 73 yards. Florida has a little bit more success on the ground. 148 to 94 of the yards there in favor of the Gators. North Texas has the ball at Western Michigan. They're trying to play fast. That would be bad for me if they do something there. I've got the only second half play in this mess has been Western Michigan plus 7.5. Good to 7 even, as I told you, which the game's sitting 10. So anything with Western Michigan winning by 3 or more would be just fine. Rutgers has scored another touchdown. This is Raymond. Up the middle for 2, 3 plays, 12 yards. Extra point is good. 8:18 to go in the second quarter. West Virginia has gone out 3 and out 3 straight times since their touchdown at Ohio U. They trail the Bobcats 17 to 7. That Miami they threw an interception to set up the short field. Big return for Rutgers. Cincinnati leads Bowling Green 24 to 3. 12:51 to go in the third. Arkansas 21-7 over Arkansas State. That's early in the first. I don't know what's happening with all the points in that game. Again, that's one I'll have to find on the TV. I have to make some adjustments here. I wanted to call it quits on this Middle Tennessee and Wisconsin, but the Middle Tennessee's hanging around well enough to where I can't just chuck it just yet. Clearly, Wisconsin's tired of these short, quick plays. They're starting to cheat up and make some moves. USC against Georgia Southern, steaming all the way up to 30.5 now. I wouldn't be surprised if it keeps going. Georgia Southern just quit like a bunch of bitches last week, and USC showed no signs whatsoever of any let up. In Kentucky ran some sort of a quarterback pitched it semi-lateral. They ran out of time. 17-13. There is a flag. I'm assuming it might be a forward lateral. Might not. It's not. Maybe it's on the defense. Kentucky can kick a field goal. They're going to call it a forward lateral. 17-13. Kentucky hits the ball at halftime. Ole Miss by 4. Guessing the second half line will come something similar to that, given that the game closed as low as 7.5 offshore. Utsa takes the lead against Texas State very quickly. I don't know what happens. 21-19, 15 seconds into the second half. No other points. North Texas is going to settle for a field goal at Western Michigan. I constitute that as a tremendous win for me. 22-yarder, 10:41 to go. From the right hash, difficult kick. He bangs it right through. 17-10 Western Mich. All your scores are updated. Let's update some halftime prices now before we get the Kentucky game in. Fresno 20-15 at Oregon State. Again, they're catching 2 in this game. The halftime price is basically a pick. There is some Oregon State minus a half. A couple places are actually Oregon State minus a half, minus money. I do not see that. Total 24 under money, 23 over money. Anything in between, those are all in play. 23.5 is obviously flat are also in play. That's kind of the key. That's kind of the median number. Ohio U leads 17-7 over West Virginia at the half. Price will come on that one in Kentucky in the next 2 minutes. I'm actually going to do everybody a solid here as I work on a couple of things. I'm going to throw up these halftime prices. Clear the screen out so everybody can see what's going to be popping up. all these numbers that you see will pop up on in the red, and that's because those will be new lines. So every time there's a new line change, the number comes up in red. As the time elapses, it'll turn into green and yellow. Bowling Green's getting outgained 270 to 223, but for whatever reason, like I said, there's no turnovers, just punt, missed field goal, punt, 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 field goal. Cincinnati punt, touchdown, touchdown, halftime, and then now a field goal. It's not like the yardage is bad. They're not getting stopped on downs. They're getting first downs. They just can't. There's been only 1 3 and out. You just can't hardly stay in it. They're just not good enough to make plays when they need to, for whatever reason. Let's see. Second half, Mississippi, about what I thought. 3.5 or 4 on top. The total is 24.5. I make it right at that. I have no opinion whatsoever. Nothing would surprise. The Ole Miss quarterback, if he continues to make plays and not turn it over, I really don't know how that Kentucky wins the game. They just don't have enough good offensive players. The only way they're going to have a chance to score is if they are gifted short fields. And that's kind of what the book was out on Kentucky before the season. That's the reason why they're one of the bottom 2 or 3 teams in every preseason poll out of the 16, just because there's no offense there. And here I am talking shit about Middle Tennessee, and they score a touchdown. I missed the play. I have no idea. I hope they scored the replay. Oh, it must have been some sort of a first career interception by Woods. So a 2-play, 11-yard drive in 10 seconds, and Wisconsin pulls the same shit that Pittsburgh does. In no world could this game have possibly gone to halftime at anything worse than 14-3, and now it's 14-10, and you've given Middle Tennessee State some life. Just a total. Yeah, that's just a total. I don't understand. I'll say one thing, and this isn't like calling my shot afterwards either. This is easy to see. When you have the NIL comments that Mike Gundy made, Oregon in the first half today was really about like stealing. I almost want to kick myself in the ass for not getting involved. It's 41-3. Halftime, Oregon leads Oklahoma State. If you don't know, look them up. Mike Gundy basically said that they have bought their roster. We don't have the money to compete with them. He sort of took a shot back at him. And, of course, now out there kicking the shit out of them on the field. 41-3, Oregon laying 13.5, as many as 14 at halftime, up by 38. So, clearly, the market sees no let-up. I got to be honest, I don't either. I can't lay that in a normal game without these bullshit comments. The line might be like 10, but you got to pay a tariff when you got caught with the other coach red ass because you're running your yap. All right, underway in Columbia. Missouri already out to the 37, first down, clock moving. I sure hope Kansas defense doesn't totally gas out. They've been on the field the whole second quarter. Here comes the quarterback running like Forrest Gump. He gets a yard after all that. Let's see. Did I not chart that? Yeah, Cincinnati kicked. Oregon and Oklahoma State. 41-3. That, at least I made the right call not to waste the TV on that game. I sort of knew already. I'm actually a little upset by myself not getting involved. What was the number I made it? 30? No, that's Clemson. 30. Oops. What's the fucking score in that game now? 7-0 Troy State into 1. Yeah, close 30.5, 31. I wasn't impressed with Troy State last week at all. I may have to look to see what I missed. Third down, Missouri. How about a stop here, KU? Or no? How about just let them get it again? I mean, it's like they're like have to be like 8 of 11 on third down. So every time I look up, they got third down, they're getting it. Or they're getting it on fourth. Shit. All right, let's see. Middle Tennessee, Wisconsin goes in 14-10 at the half. Badgers. Texas State wasting no time. They go up 26-21 after to retaliate on the Roadrunners. 11:35 to go in the third. I know that there were people I respect that like over in that game. It was a real high number, about as high as any. I think it was 65. Circa opened up 67 on Sunday. It got bet down early in the third quarter. It's hard for me to think that there's any chance of it not going over. UAB has tied it up at 21. 11:19 to go before halftime. I'll give Dilfer one thing. Their offense is built to succeed in that conference against teams like, at least against defenses like Navy. I'm not so sure what Navy's ceiling can be this year with the defense that looks like this. Maybe it's just kind of this offense. I know that UAB runs a little bit different of an offense than most teams in that conference. 3rd and 4 again for Missouri. Let's see how they find a way to get it this time. Too much time. 3-man rush. All right. They're going to go for it. That's okay. Let them fuck go for it. We get a stop. A stop. 1. All right. Second half in Athens. As you can see it on your screen, it's all lit up. Ohio U leads 17-7. West Virginia laying 3. The total's 27 and 27.5. I think the total's a little bit high, but I'm not going to go out of my way to just bet into the under. There's too many chances of overtime or you know, all it takes is a couple of quick scores each way, which can easily happen in this game. There have been some decent-sized plays. Scoring, I don't think, quite belies what was happening earlier in the box. And they go for it. No flags, incomplete, and Kansas takes over on downs. Come on. Now let's go down and get points. I'm trying to get this thing into view for you guys to see all the possibilities. Here we go. Can you get Arkansas? Yeah, you're there. Okay. So all the games going on now are on your screen. The games in the blue over here that you see me messing around with are halftime. The games in the green, I keep saying I'm going to change this, and I keep forgetting. I need to write this down. Okay, done. I will do it tomorrow or before tomorrow, one or the other. Let's see. So yeah, everything's up there on your screen. Wisconsin going up as high as 13, as low as, is there 11.5 out there? That takes balls. Yeah, there's a 12.5 at Chris. Everything else is 13 flat. Now it's getting bet up to 13 minus money. It's getting bet down to 13 dog money. I don't have a clue. I mean, in what world? Middle Tennessee State gets the ball first, and they're in it. I mean, Wisconsin literally gifted them a touchdown at the end of the half to put them right in the game. I don't know what to say. I mean, the fact that they were that competitive early and they were able to move the ball some early, and then, you know, even then when Wisconsin figured them out there late, all they had to do was take a knee and they go in 13-3 and everything's under control. They have a Bama game up next weekend. Surely to Christ they don't want to show anything there, but you know, you got to go out here and win this game first, no matter how bad you look. Bama has Louisiana Monroe tonight. See what they do. I'm guessing they won't try to show a whole lot either. This Navy and UAB game, they might score 90 points. I mean, it's just up and down the field with no thought of a stop, no sniff. I mean, UAB gave up 45 to a 1AA team last week, and a bad one. They literally, I don't think they know how to tackle. Two hours to kickoff in Norman between Michigan and Oklahoma. believe that's the ABC primetime game. South Florida on the move down 9-3. Big play over the middle to Isaac, and they are in field goal range late in the first half. Arkansas scores again. They're up 28-7 with 5:05 to go in the first. I'm going to have to find out what the hell's going on in that game. 4 touchdowns in less than 10 minutes. Yeah, Oregon won the toss and took the ball. I thought they might do that. And then Delaware and Colorado, I need to pull that one up too and see what was happening. Only caught brief glimpses there. Western Michigan on the move in the red zone. 7:15 to go. I'd like them to go ahead and ram it in. The only halftime play today in this mid-session here for me is Western Michigan plus the points against North Texas. There was a 7.5 that I gobbled up. 7 even money was out there publicly available at a lot of places. And I even said if you couldn't get to that, you were still good up to 7 minus 105. Plus 7 minus 105. I'm going to go ahead and update the scores over here. Clear this out. That way we can see a refreshing situation. Western Michigan powers it in the end zone on 2nd and goal. Should be a touchdown by the quarterback. 23-10, point pending. Bowling Green has scored in Cincinnati. They now cut the lead to 24-10, and they are inside the number. South Florida clock moving. 3rd down, 12 seconds. They have 2 timeouts. They call one. Second half underway in Corvallis. Not a great crowd there, to be quite frank with you. After what I saw last weekend, I wouldn't go to that game either. Those pieces of shit got ran off the field by Cal in a big revenge game. Yeah, I'm still bitter. All right, Kansas ball at the 49, 3rd and 11. Daniels drops back. Face mask! Face mask! Jesus Christ almighty. Mathematically impossible to be tackled like that without it being a crime. At the very least, it's a horse collar, if not a face mask. All right. Jesus. A catastrophe of a play. Dropped back, rolled left, and nothing was there. They did call the face mask, I'm pretty sure, thankfully. Kansas is going to get a 15-yard penalty. They're going to be into Missouri territory. Western is up 24-10. They're reviewing I don't know what. 6:33 to go there, and Rutgers has scored again against Miami, and they now lead 23-7. I have too many papers. This is brutal trying to keep track of all this shit. How do the Cubs play a 2-1 game in that win today? Total head scratcher. Kansas has it at the Missouri 40 with under 8 minutes to go in the third quarter. Daniels pass complete down to the 30. It's going to be another first down for Kansas. Second half, Wisconsin lines bet down to 12 in town. Mostly 12 everywhere. 20.5 on the total. I like Wisconsin the second half, but still, it's a wake-up call. But again, you don't want to show too much. Wins the only goal with Alabama up next. This is really 3 sloppy halves of football they've played, especially on offense, to be honest with you. The defense is obviously still very good. Ohio U 17-7 over West Virginia. West Virginia 3.5 now, pretty much painted. 27.5 the total. And Kentucky Ole Miss 3.5 and 4 total, 24.5. As high as 25.5. Again, nothing to it on any of those games. No opinion at all. And with that, Florida and South Florida are about to go in. 4 seconds left, and South Florida has first and goal. So now it's a decision on what they want to do here. It looks like Brown's on the sideline. They're going to settle for a field goal. I don't like it. When you're catching 17 or 18 on the road, you know, go out there and try to win the game. Don't fucking kick field goals. And you're out here to try to make a statement and win. Kicking field goals in this situation, I mean, what does that accomplish? Florida gets the ball first at halftime. It's first and goal at the 7. Automatic and Grammaticus Kid made his first one from 39. Timeout, Florida, I guess. Otherwise, I don't know. I got nothing. All right, excellent. 3rd and 6. And that's my dude, Jelon Daniels. He might be named Jalen, but he's spelled like Jelon, and he's still my dude. Just beat the contain. I think he might have stepped out of bounds. This is going to be tough. They didn't call him out on the field. Or did they? I don't know. Drinkwitz is pleading his case for a review, saying he stepped out. I thought he might have stepped out of bounds. They're going to review it for sure. As things stand, it's first and goal, but they might erase that, and it's going to end up being a field goal attempt. We'll have to see. They're going to go to the timeout for sure. This is one of those, if you're dealing it live, you just can't. You can't deal the game live. That camera angle does not show it. They're going to have to do better than that. I don't think he's out of bounds on that one. Nope. That one he is. There he is at the 9. Where was the first down marker? He's out at the 9, or inside the 9. That's where he went out. That might be the 14. He's close. He's definitely out at the 9. The first down's at the 6, so he might have lost yardage on this. Either way, it's going to be a field goal attempt for Kansas when it's all said and done. They're not going to go for it here. The ruling on the field is the 5. That will not be the spot. He stepped out of bounds twice before then, I think. Goose Crowder at quarterback for Troy State, and they now lead Clemson 10-0 second quarter. Talk about a hangover game for Clemson. Jesus. Maybe LSU just punished the shit out of them last week. I don't know. The more I see this, the more I really like Louisiana Tech tonight. I told you guys up front I thought that was a great situation. There is no worse spot in football than LSU's tonight against Louisiana Tech laying this number. We took 37 and a half and 30, 37 and a half earlier in the week, and another weather delay in the Navy game, 21-all, 6:25 to go in the second, more lightning. That's the only thing that can stop either offense is the lightning. It looks like after this one, this will be the last one, but I said that the last time I thought they were home free. Second half is underway, and Lexington Cats get the ball first. South Florida kicks the field goal. Grammatica 9-6. Florida leads at the break. They're going to come about 7.5 the total, anywhere between 24.5 and 26.5. I had to guess 26 probably. What was I looking for here? Clemson. Who do they have next? At Georgia Tech, that'll do it. Good, 2 unbelievable sandwich spots. I can't believe I didn't see this shit either. My own fault. North Texas is in the end zone. They've cut the Western Michigan lead to 24-16. Starting to really figure things out on offense this half. There is a flag, so maybe that'll come back. Yeah, you've got 2 horrible spots. LSU off the win over Clemson. They have La Tech tonight at home. I think La Tech's way better than the market is giving them credit for. Even if LSU is the best team in the country, that still can't be the line. It's a full touchdown too high at the very least. And that doesn't even count the spot. The spot is awful. So the spot with LSU having Florida next week and Clemson having Georgia Tech next week, these are just sandwich games that are just ripe for the picking. And clearly Troy State showed up with the intention of trying to compete here, and they've done it so far. Kentucky 3 and out. Their offense is fucking terrible. I mean, they got a quarterback that's rotting on the bench. It's got to be better than Calzada. I mean, the kid's like 27 years old, and he still can't figure it out. He sucks. You're going to let the season go to shit because you won't make a quarterback change. Let's see what else. Kansas did kick a field goal, 24-21. Cincinnati's tacked on a touchdown. They lead Bowling Green 31-10 and are now on top of the number or close to it at the end of 3. Oregon 48-3, 9 minutes to go in the third quarter. And Utsa has scored another touchdown. They lead Texas State at the Alamo Dome 28-26 midway through the third quarter. Second half Florida price is coming 7.5. I see an 8. The total a little higher than I thought. 26.5 is out there. There actually is a 27 under money, which I would go under 27 at minus 15 or better almost for sure. Even with the threat of overtime, the point spread's high enough that under offers some value in this. Florida defense isn't giving up much at all. And South Florida's defense is flying to the ball too. I get the feeling Florida doesn't want to make a lot of mistakes. And again, they have LSU next week. They're doing what they can to get in here and get out of there with the W and try to exert as little as possible, shorten the game, all those things. Florida gets it at halftime. I think the halftime line's a little bit high. I think the total's a lot high. Hard to lay a big number at 27 just because the juice, even though 27 is a monster price, the juice is too high. Bet online with 25.5. I thought 24.5 was the right price. All that shit's about the same anyways. There is a 25 under money at Circus, so clearly they see the same thing I do. And Hensley field goal for West Virginia from about 38, and the Mountaineers have cut the Ohio lead 2 minutes into the third quarter to 17-10. And with all that, you're up to speed for the time being. I'm going to take just a quick break for the reasons that you would imagine I need to take one for. Third quarter about to start in Madison, 14-10 Wisconsin. UK is forcing them as Mississippi punt on the first drive of their half. We've played 86 seconds, and there's about to be a second punt. 4th and 5 Ole Miss. I'll be right back with you in a couple minutes. A couple of friends have chimed in and told me the volume's a little bit difficult to hear. I'm going to make just a small adjustment and we'll see how it goes. Let me know one way or the other if this is better or not. I don't want to sit here and say test 1, 2, 3 all day, but if it's not, I'll make necessary adjustments elsewhere. Okay, thanks. He says no. Let me see something. All right, how about now, messing around with the mixer? No, it doesn't look like it's coming in very good. I'm going to say that's still no, right? Yeah, that's weird. I didn't notice it earlier. It looked like it was coming higher than that, but I don't see much. Well, good thing I'm not ready for the world here yet. Otherwise, that'd be catastrophic. Lose people after you start advertising it. Touchdown Bowling Green. They scored to cut it to 31-16. Hang tight. All right, let's see. Now, any better? Try another test here. Let's see what. Doesn't look like it's going about the same. Plugs fully connected. Test, test. No, it says yes. Hello? Is it me you're looking for? Hello? I haven't touched anything since last week, so I don't know what would happen here. I'm messing with the mixer. I haven't touched the mic. I haven't touched any of this other stuff. I don't know what's going on. Am I not talking loud enough? Is that it? I've been yelling and screaming a little bit ago. I don't know. Maybe that was it. Maybe I'm too quiet. Missouri 11 plays 64 yards, 5+ minutes. They're down to the Kansas 11, 3rd and goal. Cocksucker. Jesus. They convert every 3rd or 4th down. I've never seen anything like it. Just a slant. I don't know what the defense was doing. So Missouri takes a 28-24 lead. That's late in the 3rd quarter. Still not covering, but they're winning, which is no good for me either. I like Kansas outright. Ole Miss's quarterback, well, actually the running back takes it around right in for the touchdown. There is a flag down. He's got his bell rung, but as things stand, Ole Miss is going to lead 23-13. Western Miss field goal is off the bar, and it goes through. 27-17. Left upright and doinks its way in. Skims its way in. So, let's see. 17-10 Ohio U has the ball midfield. Sorry, West Virginia has it at midfield, 4th down, down 17-10. Cincinnati 31-17 over BG. Western Miss 27-17 over North Texas. Wisconsin 14-10 over Middle Tennessee, and Middle Tennessee has the ball at midfield. Penalty against Ole Miss. It drops them back to 2nd and goal at the 19. They lead 17-13. Power play up the middle. Cats were expecting pass. They got back maybe 8. It'll be 3rd and goal at the 11. Six hours into the day, into the streams. Cincinnati's 31-17 and Bowling Green pooches it out of bounds on the kickoff. Not sure what that was all about. Sabalenka back-to-back beats Ansamosa in straights. All right, so Cincinnati now on the move. They were benefited with a short field. That game is going to be one of the first ones to go final. They lead 31-17 over Bowling Green. They would need to score again at some point to get a chance for the front door cover. As things stand, Falcons are in good shape. They're still 2 scores ahead of the spread. Cincy at the Bowling Green 31. First down inside of 10 minutes. Troy State 16, Clemson nothing. It's getting late early at the other Death Valley. Snap, down, up, and no good. Clemson trailing 16-0 to Troy State, 6:58 before halftime. Needless to say, this is a shocker, and the result is really bad for the ACC. Clemson, even with the loss last week, was kept in the top 10 and probably still has some top 10 talent. Klubnik, from the back of his end zone, just threw it. The defensive end jumped up and tipped it, and by the time it was corralled, it was a 2 or 3 yard interception return by the defensive tackle. Really nice play, and that's gonna, just a really heady play by Troy State. They lead 17-0. I'm hearing multiple people tell me that I'm having trouble getting through to them. So may come up with the idea of possibly stopping and restarting. We're already through the halfway point. I'm going to go about 6 more hours today, maybe a little bit more. Through the Hawaii kick is probably a guess. And or the half times of the games a little before that. 4th and goal for Cincinnati, and they're going to kick a field goal. The significant part of that development is that another touchdown for them would put it on 24 and they get the money. North Texas has scored again. 3rd touchdown this half. They cut it to 27-23, point pending. 10 minutes to go in Kalamazoo. And second half is going to be a total sweat now. Sitting 7 if they make this. And that's what I took and recommend to take. Kick is good. Bearcats 34, Bowling Green 17, 6:15 to go. Ohio U has it. They're up 17-10, 5 minutes to go in the 3rd, out near the 45. Oh, missed tackle by West Virginia. So it's 2nd and short, 5 minutes to go. They're up 17-10. Ole Miss did kick a field goal. They lead Kentucky 20-13. Clemson is down to the Troy State 26. 5 minutes to go in the 2nd quarter. Timeout, Troy. McGowan for the Cats gets 9. They're out near midfield, halfway through the 3rd quarter. Florida underway against South Florida. They've lost 2 yards on their first drive. 3rd and 12, 40 seconds in. Middle Tennessee State. I think they must have gone for it against Wisconsin and didn't get it. Ran the ball in 4th and short. There's a commercial coming up. Let's look at what happened. So Wisconsin's up 14-10. They'll take over on downs, I guess. Kentucky, long pass. Calzada finally hit one to Macklin, and the Cats are in the red zone. Klubnik's pass is off target. They're going to call, speaking of target, number 8 for Clemson gets called for a targeting. They may overturn that. That's kind of a fortuitous, like unfortuitous situation. Really, no intent whatsoever. Kentucky 1st and goal right at the 10. Pistol. Handoff. Not much doing there. Maybe 1 or 2. Daniels back. He chucks one way downfield. Receiver can't get to it. He was open by about 2 steps, and he was overthrown by about 2 steps. 3rd and 8. Fresno, down a point now. 1:15 to go in the 3rd. They have the ball on the move. Florida has punted, and USF will take over at their own 25. Kentucky bounce outside. That's going to be a touchdown as long as there's no flags. McGowan is in, and the Cats are a point away from tying this thing. Here comes Missouri on a blitz. They did not get home. Another long pass and another incompletion. Fuck! Why so greedy? Jesus, you had all day. They picked up the blitz. You got to make a play there. God damn it. 4th and 8, and they're forced to punt it. Early 4th quarter, Missouri up by 4. I mean, I don't know what the fuck. I mean, 2 long passes in a row. They've only been on the field for like fucking 9 plays in the last 2 hours of real time. Kentucky's extra point is good. 20 all. In Lexington, 5:38 to go in the 3rd. Miami Rugers is at half. 24-10. Let me see what's happening in that game. Miami Rugers kicked. Kalikmanis. 16 of 21, 2 touchdowns, 161. Rutgers not doing a whole lot on the ground. Miami O's defense is pretty good, but they still give up 24 in this half. But the yardage is very similar, 214 to 211. Finn is 8 for 12 for Miami, no touchdowns, 1 pick. He also ran for 84 yards. Perry has 4 for 108. He's doing all the damage for Miami O. 62-yard completion was his long. Let's see. That was the first drive when they scored. They had the 4-play, 75 yards, 2:14 to tie the game at 7. Rutgers was up 24-7, but again, they were up 24-7 against and 31-14 against Ohio U last week, and they donked it off. And let's see, Miami cuts it to 24-10 at the half on the last play. Rutgers gets the ball first. Miami threw one pick. That's the only turnover. Yards are the same. 214 to 211. Again, Rutgers gets the ball to start the half. And that is the other game that's at half. No other games are at halftime. Florida just went out. Arkansas State and Arkansas, they're showing 28-7 second quarter early. I don't know how those points were all scored so fast. I'm going to have to pull up the box. I would not have that game on. Clemson has scored a touchdown. 4:25 to go in the second. The Tigers are on the board. Troy State 16, Clemson 6, point pending for the 30-point favorites. Mizzou 3 and out. Amen. Punting it on 4th and 1 is interesting there. Now they're not going to punt it. Now they might. I don't know what they're doing. Nope, now they're going to... Oh, boy. I have no clue what's going on here. Without any audio, I'm totally fucked. Are they respotting the ball? The ump came in and held it. There's a sub. Then the other team got the sub. Now there's another sub. Now the clock runs out. Delay a game. So now Missouri is going to punt the ball up 28-24. I can't blame them. Kansas's offense hasn't done shit. Not since really early in the second quarter. Bowling Green down 34-17. If Cincinnati stops here, they do have a chance to get in the front door with a touchdown. Bowling Green the correct side. This Clemson touchdown might come back. Yeah, his knee's on the ground. It is going to come back. Missouri's punts down to the 5. The Kansas guy caught it. If he lets it go, it probably goes in the end zone. That's some real fucking 70 IQ actions out here in this game. Not only can I not win the game, we're getting outplayed, but then we're getting outsmarted too. South Florida 4th and 2. They're going to punt it from their own 35. Missouri State and Marshall are underway. That's the only 6 o'clock kickoff. That game in Huntington. No score so far. There was good money for the dog in that game. It was bet down. At one point opened 9, bet up to 10, and a little bit higher. I made it 10 myself. The game ends up closing pretty much a painted 7. Old Miss, looks like a hold and a block in the back, no call. They start their drive at the 25, 5.5 to go. Third quarter tied up. Arkansas, 2 plays 75 yards, 6 plays 80 yards, 2 plays 75 yards, 4 plays 50 yards, and they've thrown 2 interceptions. Arkansas State has thrown an interception. The Arkansas State touchdown, coincidentally, came on a kickoff return. 98 yards. The Arkansas touchdown plays are first down Ole Miss into UK territory. Washington a 53-yard rush. Sharp a 37-yard catch from Green. Green a 64-yard rush. Russell a 7-yard rush. 28-7 Arkansas. That all happened in the first 10 minutes of the game. 10:30 to go in the second. Nothing since then. Arkansas State on a long drive here. 13 plays, 60 yards. After the Arkansas pick. I don't even know how much time's left in the second quarter. I don't have that game on TV. I'll put it up there at some point. Maybe. We'll see. Ole Miss's band is playing. That can't be good. Yeah, it's not. They have the ball at the UK 33. They're trying to do it on the ground now. So Clemson with the knee down, the touchdown goes off the board and they're settled for a field goal. Troy State 16-3, 4 minutes to go in the third. Sorry, 4 minutes to go in the half. There's a weather delay there in Clemson. Oh my God, there's all kinds of room for Troy State's kid. Powers his way up the middle for 30. First down, Trojans. That's the problem when you give these huge underdogs a little bit of confidence. And now they're playing with house money and they're feeling it. This quarterback is like he shot out of a cannon when he runs. It's brutal. West by God, Virginia. 17-10 Ohio U, West Virginia. 16 seconds to go in the third. Western Michigan has had their service broke, and North Texas will have the ball back now with the chance to take the lead. Western has not stopped them this half. I'm not optimistic. Kentucky now facing, well, Ole Miss is facing a crucial third down here. Third and maybe 2. First down, Kansas out of their own shadow of the end zone. Huge play. Daniels hits his guy. Big first down. Mississippi ball at the 6. Quarterback draw. No one's going to catch him. He gets outside. He's going to score. No flags. 2:20 to go in the third. Ole Miss 26, Kentucky 20. Point pending. I mean, you've got to know that's coming. On third and short like that. I mean, there's got to be a better scheme on defense to know that that's coming. Florida 9-6. Out past the 40 on a screen. First down, Gators. That second half under was so easy. Hasn't won yet. I shouldn't say that. I have to reassess the television situation here shortly. We're about to call our final in Cincinnati. I think Bowling Green is in position to score. Texas State has scored again against us, so they're now leading at 36-28. This is, I don't know if Mike Gundy's going to even go home after this. Oregon 69, Oklahoma State 3. I mean, this is about as low as it gets. I mean, the thing about it is, you know, Oregon's good. Montana State's a habitual team that plays into December in the playoffs every year, and occasionally in January when they put their championship in the 1AA, and they beat them by they beat them by 50. Oregon's now had 4 plays. They have 50 plus. This is just a wicked beating. And you can be for sure that, I mean, like I said, the Oregon coach, you know, he doesn't need a whole lot of motivation, but if he sees any sort of perceived slight or a shot, and he's gonna make sure that his guys are well aware of the situation. Fresno leads Oregon State 23-21. The Beavers rip off a pretty big carry. We get down inside of 13:45 to go. They have the ball out near the 45. This might be one of those games where if it falls Oregon State won, then everybody should win. It's a whole lot of movement on the point spread around that 0 to 2 range. it really 75-3 Oregon? Do I have to actually put that on my TV? I feel compelled to confirm that score. There's a commercial. I'll go back. I have to confirm that. I almost want to. I have to. It's like when you see a bus wreck, or you see like a bad car wreck, and you know you're supposed to keep driving by, but like you want to stop and just to see like what happened here. In other news, much more positive and promising, Kansas is on the move. They have another first down. I think it's going to be a goal-to-go situation here. 9 minutes to go. They trail Missouri by 4. UK 3-and-out punt. This Calzada, he ain't no good. I've seen enough. Can we not? The other guy can run and he can throw, but he's a freshman, so they don't want to play him. Calzada's like a 28-year-old, ninth-year senior. I don't know how many games the Stoops. I really thought the schedule for Kentucky could not set up any better if you wanted to start out well in the league. You got Ole Miss at home. You beat them last year. Ole Miss is probably not quite as good as advertised. I mean, there's all kinds of things that go into this. You know, you get a win like this, you get some confidence, all this shit. I mean, it all goes into it. They're just going to find a way to let it piss away. And to be fair, the defense has been good at times, but not good enough. I mean, if Ole Miss isn't turning the ball over, they're scoring more than they're not. Hanika, 6-yard touchdown catch from Daniels. Dun, 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 dun. And Jayhawks, Rock Chalk, take the lead in Columbia. Excellent drive, one of their first good ones in quite some time. I guess the reason behind the break in the CBS game is it's 69-3 at the end of the third quarter. I'm going to have to go, and I showed 75, so now I need to know what happened to make it 79-3. It looks like it might have been a mistake or possibly some sort of let's see, shotgun intercepted, return for a touchdown. Okay, so pick 6. All right, so they're playing. I have to see what happened. I have to find out what's going on here. Let's watch a play here. Kentucky 2nd and 12 for Ole Miss at their own 14. They do not have to snap the ball before the end of the quarter. Let's see if Kiffin runs it out. Usually not his MO, but he may not like what he sees here. They may decide they want to go to the other end of the field. All kinds of things are in play. Yeah, they're done. Into the third. 2nd and 12 Ole Miss. 27-20 over the Cats. Still commercials in this Oregon game. They had to punt, I guess. Oklahoma State. 69-3. Total yards 601 to 145. The scoring, 2 pick sixes in a row for Oregon. That's 3 touchdowns in the last 3 touchdowns in 50 seconds in the third quarter. At halftime, Missouri brought a fan onto the field to kick a 45-yard field goal for a chance to win $25K. Instead, he pulled up his shirt to reveal FKU on his chest and kicked the ball towards the Kansas sideline. Border war, baby. This happened a little earlier. So it looks like Oregon is not actually running it up. The touchdown, yeah, it was 48-3 early in the third, and then they had their backups in to score a touchdown with 1:17 to go. And the last two pick sixes have made it 69. Again, there's no, I'm sure there's not much malice at this point. Here are the drive summaries. All right, let's just read this down. It's really about as bad as it can go. Oklahoma State has a 16-play, 69-yard field goal drive, 7:56. That was their fourth drive after 3 punts. Oregon, they won the toss and took the ball. So it goes touchdown, and then Oklahoma State punts. Let's screw this. Let's do it a different way. Trying to think if there's anything else. They did get stopped once on downs. The time possession is the same. Okay, this is good. Here we go. Okay, Oregon. Touchdown, touchdown, stopped on downs, touchdown, 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 missed field goal, touchdown, and then again 2 straight defensive touchdowns. So that means Oklahoma State punt, 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 field goal, punt, punt, halftime, punt, 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 INT, pick 6, INT, pick 6, punt. Oregon has the ball, 69-3, 13-14 left. Zane Flores, the quarterback, 6 for 18, 61 yards, 2 pick 6. Yeah, I mean, I think Oregon's going to do everything they can not to score any more points. 3rd and 5, Troy State from 50 at the buzzer, no good. They lead Clemson 16-3 at the half. Let's see what they come with here. Very fascinated to see what the price ends up. Yeah, Oregon's doing everything they can at this point, literally, to not do anything else. Ole Miss was setting up a screen, nothing there. Let's see, scoring-wise, what's happened. Bowling Green, Cincinnati, 34-20, Bearcats, 4th and 3. No timeouts are being called. So that's going to end up being the final score of this game. Texas San Antonio and Texas State 36-all. I'm going to have to make an adjustment here and go check out put that thing on the TV. I swore I was going to do it earlier and I didn't get around to it. 1 second, please. Kansas leads Mizzou 31-28, 3rd and forever for Mizzou. And they got half of it back or more. Now they're going to go for it. So it's going to be 4th down at the 46. They got to get about 7. Clock running inside of 6.5 to go. Big play here. If Kansas get a stop, they real good shape to get this thing to the barn. Kentucky down 27-20 at their own 36 after a good stop by the defense. Imperative to try to get a touchdown here. At least something points-wise. There's a lot of time left. The field goal would work. Got about 4 there. Texas San Antonio, Texas State are knotted up at 36 at the Alamo Dome. And I do have this one on. I'm looking forward to watching the end of it. Also, North Texas trails at Western Michigan. That one is 27 to 24 Broncos. North Texas has started out great this half with 3 straight touchdowns, and they've since slowed. Texas State out to the 35. 10:16 to go when they start this drive. Flag against North Texas, I believe. The ESPN Plus people, I'm going to assume these are Western Michigan students, are having some real problems with the graphics. I've really been struggling. If I'm not actually watching what happens, I don't know. Lots of fake news. Not surprising, Missouri gets the 4th down and 7 conversion. Now they're running a flea flicker on 2nd and 7, out of bounds. If Missouri wins, given all the things that's gone wrong, and how bad Kansas, and how bad they played at times, it'll be amazing. Missouri is 10 for 19 on 3rd down. I mean, that is absolutely amazing. 19 third downs. Didn't take Texas State long to score. 10:08 left. 42-36. The UT San Antonio bench celebrate. The offensive guys were celebrating a second ago, and now they're not. Bo Sparks, 65-yard touchdown catch. And the Bobcats, 42-36 point pending. It's a hell of a rivalry. These fans are yelling and screaming at each other, pointing at each other. All kinds of shit's going on. What's this, severe weather up here? Now I got to look at the Las Vegas. There isn't supposed to be any weather here. Now I have to look this up. Here I was trying to get some rain, praying for almost all week, and we got nothing. And today was supposed to clear out. Now there's a severe thunderstorm warning. Florida punts, 3:13 to go. South Florida starting at their own 14. Right in it. Oh, wow, this isn't that far away. Which way is it going? Oh, of course it's fucking going south. Just south of Henderson, it blew up, and south and east. I mean, this drive was unfucking believable. 4:14 left, Missouri, 27-yard touchdown, Pravula to Norfleet. 10 plays, 75 yards. Let me just look at this fucking drive one more time before I get so mad. 4th and 7, complete for 10 yards to Coleman. 3rd and 7, 4th and 1. God damn it. 35-31 Mizzou, 4:14 left. Kansas has it back. Total yards 508 to 240. Mizzou is now 4 for 5 on 3rd downs. Absolutely inexcusable. Miami, Ohio has sliced the Rutgers lead in half, 24-17, 10 minutes to go in the 3rd. Fresno leads Oregon State, 26-21, 7 minutes to go in the game. And that's all the scoring. I gave you the Mizzou score, 35-31, bad guys. Colorado has beaten Delaware 31-7. That's all over the number. Some 23.5 late, 24. Game 362. Circa opened at 19. It got bet up higher, and that's where it finished. North Texas is driving for the go-ahead touchdown. They're going to ruin me in the second half in that game, too. Really thought Western Michigan had everything under control there, especially at halftime and with them getting the ball back. Been outplayed and outclassed in the second half. Give North Texas credit. This game is one of those last team to score last type things. Whoever has the ball last wins the game. But I can't say I'm surprised by that. It was the highest total of the day, and it easily cleared it. Kentucky holding, great. You know how hard it is for them to get a first down when they only got to go 10 yards? Now they got to go 20. Cats are on the move. Now it's 2nd and 14 at the Ole Miss 25. Calzada drops back, chucks it down to his check down option. Going to be 3rd and about 10. Calzada refused to take a shot. 38 years old. Can't even bother to be taking any chances. Crazy. Third and 9, Cats, motion. No flag. I thought it was interference. They didn't throw it. Cats are going to probably have to kick a field goal here. The ball came in late. Calzada's arm isn't very good either. In fact, the freshman kid makes that throw. He completes it. There was contact early. It should have been a flag. Severe thunderstorm warning near Ocala. That's south of Gainesville. Nothing in Gainesville yet. Let's see if they're as of now they're playing on. Field goal coming for Oregon State. It's good. 26 to 24. No, he's short. Yikes. So, wow. It was 4th and 20, so they really had no choice to kick a field goal. It was 26-21 Fresno. They would have cut it to 2. He missed it. So now Oregon State's going to have to score a touchdown, and that's only if they can get the ball back to do so. Wisconsin has a first down. That drive started at the 1 against Middle Tennessee State. They're up 28 to 10. 12 minutes to go. The danger appears to have passed in Madison for the Badgers. They actually, in an act of God, could still cover here. They're up 18 and the spread was only 28 and a half. It makes me think that's impossible that could be that low. South Florida in. And they're dancing. 3rd and 5. Touchdown. Bulls. And the Toros take the lead. 12-9 in Gainesville. 2:03 to go in the 3rd. Brown hits him. Singleton, I believe. How does Missouri have the ball? Did we throw a pick? What happened here? Punt? I don't even know what the hell happened. Yeah, punt. Okay, so Missouri has it. 2 minutes to go. Kansas has all 3 timeouts. Missouri did run for a first down. I'm not going to bother watching this shit on TV now. I got to sweat the box score. 2 minutes to go. Missouri has it at their own. No, they don't. The score just went to 41-31. Please don't tell me that's what happened. Well, I guess I'm going to watch my Twitter and see what happens. I hope the box score is wrong. They're at the 37. Yeah, that's not right. There's a 2-minute warning. Clock stopped. Or did Kansas call timeout? I don't know yet. He went out of bounds, so there's no timeouts. I'm to the point now where I want Kansas to win, but the cover is far more important. Just give me the money. I've seen enough. Kansas has gotten totally destroyed today. Maybe Missouri is that good. I realize that coach is probably better than I give him credit for. I usually refuse to believe it. Yeah, the clock's moving, so they can run this down. No, they can't. They have to run a play before the 2-minute warning. All right, and they do, and they get maybe 1 or 2. So that's going to be it. There's no timeout beforehand. 2 minutes to go. Kansas second Missouri second and 9th. Their own 37. At the 2-minute timeout, Mizzou by 4. Ohio U leads West Virginia 17-10. Inside of 9 minutes, Mountaineers have the ball, trying to get it back in a position to tie. Kentucky evidently either missed a field goal or went for it, didn't get it. I'm guessing by where Ole Miss has the ball on the field that they missed a field goal. Fucking believable. I can't believe that Oregon State kicked a 40-yard field goal and the guy left it short. I mean, he had to just totally chunk it. I mean, there's kids in high schools all over the country that make 40-yarders in their sleep. So UK went for it, which I don't agree with. On 4th and 9, you got to kick the field goal there. I mean, their defenses play good enough to keep them in it. Oh, well, I didn't second guess that. I said it on when it was 4th and 9. As soon as they were in that position, they should have kicked. No second guessing. It was first guessing. It's my call. Fucking Stoops. Quarterback draw here for Ole Miss. 3rd and 7. They do not get it. So the defense does its job, and they get the ball back. Clock moving. Ole Miss treating it like there's 2 minutes to go as well. I don't get it. Need to find a place for this North Carolina and UNC Charlotte game. What's happening in that game? No, it hasn't started yet. Sorry, 10 minutes. Missouri State leads in Huntington against Marshall. They were catching a touchdown at the end. Big money there on the other side. That's a game I wanted to watch some of, especially early, and I have not. They gave up like 70-something to USC last week. Utsa was stopped, but they get another stop, and they're going to get the ball back against Texas State at their own 15 with 7 minutes to go. That's 43-36 Texas State. Western Michigan scores a touchdown. That's a highlight, unfortunately. They are now tied up with North Texas, 27-all. That one possibly or probably headed to overtime. Let's see if they can find a way to win it. Clearly, the other team has all the momentum. Western Michigan does have time, and they have the ball. Let's see if they do anything to try to win it in regulation. They're inside North Texas territory. There's no graphics on the screen. I have no idea how much time's left. 7 o'clock's are about to kick. Going to do everybody a solid and put the lines on the screen. Arkansas leads Arkansas State 35-14 at the half. Remember, that was a game. It was 28-7 after 10 minutes, and then no scoring for almost the whole quarter. Now it's 35-14 Hogs. At the half, I'll give you the prices. They'll pop up on your screen here in just a minute. First post of the next games that go at 7. There are six of them. North Carolina is at UNC Charlotte. That game is on ESPN+. Army at K-State's on big ESPN. That'll come on time because tennis is on before that. Memphis State, Georgia State, ESPN+. Tulane, South Alabama, ESPN+. Western Kentucky, Toledo, ESPN+. Houston, Rice, ESPN+. So most of the bigger network type games for the regular TVs, you'll see on at 7:30 and at 8. LSU and Louisiana Tech, my big sweat tonight. Louisiana Tech plus 37.5 is on ESPN Plus as well. Every other game except for Tulsa, New Mexico State is on something that you see as normal TV stations, i.e. ACC, NBC, ESPNU, Big Ten, The Deuce, ABC, FS1, SEC, and CBS College before the late games, which the two of those are on ESPN and CW. CW, a triple header today. Oh my goodness, you got to be shitting me. 63-yard rush touchdown for Missouri, and they are ahead of the number. For the first time today. $63-yarder, the first play after the 2-minute warning. And now I can't even, the cover, I can't win it. The cover now is in doubt. And yeah, they're going to have to get in the back door. This is awful. (42-31) Missouri, ahead of the number. Need Daniels to fire some shots here. Let's see what happens. They're in the position where, really Missouri's, in theory, should let it score. I can't believe this shit. Kansas sold out. One missed tackle, and that's it. I really wish we'd get this rain, at least some clouds. The sun is beating me to death from the west. There's only so much the fan can do. It's just hot. Plus, I'm in the sweat box, baby. The name of the stream, the sweat box. Hopefully, we get the graphic done soon. Fire that thing in there. Florida, 13-9 trailing. It's third down, late in the quarter. I have no idea what's happening. The score bug on Odds Logic is giving me safeties and shit. What the hell is the Kentucky quarterback doing now? Looks like he's hurt. He's out. Here we go. Cutter Boley, the kid I asked for. Let's see what he can do. Redshirt freshman from Hodgenville. All right, I got my wish. Let's see if the Boley era begins today. If they come back and win this game, they might be all him all the time. He's chucking it. First play, 6 minutes ago, he drew a flag to McGowan. All right, here we go. Come on, Boley, let's go. Florida, it looks like the punt was over the guy's head. Didn't handle. It's going to be a safety. And so South Florida now extends their lead to 15-9 late in the third. It's getting late early in Gainesville. I think that might have been not catchable. The defensive back for Ole Miss did a good job of shoving him out of bounds. That's Ole Miss's defensive backs, and a lot of these guys in the SEC are taught when these receivers are so good. If they even get anywhere near going to the sideline, just give them a nudge and make sure they can't catch it in bounds. You only got to have 1 foot down. It becomes really hard to defend those guys. Cats smashing away now. Kansas 1:34 to go. They're at their own 29. Backdoor open, plenty of time. You guys, he dumps it off. Need to make a guy miss. He does. They get 5. The clock stops. 1:26 at the 34. It'll be third and short. Overtime in Kalamazoo, North Texas, and Western Michigan, 27 all. G.J. Kinney and Jeff Traylor are both really good coaches in San Antonio. It's Texas State a touchdown lead. Utsa, 4th and 10. They have to punt for the second straight time. Cats, 5:25 to go. 3-man rush. Looks to be a hold. No call yet. Boley flings it over everybody's head. You could see his arm strength. I mean, he just flicked that thing, and it was bullet. Randall for Clemson is on the move. That was supposed to be he's like an NFL receiver, and he's forced to play running back because of all the injuries to Clemson. Big drive here for them to try to get points and cut this thing to a deficit of a touchdown. 35-10 Wisconsin, and now the cover is definitely in play. 10 minutes to go in this game still for Middle Tennessee in a game that they had cut it to 4 at the half. Kentucky 3rd and long. Fresno, 1:35 to go. Oregon State on the move. They're at the 34. They do need a touchdown. Field goal does them no good because the last field goal was no good. Overtime coming in Kalamazoo. I don't know what happened with the toss. I have no audio. The only one I'm even messing with right now is the UK Ole Miss game. 4th and 5 for Kansas. This is the last play. If they don't get it, they have all their timeouts left. With down 11, I'm not even sure if they're going to call one. Oregon State scores a touchdown, 1:19 to go. They take the lead by 1. They'll go for 2. Let's see what happens. Kansas throws it. First down after the 40. They'll move the sticks, 1:15 to go. I thought for a minute Pickett didn't handle it. Pass interference against Clemson. I don't know which play that was. I know they had a big gain by Randall. I think that was the play after that. I don't know. I got nothing. Was that 4th down? They're pointing the other way. No. So Clemson. Okay, so against Troy State. All right, I wouldn't see which way they were going. Randall pounds his way to the 25. Let's see. I told you I was going to give you guys a look at the prices here before these 7 o'clocks kicked. What happened here? Turnover? Oh, it's a turnover on downs. I didn't see what happened. Everything happened so fast there. So, but Kentucky didn't kick a field goal the last time. They still couldn't have kicked one this time. It should still be a 4-point game. Ole Miss takes over, 4:11 to go. South Florida 15-9 in Gainesville as an 18-point dog. End of 3. I can tell you one thing. That coach for Florida turned down the heat by winning his last 4 last year to go 8-4, but that heat will turn right back up if they find a way not to win this one. Western Michigan, 2nd and 15, they lose 5. A guy slips on the first play of overtime. So they have the ball first. Kansas, we're going to the VAR against Missouri. I didn't even see what happened. Daniels incomplete, hurried by Smith. Shot officially the overturn. Interception. Fuck! So if this is right, they're going to give Missouri the ball and they're going to run the clock out and beat me by 11. Sixth play, 68 yards, 49 seconds for Oregon State. They lead by 1. 1:19 left. That will be an absolutely ridiculous result. That ends up being the final score. How come every time I looked up in this game I didn't catch a break? 10 for 19 on 3rd down and 4 for 5 on 4th. Missouri unsportsmanlike conduct. I guess with all 3 timeouts left, in theory, Kansas can call their timeouts and get it back, but I don't know if he even will or not. Billy Napier. You can see the beads of sweat forming as we speak. They might be playing won't back down, but Florida fans, I better get a little bit more spirit into it, or at least have as much more than the team has shown so far. Unsportsmanlike conduct against Missouri. Eli Drinkwitz not happy. All right, so 1:06 to go in the CW game. Oregon State by 1. What's happening with the Cats? So Ole Miss takes over, a little bit more than 4 to play. Both teams have all 3 timeouts left. Ole Miss 27-20. Okay, kickoff of the 7 o'clocks. Remember, these games Eastern, 4 Pacific. These games are all on ESPN Plus except for Vandy. Oh, sorry, that game's in a half hour. Except for Army and Kansas State, that's on regular ESPN. I'll make space for it shortly. North Texas has the ball after a Western Michigan field goal. They have 30-27, and there's a flag down. It looks like it might be interference against Western. Fresno on the move, 46 to go. They are in field goal range or very close to after the quarterback scampers for a decent gain. Old Miss had changed quarterbacks and brought Chambliss in. He just runs for a first down out to midfield. 3:08 to go. The clock is moving, even though he went out of bounds. I don't understand that. I thought it stopped under 5 minutes. South Florida's punting. Up 15-9. Florida gets it at their own 25. 14:38 to go. There is a flag. We'll see what the flag's all about. Kansas did not call timeouts, and this will be the last play of the game, most likely. Unfucking believable. Well, it's a long season. I'm going to win some of those. This one, given the fact that I had some breaks early and the yardage situation being what it was, disappointing loss. Wrong side in terms of what we saw on the field, how it played out. Clearly, Kansas's team is not as good as I thought, but doesn't make it hurt any less. That's for sure. Those are the ones that you really think you're supposed to win. Up 15 in the second quarter, catching 6. It just, yeah, not supposed to lose those. 2-minute warning at the Alamo Dome. Utsa down 43-36. We've got overtime in Kalamazoo, North Texas with the ball. They're down 30-27, second and goal. A couple more plays with a chance to win it, or we'll go to another overtime if they can make a field goal. West Virginia, wounded duck. The quarterback gets hit when he throws it. It's a pick by Ohio U. The Bobcats up 17-10, and they cross midfield. They have it, and they're going to have a chance to run it out. Ole Miss, big play inside the UK red zone, and they have a chance to run this thing out now too. .229 left. Kentucky's forced to call their first timeout. Total yards 448 to 300. Ole Miss. Ole Miss threw 2 picks early. The Cats took it down into the Ole Miss 20 and 31. The last 2 drives both were stopped on downs. Big play Florida inside the South Florida. What is this? Oh, that was the punt return. So they forced them to punt it again. And a stupid penalty on top of it by South Florida, I think. 14-22 and Florida's in business. Field goal by Fresno. Have they kicked it yet? I saw one go through. Is that a replay? Lacey, 26 for 135, just punking the Cats. They ran for 213. That's just an embarrassment. That's what, I mean, Stoops, I mean, that's what he's known, not let people run the ball on him. I just look up at this Arizona, or Missouri. I cannot fucking believe I lost this game. 4 for 5 on 4th down. Fuck me. So 10 for 19 on 3rd down. So that means basically they got 4 of the 9 third downs they didn't convert. They got 4 of them on 4th. So hard to win a game when you can't get off the fucking field. Look at this. Wisconsin's going to get ahead of the number here. Amazing. 41-10 point pending. 5:48 to go against Mississippi, against Middle Tennessee State. That is absolutely amazing to me. That's not even strong enough for word. They were nowhere near it. Nowhere near it. Holding on Ole Miss, 1st and 17. Kentucky gets a free clock stoppage there, I think. Did they have to call timeout? I'm confused. I thought there was a penalty, stops it on purpose. Kentucky calls their other timeout on this side of the 2-minute warning. This game's headed for 10. And that'll be 7's an okay landing spot for the bookmakers. 10 is not, I don't think. Although I don't know, most of the Kentucky money probably came at less than 10. Oregon 69, Oklahoma State 3, as I correctly assessed earlier. That's one of those where you're not going to usually find a live, but there's an outside chance that you could, and if so, you just try to sprint to bet under for whatever you can. Clemson has turned things around against Troy State. That's 2 touchdowns in the first 5 minutes of the 3rd quarter. 16 all, they'll have a point pending there to take the lead. As a 30-point favorite. I'll say one thing, that kid for Iowa State sure nutted up and hit that game winner. That was a bomb. Third and about 14 for Ole Miss at the 21. 2-minute warning. Cats are out of timeouts. And I'm going to be red-assed about this fucking Kansas game all afternoon. Let's see what else is going on here. All right, 34-20 Cincinnati wins, does not cover against Bowling Green. Game goes over the total. Oregon 69-3. You figure that one out. Side and total good. Texas State has beaten UTSA 43-36 at the Alamo Dome. Game closed San Antonio 4.5, 5. Total in the 65 range, so over and dog outright. Colorado 31-7 over Delaware. The game falls on top of the number, 23.5, 24. Total 49.5 stays under. Wisconsin has climbed ahead of the spread somehow. 42-10 against Middle Tennessee, laying 28.5, 29. Florida, I didn't see what happened. They scored 16-15 over South Florida. Let me look for the box here, and I'll be glad to share the scoring information with you. If I can get to it. Computer running incredibly slow speed. That sucks. Okay, so Wilson from Lagway, 5 plays, 20 yards. They got that after the big long punt return and the penalty on top of it. So short field for Florida sets them up to take the lead, and they do so. And that's their first touchdown of the day. Smack had field goals from 28, 36, and 41. Lagway's first touchdown pass, obviously. 22 of 29 for 214. It's a pretty close game all the way around. Lagway did throw 1 pick. That's the only turnover of the game. 16-15 Florida. 12:29 to go. The Gators laying 18-ish. 18.5 was out there at a couple places as well. You guys see some of these scores on your screen. I'll have to scroll a little bit better for you to see more as the games are underway now in the late session, the 7 o'clock session. The scores so far in those games: Marshall leads Missouri State. They've scored twice in a row to go up 13-7, 3.5 to go in the quarter. K-State 3-0 over Army, 11:21 to go there. Memphis State leads Georgia State, 9:07 to go in the first, 6-0. South Alabama 7-0 over Tulane, 9:19 to go in the first. Toledo 14-0 over Western Kentucky. They've barely played 3 minutes there. Houston and Rice, 9:44 to go in the first. In Houston, of course, but at Rice, no score. Going to make a TV adjustment shortly. I'll go back to those lines when I do. Fresno State 36-27. I can only fathom what happened there. I guess there had to be some sort of a dipsy-do dunkaroo on the last play. Point spread hijinks? I don't know. I'll have to look and see. I mean, how it got to 9, I have no idea. Oregon State outgained them 528 to 318. 45-yard pick six with 4 seconds left. How about that? The Fresno State kid, all he had to do was take a knee. Although going up by 9, in theory, you can't lose. But wow. So I didn't see that. That's a shocking turn of events. I'm going to have to fix the TVs here again with CW going off until 10:30. I think I'm going to set up NBC and ABC. So that'll be that. I would recommend do not turn on ESPNU unless you really are a sick individual. As bad as Oregon, put it on put it on Oklahoma State. I really don't know what's going to happen to Ball State against Auburn if they play anywhere near their best. Funny thing is I made the game a lot cheaper, but I feel like my Ball State number after last week is probably woefully off, and my Auburn number is probably not any good either. Who knows? I've got a barrage of stuff to catch up to on my phone. Not a whole lot happening, but I can at this point. Kentucky down 27-20. Ole Miss has a field goal attempt to put this thing in the barn. The kicker's good from 43 and 28 earlier, missed from 51. This one is right in the middle of the field. They centered it and called a timeout to set this thing up from 37. This will put Ole Miss up by 10 and ahead of the number. So a big kick in multiple aspects here, both for the game and for the spread, with UK out of timeouts. Down, up, right down the middle. Ole Miss 30-20, ahead of the number for the first time, and it's a question about whether Calzada is going to go or not. There is a flag. Okay, so it's a running into the kick. North Texas has scored a touchdown and beaten Western Michigan. Second half bet there is a loser on Western Mich. Of all those games at halftime to go after, I'm not mad at myself. I'd watched enough of that to think that we had an edge there. Just lost it. Western Michigan in the second half. A lot of congratulations for North Texas to come back and win it. Certainly that they didn't have to, and they were outplayed for a good part of the game. I'll give them some credit. My Western Mich team, not quite good enough. You get the money for the second straight week. Let's see what else is going on here. Like I said, I need to do a little reset on the televisions. UAB and Navy are at the half. I'm not sure if Odds Logic did this on purpose or what. They got it in the orange, which means it may be a short halftime. Clemson leads 17-16, and they got it back against Troy State. So whatever has happened here, Dabo clearly made some sort of a wake-up call. Let's see what Kentucky tries to do if they get it in the scoring position. They have to score twice. The right play without timeouts is to get it as far as you can into your kicker's field goal range and kick the field goal immediately to cut it to 7. I don't know if that's what they're going to do, but that's the correct play analytically to save yourself as much time as you can after you get the onside kick, because that's your only chance to have a chance to score twice. TV reset coming, and I'm going to go switch this Mountain Dew out for some water. I'll be back in just a second. Fire up the odd screen again. impossible to get happy with the televisions between 7 and 7:30 Eastern. There's just too much happening. Too many games going final. Too many that haven't started yet. I'm trying to flip it around and get everything going. I won in North Carolina and UNC Charlotte. There's a weather delay. Kentucky did do the right thing, kick the field goal, cut it to 7, get the money. No onside kick luck, but 30-23 the final. Ole Miss wins it. Arkansas leads Arkansas State 42-14 midway through the third. Ohio U is beating West Virginia 17-10. Wisconsin a 28 zap second half to get the money against Middle Tennessee. I'm still in amazement of that. Presbyterian against Furman. 2 weeks in a row they go on the road and shock the world. I think Presbyterian was the place where is that where the guy from Arkansas, the high school coach, who onside kicks every time and goes for 2 every time? I love the guy. Great guy. Kevin, gosh damn it, what's his last name? I'm drawing a blank. Great coach. But obviously was not prepared to coach at the high school. He wasn't prepared to go from a private school in Arkansas, winning a bunch of state championships at a small class level to go into college football. It just was a step too far. The Presbyterian outscores Furman 17-3 in the second half, and then they beat them in overtime. So it was 28-14 at halftime. They were getting beat, and they came back and won. I'll have to look at the point spread later when I do my work on those teams, but certainly very impressive. Let's see. St. Thomas lost to Idaho 37-30. I'm going to clear off my screen here. UAB and Navy, the second half's about to start in that game. I have to find space. TV real estate's tough to come by at this time. Troy State now trails 20-16 against Clemson. 3:36 to go in the third. $3:25 to go. Big steam on North Carolina. I'll take that as a good thing, given that we laid less than 13. It's up to 15.5 and some 16 now. Some real hijinks going on with Odds Logic. I lost like half my screen here. I have no idea what's going on. Something might be crashing or overloading. You guys can see it. It's a mess. Okay, that's rectified now. Thank God. When it comes back up there, it'll be fixed, hopefully. Troy State with the ball late third quarter. They trailed 20-16 against Clemson. They were up, I believe it was 16-3. Try a little more candy here. Oh, wait a minute. There's some Pringles over there. Let's go that route. K-State 3-0 over Army. That's late in the first quarter. Let me mute myself for a second. Let me go to the scoreboard. Yeah, the scoreboard's up. Let me go fix it here. Get you guys an idea of what's happening with these 7:30, 8 o'clock games. Virginia Tech now up to 2 against Vandy. I have a lean towards the dog. I don't like the dog, and I do respect a couple of my friends on the other side. Ball State total against Auburn up from 52, 52.5 up to 53 at a couple places. Nebraska 33.5 to 34-ish against Akron. Some 5 now at Circa on Arizona State at Mississippi State. There are some 6s out there as well, so it's a good two-way. Oklahoma painted 4 against Michigan. Good money for the dog today. USC up to 29.5 against Georgia Southern. Alabama now 34, 34.5 against Monroe. Given what I've seen at so far today, out of Florida State, maybe Alabama does put it on Monroe. Who knows? In UCLA UNLV, which goes in about a half hour, UCLA favored 2.5. I don't see it. Matter of fact, if it goes, well, I don't know. I made a pick. Say if it goes to 3, I want UNLV. I'm pretty down on UCLA. And I'm curious to see what we get tonight also out of Michigan State. That win against Western Michigan now aged pretty well as they played today against North Texas. We'll see what happens. Hokies and Vandy, because of the weather delay, and Clemson and Troy State will start on ESPN News. So if you have ESPN News, Tech and Vandy from Blacksburg will start on ESPN News. Nothing else to note on the lines of the rest of these games. Tulsa was as high as 4, 4.5. I actually took 4.5 in the contest with New Mexico State. That's gone back down to 3.5 now. BYU 20.5 or so against Stanford. That game opened 17 at Circa. And San Diego State still somehow an underdog. They're catching 2 in town, 1.5 offshore. Take that back. Paradise is 2 offshore as well for big, big bets. Open 4 at Circa. I made San Diego State the favorite. I guess we'll find out here shortly who's right. The PSA popped on the ACC channel, letting you know that Vanderbilt, Virginia Tech, which is supposed to be on ACC, will start on ESPN News. 3:25 to go on the SEC channel. Florida 16 and South Florida 15. Monroe and Alabama set to follow that one. South Florida has 4th and 7th to Florida 40. And they're lining up Automatica Grammatica from 58. This is going to be awesome. Let's see if you can bang it through here. Left hash, snap down, up. Short. He hit it good. Maybe a couple yards short. 2:52 to go. And Florida takes over up 16 to 15. I guess it'll be near midfield. South Florida has 2 timeouts left. Arkansas State has scored. They cut the Arkansas lead to 40. I'm sorry, no, they didn't. 42-14 was the score. So he was short by about 2 yards, and I guess there was time they were looking timeout. They didn't get it. Gio Lopez, 51-yard bomb to Culliver. 3 plays for Carolina to score here. And 75 yards in 59 seconds. North Carolina 7, UNC Charlotte 0. End of 1 in Houston. The visiting Houston Cougars tied with Rice. No score. I think that game's at the Rice Bowl. I have to pull up the boxes and see who got the kicks and all that stuff with these 7 o'clocks. Golesh going for it there on 4th and 7. Tough to know whether, I mean, I don't know what the right call is. Who am I to second guess it? You really don't know the range, you know, with this at Florida. It's humid air, kind of thick. Balls might not travel so well. Tough to say. Stormy is in Starkville. Arizona State, Mississippi State's on the deuce. Clemson and Troy State still on ACC. Vanderbilt, Virginia Tech, that's going to follow that. It's on ESPN News for now. Testicle Tech, a.k.a. Ball State, is in Auburn on the Plains. That won't be pretty. On ESPN U, I've got the Rice-Houston game on Plus. All kinds of other games are on Plus. Marshall, Mississippi State, North Carolina, Charlotte, Arkansas State, Arkansas, Memphis State, Georgia State, Tulane, Alabama, South Alabama, Western Kentucky, Toledo, the aforementioned Houston Rice, and La Tech and LSU, which I need to find a spot for that. Biggest investment of the day is on Louisiana Tech. Never fun to bet these big dogs. San Jose State and La Tech were two of them. Boston College, Michigan State, NBC, that one's starting. Boston College will get the ball first. Akron, Nebraska on the Big Ten channel. The Huskers get it first. Michigan, Oklahoma on ABC. Georgia Southern and USC is on FS1. And then Bama Monroe SEC channel after this Florida game goes final. That's your reset for the 7 and 7:30 games. I'm going to reset my TVs in short notice. And we'll be back with you in a second. I'm going to leave the odds screen up here until all of these games get going in this window. The last one to start will be Michigan at Oklahoma. When it goes, I'll go back to the picture of myself and in the box, and we'll go back to those odds and scores on your screen as we get close to the halftime or out of the halftime window of the 7 and 7:30 games Eastern. Tulane has sliced the South Alabama lead to 14-7. No real estate for me on that one yet. Tulane closed as high as 13.5, 14. That game is in Mobile. So great start for the Jaguars. North Carolina, quick touchdown to stop, and now they're in UNC Charlotte territory to the 35. They're up 7-0, 4 minutes in. Little surprised that Carolina didn't start Max Johnson at quarterback, but I guess the other guy was healthy, then it's still his job for now. We'll see how long that lasts. South Florida's defense has really given them all kinds of chances to win this thing. They forced another Florida punt, and now with 2:22 to go, it's 16-15 Florida. Obviously, Grammatica missed from about 58 by a couple or 3 yards. I would say that if they can get it down to about the 36 or 37, that's relatively close enough for me to think that he can make it from there. So we'll see what happens if they do get it down there. Have a chance to win the game. Pass interference, Florida. So they move the sticks and get it out of the shadow of their own end zone. They were inside their own 10 or 11. Marshall leads Missouri State 17-7 in the first. This is a 6 o'clock Renegade halftime. I'm sorry about that. Fake news. 17-7 Turd. Thundering Turd up by 10 after falling behind 7-zap early. Not a great start for me giving you guys some stuff here. I've been here for the better part of, what are we at, 7 hours and 40 minutes? I don't feel tired. Sure, I'm a little bit making some mistakes perhaps in the spots that I've tried to cherry pick here. Iowa State Live completely off and never in it after the time I put that in. When they were up 10 late second quarter, Iowa totally controlled things after that for a good part of things. And then Western Michigan second half, +7 even, no good. North Texas came back, got it done. Oh, we got Florida guy spits in a South Florida lineman face. What are they doing? Did he not watch the NFL game on Thursday? Number 90 for Florida. I mean, that's just got to be shitting me with that. So now it's South Florida ball at the 40 with 2:04. They still have the 2-minute warning and 1 timeout to work with. The clock is absolutely not a factor at this point. I expect a very vanilla plan from LSU tonight. I'll be shocked if Louisiana Tech does not cover. I fucking love this game. Oh, last man standing. I better get those out. Let's see what I'm involved with here. Kansas, you can throw that in the shredder. Where's the other one? Like Kansas twice. Fuck me. How about that? It's $50 right out the old shithole. Where's the other one? I got 5, right? No? Oh yeah, okay. 2 Kansases. Anybody need some fire? Something to start fire with? San Diego State, Louisiana Tech, North Carolina. Okay, let's see what happens. Tomorrow, for FYI, I won't get into this much. Raiders, Saints, Falcons, Lions, Rams. Don't love them any or all, but what the hell, why not? TV went out on my North Carolina game against UNC Charlotte. They lead 10-0. Army, Kansas, 3-0. K-State, sorry. Georgia State, 9-7 over Memphis. What the fuck happened there? Tulane scores the tie at 14 against South Alabama into 1. Toledo, 21-7 over Western Kentucky. And Rice has kicked the field goal against Houston. They go up 3-0. LSU, what do we got going here? Some razzle dazzle? Nope, some fake razzle dazzle. Nothing doing. I like this Louisiana Tech, man. They play hard on defense. Last week they shut out a 1AA team, but not a bad one. Clemson, looks like they're in again. I don't see it yet on my TV. I'm going to here pretty soon, it looks like. Klubnik play fake going over the top, and there's where it comes. Troy State overplayed it. 9:42 to go. To be fair, Clemson's defense has been really, really good since the second quarter. I don't even know how many first downs Troy State has, but the answer is not very many. Rutgers now leads Miami of Ohio 38-17, and they're over the number in that game for the first time. 21-point lead. That game is on Peacock. 3:41 to go. Rutgers 38-17. Clearly, Rutgers has got something going with their offense. Look at how good Ohio U was today against West Virginia, and look at how bad or how good Miami O's defense was last week against Rutgers. And look how good Miami O's defense was against Wisconsin. Michigan State on the move against BC. They're inside the 25. Might be a penalty on top of that. I think Michigan State might be pretty good. I may have to reassess things there. That score last week did not flatter them. They were much better than 23-7 or 24-7 over Western Michigan. Mississippi State also is another team that might be really good. We had a pretty decent play on Southern Miss against them, catching all those points, and they were right in it at halftime, and then Mississippi State just wore them down and ran them out. Notable comment by the Southern Miss coach saying that, you know, they got so much money and they spend it on their line, and they just, you know, we just had no chance to hang in there with them, you know, based on just on you know, they have bigger, stronger, better dudes than us up front, and they just wore us down. It's refreshingly honest, also a little bit depressing. Ball is on the tee in Norman, and Michigan is going to kick. I have a lot of work to do to get up to speed on these box scores. Miraculously enough, Auburn did not score on their first drive against Ball State. The Cardinals punted on their first drive as well. Georgia Southern leads Southern Cal 6-0. I have no idea how that happened either. I'll have to get these things fired up. No other scores of note at this point. Like I said, my goal is to get these things fired up, and who got the ball before halftime. It's just too much work to be able to chart and try to figure out what to do live. I'm still watching some of the games from the early window that have not gone final, including South Florida, Florida. They're calling for the kick in Tuscaloosa to be 7:55 now. And with ESPN News having Virginia Tech and Vandy, there's nowhere to put the Monroe, Alabama game. So they've delayed the kick. It's supposed to go in 5 minutes. South Florida, and it won't go to overtime. They're down by 1, 2nd and 4, inside a minute to go. USC out to the 35. I don't know how Georgia Southern got up 6-0. I'll have to look into that. Michigan State did fumble, but it went out of bounds earlier in the drive. 3rd and 1 up the middle, and they're going to be right at the yellow line. It'll be 4th and maybe a few inches, or 1st and goal. This Arizona State Mississippi State's a big game. Arizona State win would really give some credence to the fact that the Big 12 may be a little better than what you might think. Whereas Mississippi State was preseason last in the SEC. If they win it, then it's, even though they might be a lot better than that, clearly to me they're better than that. May have some detractors saying, hey, you know, if they can't, their 12th best team in the country can't win at Mississippi State, then don't we have all the best teams? Oklahoma Mateer hits the receiver open on a slant for the first down. Kind of a skinny post, actually. Trips left. Against the Michigan defense, they're out near midfield. That's a good throw, good route. Michigan's strong safety did not get back in coverage. I guess that's the middle backer. Quickly enough. Navy 31-24 over UAB. That's late in the third quarter, 4 minutes to go, CBS College. I do not have a visual there. I tapped out. I'm still protesting them pulling off the Jacksonville State Liberty game earlier to put Navy on in the first place. Screen by Oklahoma. 2nd and 14, now going to be about 3rd and 8. USC driving into Georgia Southern Territory. LSU field goal is from 54 and no good. What's happening here? Kelly's yelling at somebody. Timeout. I don't know what happened. He's yelling at somebody. Now they're going to go for it? I don't know. Beats me. I punt. I don't know the down and distance. I know that Louisiana Tech, the longer they stay 0-0, as I said earlier, like about San Jose State, the better. Ramos is in there again for LSU. He's their kicker, I think. They're going to kick it again. This is from 30. This is going to be about a 51-yarder. Michigan's defense is getting shredded. That's Oklahoma passing game. I really didn't think that would happen. We'll see. It's too early to tell for sure if they're going to continue. So far, they're laying back way too passive. This is a quarterback draw. He beats them. It's a nice play. He's run for about 6. They're in the red zone. South Florida has 1 timeout left. 2nd and goal. 18 seconds left. They've matriculated it down into the Florida red zone. The Gators have done themselves no favors here with a barrage of errors in this quarter. Really some mistakes that you don't expect from someone that Florida's top 15-ish type team. 18-point favorite here. No matter what Mississippi State does against Arizona State, certainly South Florida winning this game would put them in a prime position to be a playoff contender and the favorite in that conference. Draw, run, tackled at the 2 or the 3 yard line. Clock's moving. Florida's out of timeouts. South Florida will call their last one here shortly. They're setting up a Grammatica kick that's basically an extra point. 3 seconds left for South Florida. 16-15 Gators. And the 18-point Dogs will have a chip shot to win the game. Troy State did get a first down against Clemson. There haven't been very many of those since they were up 16-3. Toledo leads Western Kentucky 24-7. Virginia Tech is on the board first against Vandy 3-0. Michigan State did score a touchdown. They lead Boston College 7-0. Nebraska the same lead 6 minutes in against Akron. And USC has scored. Also 8:50 to go in the first. 6 all. Point pending. Everything is gone in that window now. Next game to kick is Alabama-Monroe. I take it back. That one goes in any minute. As soon as this field goal goes final, probably it's going to kick. UCLA and UNLV. That one goes at the top of the hour. That's supposed to be on CBS College, but they will not. They certainly will not interrupt that one if a military academy is playing. We've already seen that earlier. They blasted right into a CUSA game that was closed to put on the Navy. With the Navy game being delayed by weather, it's still only the third quarter there. So there's nowhere to put UCLA, UNLV. South Florida's field goal by Grammatica is good at the buzzer, and they have beaten Florida in the swamp. 18-16, 18-point favorite on the field. On the field. Alex Golesh with by far his biggest win in his 3rd season in Tampa. And now let's see what South Florida has ahead of them. Man, that's a great win. Phil the Thrill still had them 4th in the conference going in. I think it's safe to say that they're probably better than that. They beat Boise and Florida to start the season. They got Miami next weekend. Let me tell you one thing. If they go to Miami and beat them, they're a cinch. They just have to go through their conference. They can even lose a game. South Carolina State's their last non-conference game. Then they go league play the rest of the year. And there ain't a game that I see that they won't be favored in their league if they even are competitive against Miami. I think 11-1 with the loss to Miami, and they're the favorite. Oklahoma, Deion Burke's 9-yard touchdown catch from Mateer, and they are in. 2 games I'm faster than you on the feed. Oklahoma, Michigan on ABC, and Michigan State, Boston College is on NBC. I have feeds that are fast on those games, and I will be able to stay ahead of you in the latest window, which I will not stick around for. Well, I will till halftime, probably. San Diego State, Washington State will be on the CW. I'll have a good one there, too. Let's see what's happening here elsewhere. Clemson's lead is 27-16. Troy State still has the ball. Alabama and Monroe are underway. Alabama has the ball first, it looks like. Mississippi State has it back. Looks like there have been some punts in that game to start with after the Mississippi State touchdown. I've got to, like I said, reassess the televisions here. Still got some issues. Touchdown Auburn. Looks like a long pass, maybe 50 yards. 4:15 to go. They lead Ball State 6-zap. Rutgers blast one in again. Little icing on the cake. 45-17 over Miami O. Let's see who they have next. If I remember right, their schedule here at the start's pretty soft. Basically picked by most to come, let me see, middle of the pack in the Big Ten, between Wisconsin and Michigan State, basically. They have Norfolk State next, and they got Iowa at home. 1 second, please. I do have to take this one. All right, so adjustments will be made on the television here shortly. You guys were probably wondering why I was muted. That was actually intentional. I had kind of an important phone call to take there. Usually I try to hit mute when I'm working. This situation did not. One of the guys I was chatting with earlier, some halftime stuff, we had to discuss about a figure that wasn't clear from the other night. So he sent a text I didn't agree with. We needed to get it resolved. Anyways, that's the story about that. Let's see. We're now 8 hours old. And give Clemson some credit. They basically buried themselves a whole half asleep and a defensive touchdown to make it 16-3 early, and they've controlled the game since then. Looks like Troy State has punted into the end zone for a touchback. Crisis is going to be averted there. That is on ACC channel. After that one, that game will go over to Vandy and Virginia Tech in Hattiesburg. Those who want to see that one now can find it on ESPN News. Michigan's first drive of the day, 6 minutes in, they're out to midfield against Oklahoma. And Boston College, again, has a they're second and 9. Well, they're out to the 35. I don't know what that red line is. Tulane has waken up from a 14-0 deficit. They now lead in Mobile 21-14 over South Alabama. A lot of those games that started at 7 Eastern are now entering windows that are going to get them close to halftime soon. Rice 3-0 over Houston. I'm really impressed with Rice's defense. They played well last week against Louisiana Lafayette on the road and got a win. And today they're shutting out Houston through 27 minutes as well. Vatech leads Vandy 3-0 late in the first quarter. LSU and Louisiana Tech, my best play of the day, plus 37. Tied with LSU, 3 minutes to go in the first. Tiger ball at their own 35. Louisiana Tech's defense has not given up a point yet through almost 5 quarters this season. Some commercials have littered my televisions. LSU first down to the 45. Ball State third and long. And Navy leads UAB 31-24 at the end of 3. Game is slowed down after halftime. I'm not sure whether that has anything to do with the field conditions. If you remember the other night in the NFL game, after the rain, there were some issues. CeeDee Lamb couldn't catch the ball, and it seemed to be like a little bit slick, and the field conditions obviously favored the defense. And combine that with the fact that the defensive coordinators had a full hour to adjust after the halftime adjustments in the middle of the third quarter after the game just went up and down the field with scores both ways the whole half. Really remarkable that game somehow stayed under the total. Michigan swing pass at midfield, crunched, a little bit of a loss on 3rd and 4, and now they'll likely have to punt it. Second half is underway in Huntington. Marshall leads Southwest Missouri State 17-7, and they're driven it into the red zone. The box score tells a lie there. Missouri State 239-157 over Marshall. And let me look at the third quarter box just out of curiosity. All these touchdowns were scored. Let's see. Scoring. Now Missouri State's drive 88 yards, Marshall 75 and 76, but they haven't done anything outside those 2 drives. Is that the deal? I'm confused. To 8 in the third quarter. Yeah, there's something I'm missing here. Navy leads UAB into the third now, 31-24. Southern Cal with the ball back now against Georgia Southern. They now lead 14-0. 14-6, sorry. They had it back. They didn't have it for long. This Georgia Southern defense is a complete sieve. Maeva complete to midfield, broken tackle, another broken tackle, and he gone. USC certainly has some guys that can take it to the house once they make a play. It's Makai Lemon, going to be about 70 yards from Maeva, the UNLV transfer. 13-6 Southern Cal. We're about 8 minutes and a little bit of change into the second half. It is final in Piscataway. Rutgers 45, Miami 17. Another impressive effort here by the Rutgers offense. They got a Norfolk State game at home next week. Basically a bye before they have Iowa come in. So their first 4 are at home. And I'm sure they have visions on being 4-0. Let me look at the line in that game. Iowa at Rutgers. Iowa at Rutgers. Rutgers. Iowa's going to be a small favorite as things stand, but not a big one. It won't be much. Auburn has scored again. They lead Ball State 13-0 late for the first quarter. I need to change that channel. There's too many good games to be stuck on ESPNU. Monroe punts it, 10:35 to go in the first. I need to change that channel too. Alabama leads 7-0. TV maintenance work coming before these halftimes of the 7 o'clock games. Hold please. I'll also take a quick trip. Oh, Navy scores on the first play of the fourth quarter. They now lead 37-24 over UAB. Maybe we'll get lucky and CBS College will turn that to Allegiant Stadium, which is exactly 4 miles north of my condo, and give us some UCLA and UNLV. They've actually delayed the start in that game. I guess there's no real reason to hurry. 8:14 it shows now. Lots of UNLV money or UCLA money here late. As high as 3 flat at BetCris. There's some 2.5 minus money in town. Still a couple of 2s out there. Total 54-ish. There is a 55 at the Westgate. There is a 54 at Chris. So some sporadic differences there, which you'll see sometimes when UNLV's involved, and it's a game in town or offshore. LSU scores on the 12 seconds to go in the first quarter. That's Louisiana Tech's first points allowed. They lead 6-0. There's a penalty, illegal hands to the face against the Bulldogs. That's going to tack on the kickoff. Sorry. So other points: Virginia Tech 10-0 over Vandy. Memphis State leads Georgia State 14-9 late second quarter. And Nebraska has scored again. 4:40 to go in the first. They lead Akron 9-0. Clear the scores out. And Nevada Reno beat Sacramento State. That was going to be close all the way. They won by 3. That was one of the chances for a 1AA team to pull an upset today. And okay, so with all that done, clear this thing off. And I'll be back in just a second after I make a couple of changes and grab another water. what's happening here. Hello? Clemson has beaten Troy State 27-16. That's a final. U.S. Naval Academy now with a turnover, and they are into UAB territory. Right after scoring a touchdown in the first play of the quarter. 38-24, they lead now. Definitely a threat to cover. Once again, CBS College Sports has planted their flag, and they're sticking with the academies over UNLV and UCLA. You want to watch that one, you have to go to watch it online. Really nice play by the linebacker for Navy to pick that off. Arkansas leads Arkansas State 56-14 at War Memorial Stadium. There's rumors that could be one of the last times that Arkansas plays there. Fascinating contrast. Also, the first time they've ever played Arkansas State or any other school in the state of Arkansas for that matter. The rumor has it that Frank Royals will be rolling over in his grave. UNC Charlotte lining up for a field goal against North Carolina. Boyd 2 for 2, 42 yards was his long. This from 39. Down up. Good. North Carolina's lead sliced to 10-3. 12:40 to go in the second quarter. Diego Pavia has led Vandy down the field, and they score. Virginia Tech 10, Vanderbilt 7. That was the first play of the second quarter. Long pass. Guy just got behind the coverage. Nobody for Virginia Tech was there. First play of the second quarter. Call that good coaching, right? Have the whole first quarter timeout to set something like that up, and they execute. Louisiana Tech is out near the 43, early second quarter. Kook quarterback in this one for Bulldogs. Missouri State has scored at Marshall. 52-yard touchdown pass from Clark to Robinson, 3 plays, 74 yards. And they've sliced the Marshall lead to 20-14. Marshall was down 7-0. They went touchdown, field goal to end the first half, and then punt, field goal to start the second. They lead 20-14 at home. In that game, they were laying 7 at the end. The game opened 10-ish, 9-ish at Cirque, I believe. And, yeah, we'll see what happens from there. That game is in the third quarter. Going to pull some box scores up to see who got some of these kicks that I missed. I didn't have them all on TV. As you know, this is the busiest window. The 3:30 and the 7 o'clock window Eastern times were both, I mean, not even really close. They were both extremely busy, and they're busiest times of the day by far. The 12 o'clock's not so much so today, and then certainly not as nearly as much late traffic as there is tonight. I mean, as there was last week. Let's see, where are we at here? I need to pull up the box score. Charlotte C. I guess Syracuse's coach was so upset after the game that he put them out in the field and they ran. I'm not really sure what you're trying to do, show up your players winning the game. They came for 2 touchdowns down to beat UConn in overtime. I mean, you can be upset for the performance, but to send them out there with people still in the Carrier Dome after winning the game, I'll call that borderline Bush League. Certainly, if I were in charge of the athletic department, I would not. I wouldn't condone that. I'd tell the coach, let's not do that again. UCLA has won the toss against UNLV. They'll kick. They've deferred, sorry. I'll keep an eye on that one with the Twitter. I've got a couple of UCLA beat guys and obviously my UNLV people as well. Boston College is in. 8-yard touchdown catch. Turbo Richard. 7-6 in Lansing with a point pending. see what's happening here. I'm trying to stay on top of everything. Louisiana Tech is trying to dink and dunk their way down here. They're into LSU territory. And as long as the clock continues to move, and it's your friend when you're catching 37, then that's fine with me. Points would be good. Get out of the shutout so that they get that out of their mind. Remember, LSU has Florida next week, although that game is taken on a sudden different level of importance. And certainly, I can't remember where that game is, but the point spread was going to be dramatically different. On a neutral field, I have LSU maybe 11 or 12 better before today. It's going to be more than that, really, no matter what happens here, unless somehow Louisiana Tech takes this thing closer for a lot longer than I expected to. North Carolina has the ball at their own 18 starting this drive. 12:30 to go in the half. Oh, here we go. Nice run out to the 35. Remember, this is a game we are on Carolina. Big steam late. The early money was on Charlotte. They opened 18.5, 19. Got bet all the way down to 13, 12.5, I think, at some places. We were involved at 13. On the favorite, the game closes 16. There actually was a 16.5 at the end. So all UNC all the time late. If you remember, North Carolina, Charlotte played against Appalachian State in the first game, and there was all sorts of money. They couldn't get enough. They were fighting over UNC Charlotte, and Appalachian State thrashed them. And clearly they've learned their lesson here. They're betting again after having them, after the overreaction to Monday night's loss to TCU, who's going to end up being very, very good. This game here, the later money was on the Tar Heels, and I fully expect them to handle business. They lead 10-3, 11 minutes to go in the first half. Houston has chimed in against Rice, and they have they've taken the lead at the Rice Bowl, 7-3 over the Owls. Dean Connors, who did play at Rice for 3 seasons, only player of the last 2 to rush for 700 and catch for 400. Pretty impressive. Call him a running back, but he's got more receiving yards than anything else. Mekhi Lemon has 4 for 158 yards and 2 touchdowns in the first quarter. Yeah, USC 21, Georgia Southern 6. And if you remember, Georgia Southern was beating Fresno last week at halftime in one of those late starts, and Fresno scored 28 unanswered to start the second half. I don't know what to think of what they'll do today. They actually stayed out west this week and practiced in Oxnard. They'll go back to Statesboro after their California vacation tonight. They'll be 0-2, and the rest of the season to go. This game's going to get real bad. I don't know how they scored a touchdown to go ahead. I'll have to look at the box and see what happened there. Just too many games for me to pay attention to all of them. All I got for you there. Somebody wants to tell me in the comments what happened. I'd appreciate it. I still don't think North Carolina's got the right quarterback playing. I do realize that Lopez threw a touchdown on the first drive, and it was a nice play, but this ain't no good. I want Max Johnson. He's only 28 years old. He's a 10th year senior. Michigan got a guy just got a guy killed. Number 10, he just fell down. I think he's concussed and his arm's broken. Number 0, sorry. All right, let's pull up some more box scores and get some more coin toss info. Scores: K-State 13-0 over Army. That's not promising. I really thought Army would be a little more competitive there, but you got to score. I mean, that's simple. That's simple math. And they had problems with turnovers last week. I don't know if that's been the issue today, and I haven't seen much of that game. Georgia State leads Memphis State in a total head scratcher, 16-14. Memphis was laying 15. Georgia State got absolutely obliterated last out by Ole Miss. Tulane 24-14 over South Alabama. Order has been restored there. Green Waiver bet up. That opened 10 at Circuits, closed 13-ish. They're up 10 now after falling behind 14-0. Toledo 24-7 over Western Miss. Houston lead over Rice is 7-3 at the half. Houston laying 6.5. That's pretty consensus. Total 17.5. I agree with both numbers. Saw enough of that based on pregame, analytics, all the other stuff. That's the proper score. looks like Louisiana Tech had to punt, I guess. Yeah, 11 and a half to go in the first half. LSU starting inside their 10. Let's just hope that one lasts for a bit with the way that it is. As long as LSU doesn't score 38, they can't beat me, no matter what my offense does. Underway at Allegiant Stadium, no score. Nebraska 12-0, Auburn 14-0, Boston College ties it at 7. All these things I've already told you. Let me clear that out. Clear the mechanism. I thought that ball hit the ground. They're going to review that? Guess not. Mateer overshot his receiver, and there's a Michigan interception. They'll take over at about their own 38. They're down a touchdown against Oklahoma. Late first quarter. Mateer now 7 for 12 for 114 with a touchdown and that interception. Army has a 3rd and 5 at the K-State 23. K-State 199 yards to 117 for the U.S. Military Academy, who has called their second timeout. They have one left. 25 seconds to go in the half. This has been a short game, which that's the way Army plays. Anytime you're -3 in turnovers like they were last week, no matter who they're playing, they're going to be in real trouble. Army did defer. So yeah, K-State kicked the field goal on their first drive. Army punted. K-State punted. Army went 28 yards, 10 plays, stopped on downs. K-State took over at the Army 48. After starting their first drive at the Army 49 on a good kick return, I suppose. And they scored a touchdown, 6 plays, 48 yards. Army punted, K-State field goal, and now an Army drive here. So really, the bulk of their work here, they got the ball with 2:25 left, and they ran a 13-play, 71-yard drive. That's kind of unbelievable, really. It's like I guess they can do it. 2nd and goal at the K-State 4. They're out of timeouts. I don't have that one. Let me rephrase that. It's an ESPN game, and therefore my box score is faster. I'm going to continue to update through there because obviously everything's at play here. First half money's on the line. First half total, no, not quite. First half game's total is 48. Let's see where we end up. Long Island is leading at Eastern Michigan in an upset, 1AA over 1A at halftime. Arkansas has beaten Arkansas State at its final in Little Rock, 56-14. Tulane leads South Alabama 24-14, also at the break. LSU on the move here, matriculating it down the field. 3rd and 4, they've crossed the Louisiana Tech into the Louisiana Tech side of the field. 8.5 to go. Blitz off the corner. They picked it up. Gosh damn it. There's very few players that can make that play. Throws it across the field for about 6 and a first down. I don't know whether he knew the blitz was coming or whether the play was designed to throw it for 5 yards, and he got. It's really close to the sticks. The receiver made a nice play to reach out, and I believe he got enough for the first down. That's just their Jimmies and their Joes are better than your X's and your O's. Virginia Tech 1st and goal, 11:40 to go before halftime. Quarterback draw, and he gets it, breaks a tackle down inside the 2. Alabama 21-0 over Monroe. Southern Cal 21-6 over Georgia Southern. No other scores of note since I last updated you. Va Tech is hammering on the doorstep here. Vandy called timeout. I don't know what they're doing. The clock stopped for whatever reason. Army has 3rd down at the 2. K-State calls timeout. Why did they call timeout? Must be is Army going to kick? This is why I don't understand. I can't. Watching it confuses me because the box score is so much ahead of the feed. All right, I need to look and see what else is going on here. Second and goal for Vatek, 11:16 to go before halftime. We are into the second quarter in Norman. There is some extreme physical violence in this game. Navy has scored to go up. No. Interception, sorry. UAB throws a pick. I saw Navy got catch in the end zone. Boston College drops a surefire 1st down. Michigan incomplete. They'll have to punt, and the interception goes for naught. Drones is in for a touchdown for Vatek, and they have added on to their lead, a point pending to go up 17-7. Navy 38-24, 5:16 to go. The interception will give them the ball. Hopefully they'll run it out fast, and let's get this TV to UCLA and UNLV, please. Thank you, drive through. Hey! Army in. First half cash. And they get the ball at halftime. Great work by the Army. The good old 2-for-1 deal. Cale Helms. Touchdown pass to Brady Anderson. That's 16 plays, 75 yards, and 225, and that is at the end of the half. So the scoring play was on 4th and 2 they went for. Attaway. I love Army's coach. Big balls. Sack up. Helms 6 for 9, 46 yards and a touchdown. He also has ran the ball 17 times for 48 yards. Clearly there's a lot to be missed by losing that quarterback. He was a stud. But, yeah, this is impressive. And now, they played themselves back in anything. This is a non-conference game. But still, you want to have a good showing for yourself. I mean, the loss to Tarleton doesn't have to taint the whole season. Obviously, Bryson Daly was an absolute animal and a fullback type. They actually listed Coleman to start the season as a starter and Phil Steele on a couple of depth charts. Helms played in 3 games last year. But 5'10", 203, that's exactly the body type that Army's constantly had under this regime. Jeff Monken's been there 12 years. They got a bye coming up. Then they got North Texas at home. That's into the conference. At East Carolina, a short week. At UAB. Charlotte at Tulane. They played Air Force Academy on November the 1st in Colorado Springs. Both teams will be off a bye there for that. There are no more non-conference games. What am I missing here? Tarleton. Did the AAC? No, they don't. So Tarleton, Kansas State. I'm missing some. Air Force is not a conference game. What's the other one? Navy's in their conference. Does Navy not count as a conference game? I don't know what's going on. I'll have to look that up. All right. Anyway, 13 to 6. Sorry, 13 to 7. Kansas State leads at the half. The score on the screens that I'm seeing are incorrect. Tulane 24-14 over South Alabama halftime. The Tulane second half price is 7. There is some 7 minus money attached. That half point's probably big with it sitting 10 in the second half. I understand it. 24 total seems a little low to me. Nothing there. Didn't see enough. UNC Charlotte's on the move here, 3rd and 14. They set up a screen. Get it about half of it back. It'll be inside the 10. It's going to be 4th and about 5. I'm guessing they'll kick here. Who knows? LSU is taking it down inside the 10. It'll be 3rd and goal at the 6. Timeout's called by LSU. Sure would like Tech to get a stop here. The other halftime, Houston leads Rice 7-3. As I told you, the halftime price is there. A lot of 6. There is some 6.5. I think that's a little high. I thought 6 should be the number at the most. Anything between 4.5, 5.5, probably better. More than 4, less than 6. K-State, second half price. Army gets the ball first. They're making it 6.5. That's too high. Army, the yardage is 190 to 140. There's just not enough possessions in these Army games to be using numbers that high. I'll never, I don't see it. I mean, Army's in the game. As long as they don't turn the ball over, they'll be in it with the chance to win it. I've seen enough of the Kansas State. I watched them life and death against a 1AA that's way worse than Army last week. 47-yard touchdown pass to Brennan Thompson. And Mississippi State is now up 17-0, and Arizona State's in all sorts of trouble. I can't believe it. I knew this just smelled like a rat. I'm a little bit sick about it, to be honest with you. Mississippi State's going to be pretty good. Now, of course, in the SEC, that still might mean they finish 13th. Whatever. Touchdown is good. Arizona State's coach is losing his mind. I think the Mississippi State quarterback thought it was a chop block, too. He didn't even celebrate. Lots of cowbells. Hope Stormy's got her earplugs in. I'm going to have to do some serious maintenance to my machine. There's just too much going on here. It's a $3,000 laptop. When you have all these windows and all these tabs open and all these things taking up space, and now 2 different live streams, it's too much. Okay, I got some games coming into half. I'll make sure to give you guys a look at the odds screen when it gets there. Taven Jackson, let's see, that's Central Florida all over NCAA. LSU, does this guy catch this? I mean, LSU has so many monsters at receiver, and then they catch balls that I think there's no way. No, incomplete. All right. So they had the ball for an hour, but the end result, Louisiana Tech bends but does not break. North Carolina gets it back against UNC Charlotte. I don't know what happened, whether they missed a field goal or they went for it, didn't get it. I guess it must have been a missed field goal because they have it out to 20. Lopez checks it out for 15, first down. Carolina 2:44 to go in the half. LSU field goal is good. They now lead 10-0 over La Tech. 6:24 to go in the second. Vandy. Is that Pavia? What a fucking animal. This guy just runs over people. He's a fullback disguised as a quarterback. They really ought to run more of those draws. I'm surprised they hadn't gone to that before. I've watched a few of the plays, and I'm a little bit astonished by their offense tonight. Virginia Tech's done a good job against them. I was not impressed with Virginia Tech's defense on Labor Day much at all. Or was that on Sunday, I guess, last week? So Vandy has a first down by 10, 8 minutes to go in the second. Nothing of any significance is happening scoring-wise. Elsewhere, Boston College has taken the lead in East Lansing 14-7. I don't know how that happened. I missed it. Akron 19 zap over, Nebraska 19 zap over the Zips of Akron. That's middle of the second quarter. Mississippi State catching 6, 17-0 over Arizona State. It's getting late early for the Sun Devils. Georgia Southern has scored a touchdown again. Once again, I missed it. Every time I look up, USC's got a guy running up and down the field. 21-13 Southern Cal. Bama 21-0 early second. UNLV has taken a 3-0 lead over UCLA. That game, 4:40 to go in the first. Clear strides on defense have been made by the Rebs since giving up 550 yards to Idaho State in the season opener. The best thing that could ever happen to UNLV if they end up having a good season was the decision for Bud Crawford and Canelo to fight at Allegiant Stadium next Saturday, which allowed UNLV to move. Well, it didn't allow it, forced UNLV to move the game. They can't play at Sam Boyd or anywhere else. So UNLV had to move that game off that date back to week 0. And had they not done that, who knows what happens against Sam Houston last week. And certainly with the new coach, and to play a 1AA in your opener gives you a chance to see what happens, feel things out. They were a 30-point favorite, down by 10, I believe, into the second half before they came back and got the win. And then they looked a lot better on defense last week at Sam Houston, and their offense was clicking as well. Today against UCLA, we'll see. I don't know what to make of UCLA. They were really disappointing against Utah last week, but again, after one game, you can't really tell how good Utah is yet either. So lots to figure out. Memphis State leads Georgia State 17-16 at the half. They're laying 6.5, and the total is 27.5 or 28. I lean over, but I don't like Georgia State enough to know. Again, didn't see one play of that one, so I can't tell you with any sort of certainty. I do know that there's respected money on the favorite in that game at 13. For the game, they're up by 1 at halftime. Oklahoma ball, 7-0. They're at their own 44 against Michigan, 11 minutes to go in the first half. Michigan State out into BC territory now at the 33. Middle of the second quarter. Vandy now into the red zone. Clock moving under 6 minutes. Been an impressive drive. They're really, Virginia Tech's kind of letting them do things and get yards, but when it comes to actually, once we get to this part of the field, I think things are a little bit more difficult. And Vandy doesn't have a super explosive offense. Pavillas wants to grind things out and beat you with his legs. And can he throw it downfield? Yes, that's just not their MO. Michigan's defense has really been impressive since that first drive. The game has slowed down for them a little bit. They've sort of grown into it. Mateer through that interception, he looks a little bit hesitant as well. At that time, I thought he was going to throw it, and he ends up pulling it down, trying to do something with his legs. Not there. A little bit different competition than he's ever played. He had a good year at Washington State last year, but they haven't seen anything like this when it comes to defenses. A little bit of remind me of Indiana last year when they had all that success early, and then they were in a dogfight with Michigan at home. It's not because Curtis Rourke can't play quarterback. The Ohio U transfer went to IU and led them to all those wins, and they only lost to Michigan and only lost to Ohio State. But the point is, the bottom line is pretty simple. It was Michigan played them a close game. It was because that was by far, not even a close second, the most talented defense, and the best recruits that IU saw all year on defense until they played Ohio State. So that game actually helped them prepare for Ohio State. It didn't help them beat them, but they were in a dogfight because Michigan's defense. And this is the same thing happening in Mateer. The game may well slow down for them, but that first drive, they took it right down. There was probably a good chance of some scripts there, but the yardage is 156 to 68. Michigan's only down a touchdown, and if their offense can get it in gear here, I think that they'll grow into the game and have some confidence. They're in it. Halftime at the Glass Bowl, Toledo 31, Western Kentucky 7. Jeff Whitelaw, who was recently inducted into the Sports Gambling Hall of Fame, had Toledo as a best bet -7. He's laughing right now. Almost a cinch to win that one, barring shocking second half. Vandy is held to a field goal. 4:19 to go in the first half. In Blacksburg, 17-10 Hokies. Navy punts it inside of 2 minutes. UAB gets it back out of timeouts. Cannot just tell Trent Dilfer to go away and let me watch the varsity game. Southern Cal is back in the red zone, but it's 4th and 3. Maiba now 9 for 12. 8:55 to go. Let's see what they do. First half ended on a Memphis State field goal from 55 to give them the lead. They have been outgained by Georgia State, 313 to 192. Just a drastic turn of events from what happened to them in Oxford last week, where they gave up 70. Michigan State 4 plays, 33 yards after the big return. And they have tied the game against BC. 5:40 to go before the half, 14-all. Lopez on 3rd and 7 rolls out and he scrambles. He gets to the first down and he gets it, period. Out to the UNC Charlotte 42. 81 seconds to go in the half. They do have 2 timeouts left. LSU ball back, 3:10 to go in the half. They have it at their own 20, 10-0. Just a matter now of La Tech doing it on defense. It's clear their offense is going to struggle against LSU. Nothing else of note happening scoring-wise. And these 7 o'clocks, again, are all going into the half. Tulane at South Alabama was 24-14. That one's going out of the half. Toledo halftimes against Western Kentucky is 3.5, and the total is 27-27.5. Marshall, again, 20-14 over Missouri State. 12 minutes to go in the game. And UNLV has found the end zone against UCLA. They lead at 9-0. 13 seconds to go in the first quarter. Point pending to go up 10-7. Michigan has had 4 drives. They've had 4 punts, but they roughed the kicker on that one, and Michigan is going to have the drive extended because of that. LSU's just hammering away up front on Louisiana Tech. I mean, I'll give Kelly credit. I think that they're going to be satisfied in running this thing out before they get to 38. At least I hope. With Florida on deck. Two-minute warning, LSU at about their own 30. They're up 14 zap against La Tech. Sorry, fake news, 10-0. Georgia State won the toss and did take the ball against Memphis. 313 to 192. Let me look at the drives. Missed field goal, touchdown. must have been a return. No, how did they score 16 then? Oh, the safety. Carolina has it at the 31, 29 seconds left to go in the half, 2nd and 10. They do have one timeout left. Navy 38-24 over Alabama Birmingham. Navy wins, does not cover. 20 and a half, 21. Total of 59, 59 and a half. It slides over. Not by a lot. Alma mater time. And let's go ahead and please kindly take us to Las Vegas, Nevada, and Allegiant Stadium. I guess they won't. They're going to play the alma maters. Boston College 3rd and 12 here now. 3:35 to go before halftime. Okay, so I see it now. This field goal touchdown. Stopped on downs at the 3, and then they got a safety. So then it was 7-2. 9-7 punt. This field goal again. Jesus. They got all these yards and they can miss 2 field goals. 14. Carolina now has, I believe, 1st and 10 at the 13. They still have one timeout left. I don't know how that's possible. Didn't they only have one before and they got tackled in bounds? Hey, all right, touchdown. 13 seconds to go, I believe. No penalties. Big score. Gauss, 37 for the Heels. Vitally important given that UNC Charlotte gets the ball at halftime. 16 3-point pending. La Tech just called for a cheap interference there. The ball was not catchable. 1:55 to go, LSU out near midfield. USC held to a field goal on that drive that I was talking to you about a minute ago. 24-13. UNLV 10-0 into 1. Nebraska 25-0 close to the half. Auburn 21-0 close to the half. And that Carolina touchdown again makes it 17-3. Nothing's moving in the Toledo halftime again. 3 minus money, 3.5 dog money, 27 under the total. Georgia State, Memphis State total up to 28 most places. About what I expected. Sack by La Tech. I really would like to get this thing to the half at 10-0. I believe that I'm in good shape with what LSU's got next. I'd like the offense to do something, but I'm really encouraged by their defense. They are playing hard. We knew that would happen. Clock running under a minute. I didn't know they didn't call timeout. 3rd and 17. I'm guessing they'll run the draw. Nope, we're going to throw it. Might be a screen. Definitely a hold. Nobody there. Got to be grounding. Mettenberger chucks it out of bounds. 43 seconds, it will go in. Barring a horrible turn of events for the Bulldogs. Vatek, Drones takes it inside the Vandy territory. He's caused a problem with his legs, which that happened last week. Vandy should have been more prepared for it than they have been. 17-10, inside of 2 minutes left. Vatek looking to score before the half. As these 7:30 games go in, I will go back and give you guys a peek at the odds screen so you can see what you want for yourself. Again, I'm more concerned about just reporting what's happening now than looking for plays. A couple that I mentioned earlier were not even close, and there's just too much going on. I'm still sweating the stuff that I'm liked pregame, so it becomes real tough to try to sift the forest through the trees when you're watching this many games and trying to sort everything out. This early in the season especially, it's hard to get a good grasp on how good or bad these teams are. You'd like to think, you know, the transfer portal and the NIL and all that good stuff, coaching changes, coordinator changes make it a lot more difficult. Florida's next 6 games: at LSU, at Miami, at home against Texas, at Texas A&M, at home against Mississippi State, who will be ranked probably if they win this game, and at home against Georgia. Jesus. Well, the good news is this coach dug himself a hole today with the loss. He'll have 6 chances coming up to go 4-2 and dig himself back out of it. Michigan has ran the ball 9 times and thrown it twice on this drive. Clock moving, 3:40 to go before halftime. Man, there's all kinds of crap going on here. There's a flag down this time. Well, BC's got all day to throw here. Quarterback finally gives up. And instead of running, he shovels it to one of the receivers. Two-handed chest pass like in basketball. First down, Boston College. Total yards for UNLV against UCLA, 109-33. Possession, 11 minutes to 4. As we start the second quarter, Nico, I'm going to leave you. First visual of the night from Allegiant Stadium. UCLA ball out at past the 35 as they start this drive. Down 10-0. Latte gets the ball first to start the half with LSU 10, Bulldogs nothing. Houston has scored another touchdown, and they lead Rice 14-3. 6:24 left in the third. Game close 13.5, 14. The dam has broken somehow, it appears. That's a quarterback draw. Let me look at something here. Okay, so Connor Weedman. That's the kid that played at A&M. Okay, so they got Rice on the road. They got Colorado next Friday at home. And then a bye. So, yeah, it behooves Houston to do whatever they can to try to expedite things here and stay healthy before the visit from Colorado next Friday night. The Buffaloes probably did much of the same when they handled business against Delaware earlier. 4th and 1 for the Bruins. They're going to go for it at their own 44. Shotgun. Amalivia keeps it, and he gets 2. First down, Bruins. Dom Zavada missed the field goal for Michigan. And now Oklahoma has it back around the 2-minute warning. 3rd and 3, big play here. Flag down, might be a free play. Takes a shot, incomplete. 2:01 left. Let's see what the penalty is. There might be 2 of them. It's like Michigan got held, I thought. I don't know if they called it or not. Not having any volume there makes it difficult. BC leads Michigan State 21-14 in East Lansing. I'm surprised their offense is having as much fun against that Michigan State defense as they are. Western Michigan couldn't even hardly string first downs together last week. Multiple penalties. Hands of the face against Michigan means they don't need to take the offside flag. They're going to take first down on the personal foul. LSU in the second half is laying 14 minus money. There is a 14.5 out there. The total is 21 over and 21.5 flat. I have no opinion. I'm perfectly content to sit where I'm at here with Louisiana Tech plus all the points. Alabama leads Monroe 35-0. 9 minutes to go in the second quarter. Clearly intent on handling their business tonight. Tulane is up the lead against South Alabama, 27-14. Now they've climbed out of being down 14-0 to score 27 straight. They are now at the number. We're laying 13.5, 14 going in. Didn't look good early. Tulsa now being bet to 3 against New Mexico State. I made New Mexico State the favorite there. I like what I'm seeing, the late market movement.
Finishing 4 minutes on offense and make it a 2-score game. So really glad how the people play, how the players played, especially in the second half, second quarter, and they fought hard. That's a really hard team that plays really close games. So proud of our guys. Sorry to a lot of gamblers there at the end.
Lane Kiffin apologized to the people for Ole Miss that laid it. That is unbelievable. Oh, shit. UK did the right thing. They were down 10. That's the correct play. Get into field goal range and kick it as quickly as you can to leave yourself time for the onside kick. I mentioned that as it was happening. So kudos to UK for getting it right, and kudos to Lane Kiffin for apologizing to the gamblers. Well done all the way around. Nebraska has scored again before halftime. They're laying 33.5, 34 there, beating Akron 32-0. It's imperative to see what they got going on next week. I think they have an important game. Could be wrong. No, their schedule's trash. Yeah, Houston Baptist, Houston Christian, whatever. Then they got Michigan the week after that. So that's the game. Next week it's a 1AA. Then they got the bye after Michigan. So really not much on this, not much meat on the bone from now until then. Virginia Tech has it 17-10, 3 seconds to go, and 4th and 3. Southern Cal has scored again. They lead 31-13. How in the hell can that total be 62, 61 and a half? They actually opened at 64. 68 and a half was a circa opener, and some morons bet the thing under. It went down all the way through the week, a full touchdown. I mean, I'd be shocked if this game doesn't get into the mid-70s or the low 80s. I'm going to try to pay attention the next time CBS College Sports throws up a picture of Las Vegas. That looked like there wasn't any, there's some clouds in the sky. I'm going to see if I can look at the buildings and see if any of them are like, say, Monte Carlo instead of Park MGM, so I can know that the video is like 6 years old. 27-yard field goal for the Hokies going into the break. Down, up, good. 20-10, Vatek leads it. Give you the halftime prices on that one shortly. Boston College over Michigan State 21-14 at the half. That one I'll also give you to shortly. As more of them go in there, I'll start to throw up the halftime lines on the screen, and you'll be able to hear me talk and look at the prices. You may or may not be able to see them, but I'll give you a chance to at least look at them as I try to give them to you orally, if it's possible as well. Toledo first play the second half. Chip Trenaeum. One play, 75 yards. Toledo 37, Western Kentucky 7. Point pending. 38-7, Toledo. Western Kentucky, a significant step up in class tonight after their 2 wins to start the season. Man, this Oklahoma running back's a battering ram. Jesus. I mean, it's like a pinball machine. Michigan's guys were lowering their heads and hitting them, and he just hit them, and then he bounced off. Number 2, this guy's a monster. Roar. Clock moving. Inside of 90 seconds for OU. They are inside the Michigan 35, right at the edges of field goal range. Draw from Mateer. He runs it. He's beaten a couple of guys. I don't think I'd want to be putting my quarterback in harm's way against this Michigan defense. Oklahoma's shown that they're plenty physical. There's no doubt. But this Michigan, they've been laying the lumber too. We're down inside a minute. Oklahoma has all 3 timeouts, clearly in no rush. Clock is not a factor for teams that already play fast to begin with. First and goal now for the Sooners. At the 4. Significant turn of events here potentially. I'm super impressed with Oklahoma's physicality. I really did not expect this. I thought that Michigan would have trouble on offense, but I really didn't think that Oklahoma would be this physical against them. It's like they scored a lot of points. Michigan's defense has played pretty well outside of that first drive. But this one here is bookending the half with another potential touchdown to make it 14-0. And again, outside of the quarterback for Michigan, I'm not sure what he's got helping him out. There has not been a lot of meat on the bone with them. You know, if he got it back, Calandria, 6 for 7, 76 yards and a touchdown. Looks like UNLV's moving the sticks out to the 29. It's 9 first downs to 3 for the Rebels against UCLA. 9 minutes to go before halftime, 10-0. draw, touchdown Mateer, 22 seconds to go, first half, and they're going garbanzos in Norman. Oregon QB Dante Moore said the Ducks' goal Saturday was to break the scoreboard against Oklahoma State. 69-3. They did. The Houston Rice feed, I'm really trying to watch that game. I want to get a feel for both teams. I saw Rice last week. I wanted to see what kind of confirmation I had. It's clear they have a decent defense, and the offense is light years behind. They like to play slow, like to run the ball, shorten the game. All those things come into play. That's why taking 13.5, 14, especially 14 when the total was only 38.5, 39, such a big deal when the total was that low. I mean, you're really getting a lot. It's a lot of bang for your buck when you take that many points, the total below 40. But under looks good. The side becomes questionable if Houston scores any more points. If Rice just doesn't have any sort of offensive weapons that do much. And Houston's defense is, to be fair, pretty good against the run. I'll get a prolonged look at that box a little later tonight as well. Going to be a long night. Lots going on. South Alabama's on the move into Tulane territory, close to field goal range. Although I doubt they're looking much for that at this point. Missouri State takes the lead in Huntington, 21-20 over Marshall, 2 minutes and 6 seconds left. That would constitute as an upset. There was all kinds of sharp money on that side. Got bet down from 10 to 7. Houston has 10 first downs, Rice only 7. Late third quarter, Houston is into Rice territory. The quarterback scrambles. This is Weigman. It's right into his wheelhouse to try to run the ball. He's begging for a flag that's not going to come. First down, they're inside the Rice 29. Inside the Rice 30 to the 29. Michigan gets the ball first to start the second half, but there's a pretty tall hill to climb. Down 14-0, given their offense is pretty much ineptitude across the board. Southern Cal 31-13 over Georgia Southern. They will get the ball back with 91 seconds left at their own 32. Following a punt by the Eagles. 3rd and 4 for Red Balls, and it looks like it might be a touchdown. Yeah. 5:39 to go before the half, and UNLV's up 16-0, and will certainly try to rekindle their thoughts, getting involved in the playoff discussion. Certainly with what they've got left, and as bad as UNLV might end up being, or as bad as UCLA might end up being, this won't be a good win. So they'll have to go 12-0 to probably have any say, plus the conference title game, 13-0. But Dan Mullins clearly had his team show strides of improvement, and they're a sleeping monster. I mean, in terms of the league that they're in and the resources and money and the fact they play in an NFL stadium, if this guy can stick around for a while and they give him enough money to recruit, no telling what the ceiling could be. Carolina and UNC Charlotte, the ball is on the tee. Second half will start in just maybe 15 seconds. 33-0 Nebraska over Akron at the half. Tech 20-10 at the half. Auburn 21-0 over Ball State at the half. Second half price, Auburn 19.5 minus money against Ball State. Total 21.5. Cardinals got shut out last week. They played 6 quarters without scoring. Don't know how that's going to change from what I've seen so far. Just 2 bye games. Miserable starting schedule for the new coach, Urimovich or whatever his name is from Butler. Tulsa, New Mexico State is underway in Las Cruces. We are now 9 hours into the stream today. Hopefully those of you have popped in and say hello. Nobody's really said hello in the chats, but to say hello and wish me well as we get this thing off the ground. I'll appreciate anybody that spends any amount of time with me is always appreciated. Michigan, Oklahoma, second half. Oklahoma is now laying a half point, total 20.5. Basically, I expect some more under money to come here. Circa is actually already at 20, which I agree with that. If they want to bet me over, so be it. If I were booking that game, that's how I would use it. Westgate agrees. They're at 20 flat. There's some 20.5 flats out there. Akron, Nebraska, 14.5 and 20, 20.5. Again, Akron's chances of scoring next to nothing. Lots of teams getting shut out because they're just getting physically manhandled to line. Louisiana Tech by LSU, Ball State by Auburn, Akron by Nebraska, and unfortunately for those Michigan fans, 2 short years less return from a national title. Michigan is getting manhandled by Oklahoma up front, 14-0. Here are the prices. I'm going to give you I'm going to reset clear the mechanism. Memphis State 24-16, they lead. That's just happened. 7:37 to go in the third at Georgia State. That's the first score of this half. And I'm going to put the odd screen up there as soon as this clears itself out. Unconscionably slow here. I'm going to have to start my machine over tonight. Sorry for the delay. Total yards 71 for La Tech and 195 for LSU. 18 first downs to 4. Tigers do have 1 turnover. That's kept it reasonably close here at only 10-0 at the half. Second half's going to kick shortly. Let's see how much of this screen will show you when I scan down here. All the half times of these games. Why doesn't start till later? That's, if you see that in the white at the top, that's because the game, I think, was scheduled for the afternoon. They moved it to a late night start. No time change because it happened a few months ago. Oh, shit. Almost got them all. Almost. Anyways, that's the situation. The games that you see in the blue are at halftime. UCLA has a first down out to the 37. LSU will kick to start the second half. Southern Cal, I think they're not going to score before the half. I haven't seen this drive. Lord knows they got a jillion yards. I hate it late in the day when we get the highlights. Every time I look up and see somebody scoring a touchdown, I wonder who it is. I have to, once I see the uniforms, I've seen that play already today. Here's a good example. Texas scored a touchdown to go up 7-0, like an 88-yard touchdown pass against San Jose. course, not worrying about the fact that we have San Jose to begin with. I'm sitting there having to see the same touchdown. I'll bet I've seen it 12 times today. So I have to relive the same touchdown against my side. Like, it seems like that always happens. I guess it's because I have dogs, and the favorites are the ones that are scoring. That's the ones they always show. It's brutal. So you have to see the same highlight that goes against you and just get you more aggravated. Here it is again. Look, ABC. That's the game that channel was on anyway. The channel was on that game was on that channel anyways. Here we go. 3rd and 3, and then the Arch Manning's touchdown pass, and there it is for the 13th time today I've seen that play. Brutal. Man, that was supposed to be a safe pass by Louisiana Tech, but it sure makes me nervous. The clock's moving, so I think it was complete. Yeah, okay, so it's like going to be like 3rd and 3 or something. UNC Charlotte is on the move here. 17-3, first drive of the second half, 3rd and 11. Oh man, this guy for Louisiana Tech, the quarterback, just got his clock clean. There is a flag down. I'm not sure what it is. Man, this week's for LSU. Aren't there like 3 of them? Uh-oh. Houston running the other way like Forrest Gump. Is that a pick 6? Oh, it is. First play of the 4th quarter. Houston, James, 20-3, point pending. Yikes. Horrific news for the potential cover. Rice played so hard and the dam is broken. Early 4th quarter, 21-3. Army on the field. 14-13 in Manhattan against K-State. 3:20 to go there. I can't wait to look at that box score again. I can't wait to get a good chuckle. Let's see how this has played itself out. I got that on and I'm all over the joint. Arizona State did score before the halftime. Mississippi State 17-3. Arizona State 4.5-point favorite. Total 27.5. I got to say that I don't agree with it, just based on the line being wrong pregame to begin with. But normally in this situation, it would be like 6, 6.5. And everybody knows that that's not right. That's why you got a cheaper number. So you're not getting full value if you want Mississippi State now. The way to take them was before the game. And I got to tell you, there's a lot of people that were on them before the game. Extremely sharp money on Mississippi State. And rightfully so. They've had their way in this game. So Army, the drives in this half have been as follows. They went 3 and out. K-State, 4 plays and out. Army got the ball at the 11-18 mark. 14 plays, 89 yards, touchdown. 7:58 off the clock. 3:20 to go. In the 3rd quarter, K-State I see a 99-yard touchdown by Nuremberg. Is that a return? Yeah, I guess so. So Helms bangs it in from the 1 to give Army a very short-lived lead. And I guess this kickoff return is going to come in a minute or so. My dumbass feed here. What's happening elsewise? Scoring. South Alabama did kick a field goal 27-17 with Tulane. Rice, first play of the next drive, huge gain for about 60. There is a flag. Let's see what it is. Looks like everybody's coming back. USC did not score before halftime. That's a shocking development. 31-13 at the half. They're laying 13.5 at halftime. I like USC. It's up to 14 already. I wanted to lay 13. Anything more than that's a pass. I'm going to probably kick myself in the ass later. Bama 42-0 over Monroe. Second half, Michigan. Oklahoma is now half and 20.5, pretty much flat painted. Again, the second half, Arizona State, Mississippi State total mostly 27.5 under money. Nebraska 14, 14.5, total 20. Those are the 4 halftimes that are in. So the hold on Rice was as the play was downfield. So we have it now a 1st and 3 for Rice. It did come back a lot. Louisiana Tech has moved it out, matriculated it out near midfield in their first drive of the half. It is 3rd and 10 at their own 49. Big stat in this game, LSU 6 for 9 on 3rd down, Tech 1 for 5. Falls forward for about 3 on a play, on a fake. They had no intention whatsoever of throwing it, which is great for me, plus all my points. I assume they're going to punt, and they will. Sonny Cumbie, you the man, baby. Knock this thing inside the 10, play some more defense, and let's try to live to see another day. Get the ball, get a score, and then put some pressure on LSU. Put some game pressure on them. Just want one score, even if it's a field goal. Get off the 0. Yeah, there you go. So K-State, Avery Johnson's pass to Tibbs for 2 is good. And just like that, 99-yard return by Bryce Nuremberg. And K-State has gone up 21-14. Army's lead was short-lived, exactly about 9 seconds. Missouri State 21, Marshall 20. Final upset in Huntington. And the Bears have won their first game as a member of playing in the Division 1A class. Conference USA win over Sunbelt. Marshall, lots of growing pains. They did not keep their coach after winning the Sunbelt last year. He went to Southern Miss. Marshall has a whole new team. Clearly there'll be some growing pains. UNC leads Charlotte 17-3. Charlotte got nothing out of that last drive. It's 3rd and long for the Tar Heels. Again, up 14 with the ball. Rice on the move against Houston, 21-3, 1st down. This is about the furthest they've gone the whole game. They're at the 31. Let's see. I need to do a reevaluation of the televisions, and I also need to take a quick break. Otherwise, I might grab a little chocolate. 9 hours and 22 minutes here. Fresh as a spring chicken. Still daylight. Why wouldn't I be? Touchdown, Michigan State. 41 yards to Nick Marsh. Torched them. 12:50 to go in the 3rd, and they're a point away from tying this thing up. North Carolina forced to punt. Rice 3rd and long. Let's see, there's commercials. Vandy second half's about to start. You guys see the lines on my screen here below. Everything is there. No score in Tulsa, New Mexico State. That's one I want to watch. It did start a little later, so I don't have to sweat that one just yet. Okay. Nice punt by North Carolina. Back to the 32. Return for 5 yards, 36. 8:38 to go. UNC Charlotte takes over, throwing 37. They're down 17-3. I'll be back in just a couple minutes. The lines will stay up on the screen. You got 4 games at halftime. Akron, Nebraska just went out. Ball State, Auburn is out. So yeah, all the 7:30s are in. That's it. There's those 4. UCLA, UNLV are coming in a bit. Tulsa, New Mexico State coming in a bit. There's 2 other games after that, plus Hawaii after that. Toledo up 45-7 over Western Kentucky. And those are your updates. Everything is in and or out. I need to fix my lighting. I need to maybe get some more ice. And I'll be back with you shortly. Nussmeyer, 16 of 26, 115. I'm really impressed with what Louisiana Tech is doing to make him work for everything. Let's see, no movement that I'm seeing. You can look at yourself at the line movement on this second half. USC 13 and a half. There's a scalp on the screen. There's money both ways at Chris and Pinnacle. That's about it. That's about it. Nothing else noteworthy there. Rice did score. Second and goal here. The screen tells you 21-9 before my TV does. Just cleared it off there to make it easier to read. Oh, they ran the option. Okay, so they didn't get in on second down. It's third and goal at the 2, and they do get in on third down, unless I got a fake news scoreboard update. Okay, back in just a couple minutes. One thing I've learned since last week, I'm back, is that I'm not going to sit here for 13 hours without taking some breaks here and there. Michigan, the lightning bolt to start the second half. I have no idea what happened here. Let me see if I can watch the replay. Wow. Justice Hayes, he gone. Wow. After what I watched for 30 minutes, I did not see that coming. 14-7, Sooners. One play into the second half. Wolves have sliced the lead in half. 21-all in Lansing. Boston College on the move. They're 3rd and 13 near the red zone. Vandy has scored a touchdown to cut Va-Tech's lead to 20-17 now. 8 minutes to go there in the third quarter. Things are starting to heat up. Army trailing 21-14, fourth quarter, 13 minutes to go. I don't even want to know how long Army's had the ball in a row. It's got to be a bajillion plays to not very many. Let's see, because K-State scored a touchdown on the kick return. So Army has now ran 24 plays in a row since K-State has last run one. Although amazingly enough, it's 8-7 K-State in that time frame, which was from 11:18 in the third quarter until now. So we're into the fourth quarter. We played a full quarter of football, and Kansas State has not run one offensive play. Army, first down. Excellent. Here we go. Second down at the 15. The TV feed is about a play and a half behind. Oklahoma shotgun, first play after the kickoff. It's complete for 4. Man, this is tough. There's just sometimes not enough TVs. I want to go up there and make some more changes as games get heated up. Houston and Rice, all of a sudden the scoring has exploded there. I actually had to tap out even when it was 21-9. Houston scores to make it 28-9, and they're back ahead of the number. Tulane, 33 out of the last 36 in South Alabama from 14-0 down. They are now ahead of the number in Mobile. Memphis State also on the number, 31-16 early in the fourth against Georgia State. That's a game where they were getting beat at halftime and outplayed in the box, and I really thought that would turn around. It's one of those, you feel like the wake-up call is coming at some point. Arizona State, Mississippi State, 17-3, middle of the third. Mississippi State's defense was really good against Southern Miss last week. After the first few drives, it's been good again tonight. I'm extremely impressed. Mississippi State was picked to come in last in the SEC. They are not going to come in last in the SEC. Heard it here first. Well, I'm not splitting the atom, but let's put it to you like this. I would not be surprised if Mississippi State gets bowl eligibility. Bowl eligibility. Given they got to play, well, they got one cupcake. I'm trying to think who their other non-conference game is. Let me see if I need to be a little bit more bold than that. LSU did punt, so now we're inside of 6 minutes and it's still 10-0. La Tech in good shape, plus all the points. UNLV, 23-0 over UCLA. I'm not sure why the UCLA guys are rowing the boat over there. 1:49 to go before halftime. Just an absolute pummeling. I have to wonder exactly how good Utah might be. I have to ding them a little bit just because of how bad UCLA looks again tonight. This is 2 weeks in a row I've been thoroughly unimpressed with UCLA. Here's a good kick return after the 36. See what Nico and his $2 million contract can come with here. Second half is underway. I don't know how many plays they've run. Okay, yeah, Mississippi State 17-3. The scoreboard was fake news. Second half just started. That's Dave Fleming and Brock Osweiler on the call there. What was I going to look up? Oh, Mississippi State. Mississippi State at Southern Miss, Arizona State, Alcorn State, Northern Illinois. So they don't leave the state of Mississippi until they play A&M. They at Southern Miss, and then 4 straight home games at A&M on October the 4th. They ought to be 4-0 before they host Tennessee. That'll be an interesting game. Tennessee might likely to be undefeated as well. Yeah, they'll win. A&M, Florida, Texas, Arkansas, Georgia, Missouri, Mississippi. They'll win 6, maybe 7, and let you see from there. I'm impressed. Hope Stormy's on that. Stormy, hopefully she's impressed too. Army kicks a field goal. Disappointing. 13 plays, 57 yards, 7:22. 21-17, K-State. Lead is trimmed to 4. This is Arizona State has moved the ball into Mississippi State territory. Their best drive so far of the night. Second half about to start at the Coliseum. Bama up 42-0 against Monroe. Again, I told you 16.5, 16, 17, total 21. The line screen will stay up for just another minute. Once Bama goes, I'll get that out and I'll put myself back up. I did fix the lighting situation in here. I'm trying to decide if I want to grab another snack now that we're at the getting close to the 7 o'clock hour Pacific. I've eaten a couple times today. UNC Charlotte 3rd and 10. They're in their own territory. They're going to have to punt. Down 17-3. Carolina game sitting 14. Bad news for a lot of people, given all the movement there. Well, lots of time left. 4th and 1 for Vatek at their own 25. It's a short one, too. They only have to get about another half yard. They are punting. They respect Vanderbilt's front. That's a super conservative call. I mean, I know where you're at in the field, but Jesus. I mean, you got to sack it up a little bit, don't you? All right. Here we go. Michigan is forced an Oklahoma punt, and they have it back now down 14-7. 13:36 to go. Boston College 24-21. 7 minutes to go in Lansing. Michigan State starting the drive. And USC 3rd and 5. I'm sorry, Georgia Southern 3rd and 5. Down 31-13 to start the half. Nebraska 40-0 over Akron. Auburn 28-0 over Ball State. Houston 28 now over Rice, as I said. South Alabama scored a touchdown and got the conversion. They're now cut it to 33-25 with 5:27 to go. They're back inside the number, and that game has gone over the total. So they're about to kick off. Army is against K-State again. Obviously, let's not have a repeat of what happened the last time. Because of that K-State touchdown on the return, Army has now ran 27 straight plays going back to the touchdown drive when K-State punted to them and they had the ball at their own 11. 11:18 to go in the third. There's 10:43 to go in the fourth. K-State's going to get the ball back. There will have been 15 minutes and roughly 30 seconds from yes, 15 minutes and the 15:30 or so, give or take, since they ran a play. And Army's ran 27. Time of possession will be absolutely comical. Oh, onside kick. Did they get it? Oh, yeah. The U.S. Military Academy, bitches. My dudes. This was a great spot. I knew it. And listen, that Tarleton State game was bullshit. 3 turnovers. That's the only reason. Who's to say that Tarleton State ain't even fucking better than K-State to begin with? Oh, that's such good effort. The Army guy just rocketed it right off the K-State front guy. It wasn't even tried onside kick. It's just a bullet right at him. I wonder in the NFL if you have to declare those. If you just kick it as hard as you can right at somebody. That should be legal. mean, that's what he did. And the thing about it that worked out so well when you do that is if it doesn't work, it still turns into a good squib. I suspect you'll see some people start to do that down the road. I really do. The risk reward for that is way too high not to think about it in the future. I think we just saw a play that's going to gain some traction going forward. Certainly, if it probably won't in the NFL, but in college, if it can, that'd be awesome. LSU is threatening to score here. They're going to have first and goal late in the third quarter. It's still only 10-0. Again, with all my points in pocket, I feel good, but 28 still beats me if Louisiana Tech does not score. Michigan State quarterback made a really nice play. There was a blitz off the corner. He got away from him, Childs did, and then he's at that point he's a runner, and he's a good one. He has taken it down inside the 40. It'll be first down Sparty, 4:38 to go, clock on the move. Back to the ground game. Really good football game. NBC did good for themselves on this one. Southern Cal 31-13. Results a lot better at this time of night tonight than they were 168 hours ago. I was crying and cussing and everything. Tonight, not so bad. Gio is still the quarterback for NC. I'm still not sure how I feel about that. Every time I start crying, he does good. So maybe I'll start to cry some more. Could use some more points there for insurance. Definitely don't want to get backdoored. 17-3 Carolina. 1 minute to go in the third and short. They're in their own field position still. That game's sitting on a number that's interesting to a lot of people with all the movement. Starting 19, down inside of 13, up back to 16 at the end. LSU now third and goal at about the 3. Clock continues to move. Army, after the onside kick, now has fourth down. And the clock is moving 9 something to go. Clock on the move, 4th and 4. So Army has now ran 32 straight plays from scrimmage. Rollout. Got to get to the edge. He does. First down, Army. Inside the 45, and the drive will continue. This is awesome. Absolutely incredible. Clock moving now, inside of 7 minutes to go. My TV feed's a little behind, which is disappointing when you're trying to sweat this thing outright. I did like Army on the field tonight. I'm not a K-State fan. I don't like their team. I didn't like what they showed in Ireland. I was going to give them a molly and thought, well, they're coming home in kind of a bad spot last week, but against a really, really bad, the worst team of the Dakotas at all 4 of them. That was a spot that I thought they would get healthy, even coming home from Ireland. They did not. I am getting all kinds of feedback here from some earlier stuff that we did some of these games. Let's see Oklahoma now trying to chuck it. The ball was deflected and deflected again, incomplete. 4th and inches for UCLA. They are down 23-0 late in the first half at Allegiant Stadium. Surprising amount of red. I imagine if they win this one, they'll see a lot more going forward. At the 32, they run it. stacked up in the backfield, but not brought down. First down, Bruins. Tremendous catch by the Oklahoma kid. He's down first and goal inside the 5. 3rd and 8. Big play there. Army first down at the 32. Before this play, they've outrun K-State 220-75. Just so fun to watch these dudes play. Just hang on to the ball, don't make mistakes, and you give yourself a chance to win. This is now 35 straight plays for Army since K-State has last snapped the ball. K-State last saw the ball at 11:18 in the 3rd quarter. We're now down to 5:47. Clock moving. Timeout. 5:39 left. 2nd and 6. Shit. $11.18 is 15. Western Kentucky has scored at the Glass Bowl to cut the lead for Toledo to 45-14. Review, call overturned. 14-7, Oklahoma on the move here. Let's see. Oh man, the Giants blew it in the 9th. St. Louis beats them 3-2. Zoolander great again today. Ouch. Vandy, one-handed catch, touchdown, and Vandy has taken the lead in Blacksburg. 24 seconds to go in the 3rd, 23-20, point pending. LSU did score a touchdown. They're up 17-0, and now they're running all kinds of bullshit trick plays on me. Whoa, Tonto, whoa. 17-0 late 3rd. They hopefully are only going to run one more play here. Let's get this thing to the 4th quarter and stop trying to do a whole lot here. Good catch by Vandy. You'll see it on the highlights. Pavia's pass was good, not great. One-on-one coverage over there. He just one-handed it. Tucked it right into his left arm on the left sideline. Great play. UCLA gets 3 at the end of the half. There's going to be a halftime go in. It's 23-3 Vegas. I'm guessing that UCLA is going to be favored maybe a field goal. I don't know what world that could be the line, but that's what it's going to be. Total is going to be 24.5 if I had to guess. I'll let you know shortly. Something pops up. Here we go. Army 3rd and 1 at the K-State 22. It's just a methodical. This is what you do. This is Jeff Monken football. How can no one want to bet this? How can people not enjoy watching Army play football? I fucking love it. It's there. Anybody that plays like this, the whole league doing this would suck. I don't want 136 teams doing this. I want like 3. Army counts, Navy counts, Air Force to an extent. Give me 5 max. I want 5 teams like Andre Ware's Houston Cougars. I want run and shoot, chuck and duck. I want 5 of those too. I want throws on every play. I want a coach back, Jack Pardee. I want Bud. I want someone who just says, F it. I'm going to do whatever I want. I'm going to chuck it all around the field every play, and I want an Army that milks the whole clock out. Look, that time they didn't get it on purpose. 3rd and 1, he got like a half yard. 4th and 1, the clock continues to run. I thought he got the first down. The spot was bad. Let's see if they even challenge it or if they're even allowed to. I don't know what they're going to do here. I mean, it's fourth and 1 at the 22. Clock moving inside of 5 minutes. K-State has not run an offensive play in now 22 minutes. 38 plays in a row by Army since K-State has snapped the ball. Houston 35-9 over Rice. The Owls have let go of the rope. The game is over. The total. Did Vandy miss the extra point? I still see 23-20. LSU 17-0 into the period. Michigan State ties it up 24-all against BC. Southern Cal is in. They lead Georgia Southern 38-13, not covering yet. Tampa loses in the 9th as well. This is just great. Baseball off to an awesome start. Let's see. Anything else happening? Nope, no other scores. Let me clear this thing off and let me bring it back. The next 2 kickoffs are both at 10:15. That's Stanford BYU and San Diego State Washington State. Army has plowed their way forward for about 1.5 yards. It's another first down. They move it to the 20. K-State's defensive dudes are out there so long and they're so desperate and tired. They actually were just begging for like a spot. They were trying to point the other way. No shot. Got a full yard. This is infringing on territory that, like, I don't think I've ever seen before. 11 rushes, no passes, 36 yards, 6:47 off the clock. Then there's going to be 2 more runs because my TV feed's behind for 6 yards total. It's 3rd and 4 at the 14. Clearly, they've played themselves into 4-down territory at this point. And by being down by 4, they're not going to kick a field goal. North Carolina has moved it to the red zone against UNC Charlotte. This is in the 4th quarter now. I'll have to check the down and distance here shortly. Cole Andreas, 12 of 14 for 171 and 2 touchdowns. This is UNLV just clearly better than UCLA. No other words to say it. This is Dan Mullen, obviously having another week to prepare. They're only going to improve with this coach. 2nd and 7 for Oklahoma at the 10. 10 minutes to go in the 3rd. This is Mateer on a draw. Good blocking by Oklahoma. 1 missed tackle, and that's it. He's in. No flags. 10-12 to go in the 3rd, and Oklahoma stretches the lead back out to 20-7, point pending. Like Twitter's having some issues. I was wondering why they didn't register with all those plays that they've been running. Timeout. 2:56 left. Carolina 3rd and 7, 17-3. I'm only sweating that one so much because of the big variety in the point spread, all that movement, and it's sitting on numbers that are bad for some people, good for others, mostly good for players and bad for bookmakers. Arizona State has sliced the Mississippi State lead to 17-10, 7 minutes to go in the 3rd. Nebraska 46 zap over the Zips of Akron. Late 3rd. UCLA laying 2.5 at the half against UNLV. 3 was never going to be right. I'm surprised it's even that high. I would take UNLV on the money line in the second half. There's a relatively non-zero chance that the other team just quits. Total 26. Carolina, 11 minutes to go, clock moving. Verhoff in for a field goal attempt. He's made from 49 earlier. This one's from the right hash. It's good. So now it's sitting on a number that can't be good for anybody that's a bookmaker. Well, 16 would be worse. 20-3 Carolina leads. 10:46 to go. Belichick clapping vehemently. 3-score lead, obviously a big deal. I'll put this in perspective, and I'm only going to say it once. There's not a lot of you watching, so I'm not going to give away the secrets of the world if I'm right, and I'm not going to get vilified if I'm wrong. But yeah, the bottom line is that North Carolina's Charlotte's about as bad as anybody in the country, and Carolina has been struggling tonight. Only to muster 20 points against them. I've seen a whole lot here. I'm really not impressed. I think it's going to be a long year for the Belichicks. I was going to try to give them the benefit of the doubt, maybe TCU being that good or whatever, but if Carolina can't even cover the opening number against UNC Charlotte, I think they're in for a little bit of a struggle. Let's see how Army scores here. The scoreboard is telling me that they're ahead. Let's see what happens. 3rd and 4, 2:56 to go. Quarterback runs a, oh my God, a power play. He's in. And so let's do the math here. Cale Helms, 14-yard rush touchdown. He now has 38 carries for 138. His long is 16. That was a 14. 14 plays, 56 yards, 754. Army ran, let's see the actual stat now. 14, 28, 41 plays in a row without K-State snapping the ball. Going back 8.5 minutes plus 15, 23.5 minutes. Army's had the ball in succession and ran 41 yards. It's a totally 41 straight plays. And the ball for, 11-18 is when they got the ball. And K-State has not had it back since then. 2:52. 11-18 to 3:18 is 23 minutes plus. That is astounding. So now let's look at the time of possession. 346 to 221 Army yards. Time of possession 39 to 17. They actually were almost even before the Army's 3 drives in a row. Army touchdown, K-State kick return, Army field goal, Army onside kick, Army touchdown. 24-21, Black Knights. They lead outright in Manhattan. Now, K-State was also down by 3, or maybe 4 last week against one of the Dakotas. I keep getting all those teams mixed. I know it was the bad one. I think it was maybe South Dakota. No, North Dakota. It's not North Dakota State or South Dakota State. Those teams are great. And then the other one's good, South Dakota. It's North Dakota. And they were life and death against them. Let's see what happens. The Army defense is obviously well rested. They haven't had to run a play from scrimmage in about, I'm not joking, about an hour of real time since K-State has had the ball. I wish ESPN would put that up there. I can't believe I'm the only one that's noticed this. Any scores to update? Let's see. South Alabama scored to make it 33-31. I do not have a visual on that, so I don't know whether they're going to go for 2. They've already went and missed it. Inside a minute to go. They're going to get the money against Tulane. Just a matter now of whether they have a chance to tie it. Ball State has scored their first points of the season after 7 quarters. They are getting beat on the Plains now, 28-3. And more importantly, that score puts them relatively safe inside the number if Auburn takes it easy on them going forward. Auburn now has to score 3 times to get the money. Nebraska should be relatively safe. They're up 47-0 now. 4:58 to go in the third. They're laying 34. Southern Cal scores again. They're up 45-13. They played 7 minutes in the third. That's 14-0 this half. I think UCLA is going to cover the second half. They might win like 66-13. I'm going to be sick about not laying that. LSU, 12:57 to go. Nussmeier still out there, 17-0. K-State, catch, fumble, and Army has it, unless they call it incomplete. I think it's a catch and a fumble. Oh, man, they're going to call it incomplete. I don't know about that. They're going to review it. I think it's a catch. Catch. 1, 2. That's a catch. That's a catch by Tibbs and a fumble. Army has recovered it. I think on the plus side of the 2-minute warning, the only problem with that is they're going to have to run a play. K-State has they have 2 timeouts left. So now they're going to have to get a first down. But I'm almost sure that Army has forced a fumble on this play. The stats at the end of this game are going to absolutely astonish you. I've said it enough times, but I can't get over what has actually happened in this game. I really can't. I'm at a loss. I've seen Army do this before, and I've seen Navy do this before, and it's always funny, except if it happens to like your team. If it happens to your team, it's not funny. They could say he was juggling. It's not a catch. It's all about whether the what do they want to do? Who's the replay booth? Who do they want to win? Who do the refs want to help win this game? Who do the replay people prefer to win this game? Army lost to Tarleton State. Their season's already in theory over. They don't want Army to win this game. Jesus, Nebraska let off the gas. 53 zap against Akron. At least Ball State showing tonight lets me believe that they might not be as bad as Akron. Who knows? So Vandy must have missed their extra point. They're still only up 23-20 over Vatek. Vatek is going to have 4th down, and they're going to have to punt it. Great effort by the Vols to get back in it, or by the Commodores to get back in it. It seemed like they had struggled with drones a bunch early, and of course if you talk about the coaches here, the Vandy guy against Pry, I mean it's like almost it's a super mismatch. It's one of the reasons why I did like Vandy in this game. There was some sharp money for Vatek, and that's what kind of concerned me. I don't see Vatek being a bowl team at this point. I really don't. I think this guy's going to lose his job. This game's a big deal. No doubt about that. Houston has finished off Rice 35-9. Let me get out of this. Keep showing you guys the scores. There's no need for that at this point, or the lines in the late games. I'll give them to you, though. BYU 20-20.5 and 44.5 against Stanford. That's more of a probably anti-BYU, anti-Stanford stance for most. I made it 18, Ed 20.5. BYU open 17 has been bet up. Again, that's people that saw how bad Hawaii looked last week. Wanted to go against them. Call upheld. So K-State gets the ball back. Total bullshit. Absolutely, I told you. There's no way that's a catch and fumble. None. No way. I'm sorry, not a catch and fumble. That is a catch and a fumble. He had possession. Unless I missed a replay that they showed him juggling it more where I didn't have a good angle. That's just Army just got cheated. K-State ball, 2:05 to go. They're at their own 39. Good call here would be some sort of a draw or run. They got the 2-minute warning coming anyway. A field goal ties the game. I don't know whether they want that or not. I really don't know what they want. LSU kicks a field goal. They're up 20-0. Breathe easier if you have my latex side. Pass. Incomplete. Army's out there decking. And that's what happens. When you don't play for an hour, you've got fresh legs, you know where you're going, you can hit your spots. The quarterback kind of telegraphed the pass. The guy was open, but Army comes in, lays a pop. And so we've reached, I believe, the 2-minute warning. me double check. 2:04. How did there only 1 second run off? Did they reset the clock before that play? Man, we're getting fucked out here. 3rd and 10. I wouldn't be surprised if they run it here. Again, the 2-minute warning's coming. I called for it the last play. Nope. Pass. Outside. Caught. Out of bounds. 4th and 5 at the 2:01 mark. Are you telling me they didn't get the clock to the 2-minute warning yet still? Okay, there it is. 2 minutes. Bad job by whoever's working for the mouse tonight. Long Island has beaten Eastern Michigan. We have a 1AA over 1A upset again this week. I don't know if that's the first one. I have to go back and check. North Carolina's up 20-3. Charlotte ball, 9 minutes to go. There's going to be a penalty, probably bringing them back. Tiger Stadium clearing out. Fans satisfied with the shutout, most likely. Not a cover. They have Florida next week coming in. Michigan settles for a field goal against Oklahoma. 6.5 to go. Sooners started at their own 7, up 21-10. The teardrops back, fires one to the flats. Caught. Man, this is a punishing game. Michigan guy hit the guy really hard, and he just bounced off of him. So, K-State needs 5 yards to get a first down and prolong the game. I think they have 1 timeout, maybe 2. The box score shows them with 2. If they only have 1, the game is most likely finished if Army can get a stop. The other game, San Diego State, Washington State. Wazoo is laying 2. There's some 1.5. Wrong team is favored in my mind. We'll find out soon enough. I'm misplacing shit right and left. One of the worst things about having Post-it notes for some of your work is that something sticks to something, then you can't find it for a fucking half hour. Okay, there it is. Sure enough, it's underneath one of the charts. All right. 4th and 5, K-State. They have 1 timeout left. I don't even know. The box score's so fucked in that game. The TV feed's behind. Wow, Baltimore comes from 3-0 down against the Dodgers in the 9th. Yamamoto had a no-hitter, and Baltimore comes back and wins. This is the 3rd. Hang on, let me see what happened here. I have to actually watch this.
Rivera up the middle. He's hit. Mateo around third. Mateo will score.
Yep. All right. So there you go. This is the second team tonight that's blown a 3-run lead in the 9th. Or no, Frisco blew a 2-run lead. There was a shutout into the 9th, and a 2-run lead and a 3-run lead had been blown. Funny enough, I had Frisco. They lost. I had Baltimore. They won. Stupid effing baseball. All right, let's go back. Let's get back to the subject at hand here. Kansas State apparently got Johnson first down pass for 7 to Tibbs. That gets back into Army territory. So they've got it at 156 now, first down, 49-yard line. They need to get probably another, I don't know, 25 yards to get in the field goal range. I'm sick about this, man. That was that bullshit call. Ball was caught and fumbled by Tibbs. It should have been an Army. It was a clear Army recovery. It should have been their ball with like 2:10 left. Run it all the way out, and that's it. Carolina ball, 20-3, 8 minutes to go against UNC Charlotte. They have it at their own 41. New set of downs. Plowing ahead on the ground now. Absolutely content to, I'm sure, run it out with the way things are. North Carolina, this is a short week for them, only off of 5 days, so 4 days rest. Monday to Saturday. They have Richmond coming in next week. Tough to know what you'll get with them. Should be favored probably a little more than they are tonight. LSU muffs a punt and La Tech gets it. They're going to be in position to score and break the shutout, I guess. Yeah, they just hit the guy in the foot. 2nd and 10, K-State, 1:48 to go. Now 3rd and 10. I'm watching the box score instead of the game. Screw this. After Richmond, they go to Central Florida, and that'll conclude their non-conference season. The last 8 games are all in the ACC. They play Clemson at home off a bye for both teams. Then they have another bye, so they only play one game in about, from September 20th to October 17th, they only play one game. So they only play one game in 27 days. Then they play the last 7 of the season, 4 of them on the road. The first one a trip to Cal. Both teams are off a bye there. Virginia at Syracuse, Stanford at Wake, Duke at NC State. So it's back and forth home games and road games rotation the whole year. There's no consecutive home or road games for them the whole year. Carolina 3rd and 3. It's very close to the first down. Don't know if they're going to give it to them or not. As I say, the game's not close, but the point spread is very much in play. All right. Johnson intercepted, and the Army are going to win this game 24-21. Absolutely fascinating box score, and among other things in this game. I love it. In no world can Kansas State have ever been a 17-point favorite. I still don't get it, and there are actually people that I respect like favorite. I don't get it. I don't know. I can be right about some things and wrong about others. That was one that I never really thought for a minute that could be right. Boston College, 24 all, 11 minutes to go. They are at their own 19. Big first down there. Incomplete pass on first. It'll be second down. So Stanford BYU coming up next on ESPN. Johnson's pass just was not a good pass. It should not have been caught. It was a bad pass. Jackson deflected it, and the Army defender makes the play. I was trying to see if it got tipped at the line, but no, it was just behind him. So Army, off a loss at home to Tarleton State, is going to beat Kansas State. The Wildcats will go to 0-2. Quarterback's going to run backwards and lose 10 yards, which is actually funny. It's going to make his rushing statistics even worse. The box score is going to be comical. So now he has 40 for 128. He only averages 3 yards a carry. This shit's hilarious. 320. Now they're going to go back again, so he loses 12 more running backwards. 40 for 116. He's going to average less than 3 yards a carry when it's all said and done. Ron Cooper, the former coach of Eastern Michigan, 4-8 last year. They have won at Eastern Michigan. I'm sure he's loving that. K-State's out of timeout, so now it's 3rd and 32, 46 seconds left. Army calls timeout with 45 seconds left, 3rd and 32. They've got to find a way to burn 5 seconds on this play, or they're going to have to give it back to K-State somehow, or a combined. They have to burn a combined 5 seconds on 2 plays. This one and the 4th down play. This is an absolute clinic on how to manage the clock. I love Jeff Monken. I love this. I've been sweating this whole game, not because of the Army bet, more so because I wanted them to win outright because I love the way they play. I love the fact that you can go out there with guys that are all 0 stars and go to a Big 12 team and win on the road a week after you lose to a 1AA home. I love it. I love it. I love it. Michigan field goal by Zavada. 21-13 Oklahoma, 124 left in the third. That was set up by good field position. Cut it to 8. Another field goal will make a lot of people nervous. 5 in this game would be bad for the bookmakers, almost for sure. Vandy scores again, and they go up 30-20 now. Total control. 3 straight touchdowns this half against Vatech. I'm a little bit sick of myself for not playing Vandy at the half. Sort of knew there was a coaching mismatch here. Just wasn't convinced at the line of scrimmage they were good enough. UNC Charlotte down 20-3. Have the ball now, trying to sneak in the back door, perhaps. Army 24-21, it is final in Manhattan. 17-point dogs outright. Penalty against Carolina. What did they do? They have the ball? I don't know. I thought Charlotte had the ball. They do. Army has now won twice in 11 road games against a power conference opponent. Who is the other one? I know they lost close one to Michigan. Army going to sing the alma mater? ESPN not interested in showing that. Michigan State has the ball back, 24 all. They're at their own 35 or so. Big power formation here. Oh, nice. Tight end got a chip, and then he went out for the route that no one was near him. Childs hit him. Good execution there. Maeva 14 for 21 for 377 and 4 touchdowns. Georgia Southern literally doesn't have anybody that can guard the USC receivers. Might as well be playing 7-on-7 against air. 45-20 though. Southern Cal not over the number yet. Defense has let them down enough to let Georgia Southern stay inside of a hefty impost. Underway in Provo, Stanford and BYU. Still not underway yet in Pullman. San Diego State up on the Palouse tonight. I don't know what to do. My TV situation kind of sucks here. NBC and ABC are still got games that are worth watching. The point spread for both very much in doubt, in addition to the game very much in doubt. North Carolina has an interception against UNC Charlotte, and that's going to take it down near the 2-minute warning, and that will likely end the game 20-3. So Carolina's going to fall 17. They'll cover all the bad numbers that people laid late. 14 would have been the number that really make people sweat it out. There are people on Twitter that have started to discover the box score. Ralph Russo tweeted out, Kansas State had 2 offensive possessions the entire second half, too. That's right. They literally had 3 and out, and then they had the last possession starting around the 2-minute warning. Oh, shit, that's hilarious. North Carolina taking knees. I don't know if it's too early for that yet. Charlotte does have 2 timeouts, and there is the 2-minute warning. Arizona State impressively has come back to tie it in Starkville, 17 all. I was sure counting my chickens before those got hatched. Nebraska 60 to zap early in the 4th quarter. Please stop. They're dead. Uncle. Georgia Southern, by the way, that was a touchdown to get them inside the number. It was 45-13 USC. 45-20 now. Seattle over Atlanta 10-2 in the basis. Southeast Louisiana 45-24 over Murray. My buddy Billy and Brad Cox, the trainer, were supposed to go to that game. Southeast Louisiana's coach is a friend of theirs. Turns out Cox had a couple of horses today running the Kentucky Downs, and he did pretty good for himself. those races. There's a $2 million stakes race, the 6th. Stellify won and paid $622. Morning price was 6 to 1. The time form didn't even have him in the finish at the end. Don't worry, he won it for fun. That's a $2 million race. He gets 10% of that. And then in the 12th, the last, Flavian Pratt, exonerate. The 11 horse pays $664 to win. Time form did have him in second. He was 6 to 1 in the morning. Went off 2 to 1. Cox and Pratt, $664, $170,000 maiden. So he gets a nice cut of that as well. So pretty good day to be a two-time Eclipse Award-winning trainer. No reason to go to Murray. Just sit in Franklin, Kentucky and get smashed. Or go to Nashville. Go to Nashville tonight. It's only a half hour. Why not? I don't think Kentucky Downs runs tomorrow, right? They can do whatever they want to. Have a good time. All right. Toledo has beaten Western Kentucky 45-21. Western put some polish on the turd at the end with the last 2 touchdowns. They were down 45-7. Army game, as I told you, 24-21 final. The 17-point dog wins outright. Tulane 33-31 over South Bama. That is a final. Tulane was laying 13.5. Total was 51. Over it goes. Underdog the side. And that'll do it for the games that are on the regular board for now. Oh yeah, Memphis State 38, Georgia State 16. Memphis dominates the second half. No real surprise. They actually get the money as well. There was sharp money there. They weren't there at halftime. I don't know what happened. Again, Georgia State was clearly better, but only up by a few early. Louisiana Tech up down 20-0 there inside the LSU 30. And the quarterback threw one right to the other team, and the LSU kid dropped it. 5:10 to go. UCLA, first down, and they're on the move. 10 minutes to go in Las Vegas. And Vanderbilt has scored again. And the little sliver of fans in Blacksburg that are in black and gold are going garbanzos. 4 straight touchdowns for Vandy. They are going to cruise to a victory as a 2-point dog at Virginia Tech. Man, I can't believe I let that one go. Coaching mismatch was there. Vandy just wasn't playing well enough early. I didn't see it. UCLA is in the red zone or close to it, down 23-3, 5 minutes into the second half. No score in Provo, and they're underway in Pullman as well. No score, San Diego State, Washington State. San Diego State a big sweat for me there. We'll see what happens. That's the last of the night. It's turning into a pretty good day. Mexico State, very important. They're up 3-0 as we near the half. I'll have to get that one on as well. TV resets need to be made. North Carolina, 3rd and 4. They're near the first down. If they got it, that's going to run it out. I don't think Charlotte will call timeout anyways. Nope, they're going to spot him short. UNC Charlotte's offense through 2 games against defenses that I don't consider to be very good has really done nothing. It's going to be really long here. That coach did win at Ohio. They hadn't won a conference championship there since the 60s in the MAC. He will be fine. Tim Albion, I believe is his name. I did like Biff Pogby, but I don't think he got enough time. But impatience was the name of the game. So Carolina wins it. The clock is stopped for whatever reason. Are they going to review this? Are you shitting me? Oh my God. That is the most ridiculous thing I've ever seen. I can't believe how funny that is. The 20-3, 3rd and 5, they run for 4.5 or 5. The ruling on the field is a first down, and they actually go to video review. And this game would be, and I just tweeted it, this would be funny by itself, but with Bill Belichick involved. They just showed him like with this look on his face, like, you got to be shitting me. Are you absolutely serious with this? You cannot be serious. Oh man, that's good. That is really, really funny. 4th down. They're going to actually they're going to have to do something with the clock. The funny thing about this is, if I don't even know, there's something that could happen. If North Carolina doesn't get a half yard, or if they punt and they run it back, there's all kinds of crazy shit that could actually affect the point spread. Look at this. So they're saying Charlotte calls a timeout now. Is that what happens? I have no clue. I need to get the volume on this thing. This is unbelievable. I don't have that remote. Damn it. That's one of the TVs I don't. So they're going to punt it. Oh my goodness. All right. 4th and 10 for Oklahoma. Field goal is no good. And Michigan's still only down by possession. And more importantly, a field goal again would cut it to 5. And that number would be an absolute bus wreck. The most high volume game of the night. As high as 6, as low as 4. What did it open? 3.5, 3 at circa. And it got bet up and now it closed 4. This is interesting. I'm actually rooting for that. I want chaos. Give me chaos. Louisiana Tech has scored to cut the LSU lead to 20-7. Congratulations to those who followed me on La Tech there. Never really a sweat in that one. Charlotte has a first down on the first play, and unbelievably, they're going to go no huddle. I can't believe this shit. Why did Belichick actually punt this? Okay, so now there's 56 seconds left. UNC Charlotte has 1 timeout. They've made a quarterback change. Harrell's out. This will be the most amazing backdoor. I mean, I don't even have words for this. I have to continue to update you. I've been sweating it the whole night. Drops back. Dumps it off to the back. He's going to get out of bounds after he gets about 6. They're out to the 34. 50 seconds left. What's happening in Las Vegas? I don't know what happened. UCLA had the ball. I didn't see what happened. There was a change of possession, I believe, in Provo. I know there was a 4th down play, and I don't think they got it. I have to look and see what happened. This game's got me all effed up. Any other points? Bama 59-0 over Monroe. Side and total at cover. The old days of the correlated parlay favorite to over there would have been nice. USC does score again. They're up 52-20. That puts them back ahead of the spread. 7:41 left. Halftime in Las Cruces. My Los Lobos of New Mexico State lead Tulsa 3-0. Again, that was a game I made them the favorite. I can't quite understand why they weren't. I appreciate and respect the fact that Tulsa got a lot better in the offseason, but they had a lot of work to do to get themselves to be competitive. 3rd and 6 for UNC Charlotte. First down out to the 42, 43. 39 seconds left and a timeout. They're in the middle of the field. I don't know if there's an injury or what. The clock's moving again. $30 seconds left. Motion left. Shotgun. Trips right. 4-man rush. All day. Chucks it deep. Oh, he had a man. He got behind the safety and the corner. 19 seconds to go, 2nd and 10. Charlotte with about 2 steps away from an incredible backdoor. It would have ruined my entire. I mean, it still can. I just can't believe the way it's happening. The fact that they called a timeout. Belichick punts on 4th and inches. They spotted it a first down. They took the first down away. Totally garbanzos. UCLA still has the ball. 2nd and goal to 3. IMLA a fake. Throws it out in the flat. Touchdown. UNLV nobody there. And it's 23-9. The Bruins have cut it to 14 with a point pending. 12:32 to go. Michigan takes over at the 25, down by 8. Curious to see what they do if they get into field goal range and how much time's left. They got all their timeouts. They kick it and put it on 5. Total potential calamity. are somehow going to make Tulsa the favorite at halftime. This is laughably bad to me. I would say New Mexico State for more. I really thought it would come 1.5 at the most on top. If you wanted to use 2, I would allow that. 4 is a step too far. Let me look at the box. Charlotte, what is this? The clock runs out. Did they have the ball? It was an interception. Okay, all right, that's it. 20-3 is the final. Carolina wins it. Unnecessary sweat there going down the stretch. That I will tell you. Tulsa 189-97 in the yardage. Let's see exactly how that first half played out. I didn't get to see much of that. Mexico State won the toss and deferred. All right, so drives. Tulsa downs. 9 plays, 31 yards, stopped at the 44. Mexico State punt. Tulsa downs. Down to the Mexico State 26. They must not have a kicker because that's field goal range for most. Mexico State punt. Tulsa punt. New Mexico State 4 plays, 13 yards. Must either been a good return or a really bad punt. Oh, it's bad field position. They started at their own 14 and they ended at the 10. So at the 28, 45-yard field goal, Mexico State good, take the lead. Tulsa punt, Mexico State punt, Tulsa punt, Mexico State punt, Tulsa INT, Mexico State fumble at midfield. That INT happened after an 11-play, 73-yard drive. They had it down to the 6. And New Mexico State took it to the 31. Field goal from 48, no good. That's halftime. So there we go. 189-97 Tulsa in yardage. And 0 for 2 on 4th downs. And looks like each team has a turnover. Sorry, yeah. Each team has a turnover. And of course, Tulsa has 3 counting the downs. So that's why New Mexico State gets it first at halftime. They're up 3-0. Good old-fashioned shit fest in Las Cruces. Four is too high. I don't care. You're telling me they have to win the game. I don't agree. I think New Mexico State's going to win the game. They have to score before they win. Total 24 under. That seems too high. After what we saw, I really don't know how it changes. I would go under that. Juice has gotten away. I would have said 24 flat or better. Pass. Didn't watch a play. Don't want to recommend something without knowing a little more than that. Vandy RPO incomplete. 4 minutes to go. They're going to probably kick a field goal down 37-20. There is a flag. I need to reset the TVs. Forgive me here. Anything else? Yeah. Bama 59-0. 10:32 to go. San Diego State is on the board. Azteca 7-0. 5 minutes in at Wazoo. And there is some movement on the Hawaii game tonight. The total getting bet up, it looks like. No, fake news, down. 49 it was, down to 48. There's some 48.5 still. Hawaii is 7-point favorite against Sam Houston. Got to be honest, after seeing UNLV so far tonight, I'm thinking that maybe Sam Houston isn't as bad as advertised, but then I remember they got thumped at Western Kentucky, and Western Kentucky just got lambasted at Toledo. So the comparison score game, the transitive outlooks, whatever you want to call it, hard to guess. You have to just watch the game on your field and see it with your own eyes. My number, after seeing Hawaii twice, I think I have a good feel. Quarterback, if he plays, I say 9. If he doesn't, 6.5. I didn't think it would be that big of a drop-off, and then I saw the backup play against Arizona last week. He was awful. So if Luke's the guy again tonight, Hawaii probably less than a touchdown. If not, it should be a little bit higher. The number's right between. We'll see what happens. Look forward to watching. Hawaii not on pay-per-view this time. Spectrum in the States, Mountain West channel. I'll try to fire it up online and give you the link just to let you know if you're going to sweat it out. I will be done when that game starts. It's an hour and 20 from now. I am almost 11 hours into my day, but I'm in a lot better mood than I was at this time last week. The day is going obviously much better. Only fault that I can blame myself for at this point is I gave you a couple losers at half, but it's just so tough to do those things. I think I'm going to maybe retire myself from trying to do any of that stuff or even post it, just because it's too much work when there's this many games. Saturdays, I'm almost disallowing myself. Sundays, too early to tell. We'll find out tomorrow. I'll play it by ear. Every other night when there's between 1 and 3 or 1 and 6 games, no problems. UNLV 23-10, 7 minutes to go, third quarter. 17 all in Starkville. Arizona State has made a nice comeback. Levitt has the ball for the Sun Devils. Mississippi State has done nothing in the second half. And with that, I surely have said it all. It's time to fix the TVs. What's going on in Lansing? 27-24, Michigan State, 2:25 to go. Sweatbox City and all these things. I'll be back in just a second. Let me scroll this thing down to where you can see all of the games that are in progress on the odds screen. I'll be right back. Let me take care of a couple personal things and fix my drink situation. Throw a little ice in the iced tea. I'm going to have to pull out the Bubba mug or something in the future so the ice stays a little bit colder. This is an unfeasible situation with it melting like this. It's just too hot. It's 85 degrees in here. Summertime is brutal and the heat blowing through the windows. It's only a couple more weeks of this, I hope. But even in the fall and the winter, when the sun gets in here, it's still going to be hot. I mean, no matter how many curtains I draw and blinds I fold, it's a tough situation. It's the price you pay for having a loft with TVs all the way up to the ceiling. To be honest, I could probably fit 3 more in here if I really wanted to. That's something we'll consider in the future because Lord knows today I could have used it. All right. So Oklahoma's forced a Michigan punt. Vanderbilt just tacking on. There's one thing about Vandy. They have the IDGAF card. And if you hear me say IDGAF, I'll say it once. And once I have a lot more people here, I'll say it once, then you guys are going to have to know what it means. IDGAF means I don't give a fuck. And they are playing that card against Virginia Tech. Virginia Tech, they may have a little quit in them. I noticed I wasn't impressed with what happened with them some last week in this spot when things started to go sideways in Atlanta. This New Mexico State has a really big stadium for how kind of a minor league program they are. And I really miss Jerry Kill. That guy could flat out coach. Man, what happened here? Damn it! 1 second. One of the TVs is acting up. That's a bad deal too. It's the most important one. CSPN 2 game's an absolute war. 17 all inside the 2-minute warning. UNLV real sloppy. That's okay. So McMurphy reporting that Alejado is out for Hawaii. Weaver going to get the start. I'm not surprised by that. I sort of figured that would happen. Let's see what happens to the line. I'm guessing under's going to get some play. It's just so hard for me to just sit there and go, all right, let me bet a whole under when I watch what Sam Houston's defense looked like the last 2 weeks, and I know how Hawaii plays. I like under. I would have liked the 50 better. Let me see what Circa opened that total anyways. 54.5. Yeah, so it's they opened it too high, it got bet down, and it's only going to get bet down more. If that news comes popular, we got an hour and 9 minutes to post. If you like Hawaii, wait. If you like Sam Houston, go now. If you like under, go. If you like over, wait. There, I've given you my PSA on that game based on the information with Alejado not playing for Hawaii. Auburn has beaten Ball State 42-3. They do not cover 42.5 or 43. The total does stay under the 53. Ball State scores their first points of the season. They now have 3 in road trips to Purdue and Auburn. Oklahoma continuing to run the ball. They're now in the Michigan side of the field. 21-13, clock under 8 minutes. More importantly, I shouldn't say that. If Oklahoma kicks a field goal, puts it on 11, now Michigan can come back and score a touchdown and get it back down to 5 again. With the conversion pending. The chances of 21-16 are rapidly vanquishing. LSU 23, La Tech 7. That is a final from Baton Rouge. La Tech comfortably covers the 36 at the end, I think it was. 36. 36.5, 50, 49.5 the total. Never a sweat. Dead under. Michigan State against BC. Childs is piloting a drive here. BC, it's tied up, 1:16 to go. It looks like Michigan State's playing for a field goal. That'll have ramifications to a lot of people. 392. Circa opened the game 5. There were some threes out there for a good period. And it looks like most of the closing numbers that I see were 3.5s. Total 46. Total's gone over. I'm sure some people that shopped, there were threes at times. And I'm guessing that 3, maybe 4 would be the best number. 2nd and 11, Sparty. Childs is sacked back behind the 50. And, yeah, let's see what happens now. Clock stop. Timeout, Michigan State, I guess. 3rd and forever. Boston College is, oh no, fake news. Boston College has 1 timeout left. Arizona State has 3rd and goal inside the 2-minute warning. Miss State 1 timeout left. Arizona State 2. It's 3rd and goal, Arizona State. Another game here. The point spread was 6. There were some 5.5s late. It was higher than that early. Every pseudo sharp on earth is on Mississippi State. I made it 7. No opinion. Ed's 4.5, and Circa opened at 7. I still think I'll have to adjust Mississippi State up regardless, but I was already counting this as a win on the field in the first half. They haven't done anything since halftime. Kudos to Arizona State and their coaching staff. They come in here and win this game regardless of getting the money. It's a really good effort. Really strong performance period. UCLA, another first down. They are marching it into the red zone. They've had the ball almost the entire half. The first touchdown drive was 75 yards in about 7.5 minutes. The Rebs have been called for about 11 penalties. BYU leads 6-0 against Stanford, and they've just forced a turnover. They'll have the ball, 1:41 to go first quarter. Whiteout game in Provo. San Diego State's up 7-0 against Wazoo 7 minutes into the first quarter. USC up 59-20 against Georgia Southern. That is above the number of 29. 7.5 to go. Alabama 66, Monroe nothing. No idea if there's anything pending there or not. There's the confirmation on the Alejado injury to hit the screen. Tunes went to 7-48. Bet war. A lot of 48.5s on the screen. The side is 7. Still got an hour and some change to post. I'll hang around until then. Or at least until the half times of these early games. Mexico State starting 3rd and 6 at their own 25. They have it up 3-0 against Tulsa. That's a pretty decent sweat for me. I'm kind of against the world there. Michigan State 4th and forever near midfield against Boston College. 30 seconds left. Barring anything accidental or stupid, we're going to have a overtime in that game. Arizona State's trying to ram it home from the 1. There's no Scattaboo this year. It's a little bit different story, boys. 4th and goal, 1:41 left. They're at the 1. Kicker made a 51-yarder earlier. They're going to settle for a 19-yarder here. I mean, Mississippi State hasn't done shit this half. I don't blame them. Kick the field goal. I mean, in theory, you go for it and then you don't get it. 2 timeouts. Can they get it back? Yeah, they could probably got it back. I guess maybe you should have gone for it. If you get it, then you're up 7. If you don't, you got 2 timeouts left with 1:35 to go, and they have the ball backed up at their own 1. And then they haven't done shit this half. That's a tough call. I think maybe going for it's the right way, but Mississippi State's rock solid up front. Chapin has done nothing this half. 17 plays, 95 yards, 8:54 off the clock for ASU that drive. They lead 20-17, 1:38 to go. Impressive drive. It's very hard to go 95 yards and not score a touchdown. Vandy 44, Virginia Tech 20 is the final. Convincing, thorough beating by the Commodores, the Doors. That's twice I've almost said the Vols. UCLA, another long drive. 10 plays, 68 yards, 1st and goal. And they are on the doorstep of cutting this inside of a touchdown. Second and goal, same spot. Mexico State. What happened here? Tulsa has the ball? Jesus Christ. So we're near midfield already. That ain't no good. Let's see. Vandy and Vatek. I'm going to have to go deeper into the box to see exactly what happened. I saw that Vandy had him up front in the second half some. 44-20 was not... that wasn't on my bingo card after I watched the first half. UCLA trying to run it in. They're stacked up again. So UNLV's defense is held here on a couple of plays. Overtime, Turbo Richard gets to the line, nothing else. Overtime in Lansing. We're going to go to the end of the quarter here in Las Vegas. Nope, 30 seconds, clock running, 15 on the play clock. Slant, caught, Imaliva, touchdown. The Bruins are dancing, and for good reason. Well, hold up. Pass interference offense. The dancing will stop. Oops. Wazoo is driving it right down, and they are going to score. First and goal, touchdown, bad guys. 5:18 to go in the first, 7-6 point pending for the Cougs. Actually, not a bad crowd tonight, given how bad they were last week against Idaho. Overtime in Lansing, coin toss coming. Third and goal, back at the 14 for UCLA, back at the 18 for the UCLA, 14 seconds left. Imaliva drops back. He has some time. Only a four-man rush. Now there's 71, just tackled a guy. Incomplete. There's another penalty. I don't know whether UNLV will take it or not. If you do, you knock them potentially out of field goal range. But you also give them another play. They decline it. 3 seconds left. 7 seconds left. Sorry. Oh my goodness. 58-yard touchdown. Brennan Thompson and Mississippi State has taken the lead. 23-20 with 30 seconds left. Five plays, 77 yards, a minute and 3 seconds off the clock. Michigan State will have the ball first against BC as the overtime begins. 27 all. Field goal for UCLA is good. 14 plays, 52 yards, 650. That's Bagani. Bruins 10-0 here in the third quarter. The clock is almost out. Let me look at the time of possession here in the third quarter only. Look at this shit. 14:02 to 55 seconds. Oh, this is hilarious. UCLA had the ball to start the quarter, and they had it all the way until the end. The only stoppage and all that was one UNLV possession with a punt. First half drives for UNLV. They got the ball first, kicked the field goal, and they scored 3 straight touchdowns. The halftime came, the momentum left, and they've really only run, to be honest. Let's see, they had it. UCLA scored before the half, so they've run the last 35 plays out of 38 on offense. This is almost as bad as Army. 35 out of 38 plays. Going back to the 1:35 mark of the second quarter after UNLV had taken a 23-0 lead. UCLA has answered with 13 straight. Again, they actually had scored a touchdown to make it even closer, but the refs took it away. And as I saw the replay, rightfully so. 30 seconds left for Arizona State to try to come back and get this one. The point spread is now out of play. There will be no overtime in this game. So anybody with Mississippi State plus the points is home free unless Arizona State scores extremely quickly and then gets some sort of a fumble 6 at the end. Sam Levitt will walk onto the field and warm up that right rifle. Childs, 3rd and 3, first down Spartans. They're inside the 10, they'll have goal to go. Oklahoma with 1:48 left on 4th and goal. Sandell had missed a 42-yarder earlier. If he makes this one, it's probably actually bad for people that have Arizona or even have Oklahoma. It's good. Puts it on 11, and now the back door is absolutely ajar. The time becomes Oklahoma's best friend. The stop doesn't matter if it comes with little time left. And also, well, like I say, Michigan field goal is actually the right play math-wise. They're down by 11. They should try to get as close as they can and kick a field goal, much like Kentucky did earlier. Although the difference is Kentucky did their field goal to get the money, whereas Michigan's field goal here would cut it back to 8, and that would not get them the money. Play fake, Michigan State, 2nd and goal. Childs to coin. Michigan State 33-27. They take the lead, and they also get ahead of the number. Vital possession there for Michigan State to start for those that laid more than 3. Even those that lays 3 can do no better than push had they not gotten the ball first and gotten a touchdown. It's amazing when you're laying numbers in overtime in college. The point spread comes down to a coin toss so many times. And of course the overtime rules changed once they took away actual football after the first 2 overtimes. And that's why 2 becomes a number that's live. And especially in a close game with close to the point spread and the halftime line, you don't want to say I'm going to handicap for overtime and 2 matters, but hell, it kind of does. So Mississippi State has the ball evidently. I didn't see what happened. Is there an interception? The place is going nuts. I just assume it always goes nuts. Yeah. Victory formation. Arizona State has 2 timeouts. I don't know if they're going to use them or not. It looks like not. Wow. Starkville going nuts. It looks like they might even rush the field. I think that's a little absurd, but hey, Arizona State did go to the playoffs last year. First non-conference home-ranked win since '91. That's kind of nuts. Hard to believe that. I don't know if they're coming or not. The cowbells are ringing, but I don't see them rushing the field. Well, I have to up their power rating if they don't. That's a good win. They didn't rush the field. So it's 24. Oh, here they come. The goalpost did get knocked down. Oh no, they took them down already. No, oh, wow, that didn't take long. Yeah, fake news. They already ripped the first one down. The first one's gone. The second one's going to go to Stormy in a world of massive humanity there. Stormy, make sure you get back to Vegas, okay? Don't get killed down there. So they are getting on the field. They'll gladly take their fine from the SEC on this one. Boston College has it 34-27 as they start the overtime at their own 25. A touchdown here would ensure, barring a really bad turn of events, that Boston College plus 3.5 would get the money. First and goal, play fake, flat, dive, 2nd and goal at the 1. And the BC Eagles are 1 yard away from getting the money. Result notwithstanding. I'm curious to see if they'll go for 2. My guess is probably not, given the fact that they get the ball first. They get the ball right back to start the next overtime. They've already got the momentum of scoring here. Chapin, 1933, 279, and 3 touchdowns. A lot of big plays in there. Most of them happened early, but the big one in the last minute got them the win. Underwood fires a laser beam out of bounds. So it's 1:08 to go for Michigan. 2nd and 10. They're at their own 40-ish. We got some sort of a procedure penalty against Boston College. Brutal. Knocks them back 5. So now it's 2nd down at the 6. Absolutely cannot have that. Called it on the right guard or the right tackle, one or the other. They might have both gone. Underwood dumps it off incomplete. 3rd and 10, 1 minute to go. Michigan at their own 42, down by 11. Touchdown gets them inside the number. And Boston College has scored, and they will cover. 34-33, point pending, or maybe the deuce. Either way, the point spread is in the bag unless you took 3 or less. But if you took 3.5 or more, you get the quiche. And they deserve it. This was a close enough game. There's really no separating the teams. They're going to kick. 34-33. Georgia Southern, 26 seconds to go. They trail 59-20. A touchdown here would not be enough to get them the money. Alabama 73-0 over Monroe. That's going to be the final most likely. Tulsa has scored a touchdown. That's very bad. 7-3 over Mexico State. 8 minutes to go in the 3rd. Stanford has stopped BYU on 3rd and goal. It's 9-0. And UNLV big play. Is that Calandra using his legs? It is. 12:48 to go. Huge for UNLV to start getting some momentum back. The 3rd quarter time possession was 14 minutes and changed to 55 seconds, I believe. Starting to run into a situation where TVs are now plentifully abundant. ESPN2 is showing a 30 for 30. Sorry, ESPN2 is showing a 30 for 30. ACC's got the huddle final score. We're now down to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 games. 8 because Hawaii hasn't started yet. And Alabama's final 7. $12:09 left to go in Las Vegas. UNLV at the 17, 1st and 10. Oklahoma has beaten Michigan at this final. They'll knee it out 24-13. Sooners get the money in this game. And it does stay under. 44 was the close and 4. Extremely physical game. I would expect both teams will feel that one next week. Have to see who plays who. If I remember right, Oklahoma's got a really soft schedule in the league. Or maybe they have they have a tough schedule. It's Texas that has a soft schedule. Texas has UTEP, Sam Houston bye, and then they go at Florida, Oklahoma, at Kentucky, at Mississippi State, and Vandy. Oklahoma has Temple on the road next week. That'll be a tough spot. I'm going to be curious to see what Temple looked good against UMass in the last 3 quarters last week. Then they got Auburn at home. That by no means is going to be a given. Actually, if Auburn plays like they did against Baylor, I think they can win that game. Georgia Southern on the move. They're inside the 10, but the clock's running. That's going to be the final score. Unless they put time back on the clock, and they won't. 59-20 USC, and Boston College has scored again. Turbo Richard. And they take a lead. Clay Helton's return to the Coliseum is a not successful one. For Georgia Southern, they dropped to 0-2 with 2 losses in the state of California in 8 days. USC 59-20. Boston College from 34-27 down to 40-34 up. Point pending, and they're going to go for 2. I don't think they have to go for 2 on this one, right? They can kick if they want. Then they got to. Oh no, this day they changed the rule. Second overtime, you got to go for 2. All day. Incomplete. So Michigan State now down 6. They score a touchdown. They have to go for 2 to win it. Could go to a third overtime, in which in that case we start running 2-point conversion plays, which is absolutely idiotic. It reminds me of like if baseball goes to the 12th inning after the 10th and the 11th, don't side things regular, by the way, not with the ghost runners. Then they, okay, let's just have a home run contest. No sense. Alabama and Nebraska have beaten Monroe and Akron by a combined 141-0 tonight. I guess those bye games really add up for some people, but sure can't be any fun if you play for Akron or Monroe. There are other ones too. BYU leads Stanford 12-0. 10 minutes to go in the second. UNLV has scored a touchdown to effectively put UCLA out of their misery. They'll be up 3 scores if they make the extra point. 12:04 left. Calandria has had a nice night. It'd be funny to look at the stats in this game in the first 2 quarters and in the fourth compared to the third. FS1 wastes no time. Right from the final at Georgia Southern and Southern Cal, 11:15 p.m. Eastern, right to Iowa State and Iowa. Cyhawk, which started more than 11 hours ago. Same as this stream. We're in the 12th hour. I'm going to go for probably till Hawaii kicks. I'll give you a favor and say here's who kicked. I'll give you the information on the stream, and then I have to get to work on box scores and numbers for next week. I had more time last weekend on Sunday because there was no NFL. Tomorrow, I'll be back at kickoff. 1 Eastern exactly. I'll give you the coin tosses, and then we'll really go through these first games. I'll have all of them up there. We'll try to dive into them for that first hour and a half, get through the half times. I'm going to take a break, let you watch the games in peace for about an hour. I'll come back middle fourth quarter, give or take, before the 2-minute warning, certainly to sweat the ends and to talk about the 425 kicks, 405s as well. I know that they're staggered a little bit tomorrow. And then I'll take a break after those halves. Hey, New Mexico State on 3rd and 8 beats the Tulsa Covers, and they score a touchdown. Aggies, 9-7, point pending, 6:17 to go in the third. Excellent. Scores in progress. Michigan State has the ball at the 3-yard line. There's going to be a timeout for Boston College. The coach is absolutely losing his shit. Losing his mind. Where did they pick them in this league? They got them tied for 12th with Virginia. The ACC has some decent teams. There'll be some upsets. This is O'Brien's second year. All right, so 1st and goal at the 3. And he's in. 40-40 now. Michigan State has a 2-point play to win the game, or there'll be a bunch of 2-point plays until it gets decided. At least 2 2-point plays. In my mind, they ought to just run that one again. Childs out of the shotgun with motion right. He got the linebacker out of the box and then just ran into an empty hole. A-gap run. Simple. Simple math. Boston College travels to Stanford next week. Not a great spot, playing overtime here in Lansing and then having to go to the West Coast for a conference game. The only good news for them in that situation is after that one they have a bye. They play Cal next week. I'd almost ask the conference to give me Stanford and Cal games back to back on the road and just let me stay out there for the whole time. I mean, hell, Georgia Southern did it this week against Fresno and USC. Roll out right, throw back left. complete, and Michigan State has won the game. It falls to 42-40 over BC in overtime. Michigan State, Big Ten over ACC. Hell of a football game. Hell of a football game. Okay. That game goes final. That means we're down to 4. UNLV 30-13 over UCLA. All the games that started at 7 and 7:30 Eastern are final. Let's see. Yeah, Rebels 30-13. 11 minutes to go. Mexico State 10-7 over Tulsa. 6:17 left in the third. That's an ESPN Plus game. BYU 12-0 over Stanford. 8 minutes to go in the second. That's on ESPN. Washington State 10-7 over San Diego State. No bueno. Second quarter just started on that one. That's on the CW. I'm going to fix my TVs, and I'm going to take a quick break. I'll be back to wrap it up with you for the next 40 minutes until Hawaii kicks or until we get these Stanford, BYU, and San Diego State, Washington State games out of the half. Be right back. UCLA has scored 8 plays, 78 yards, and 308. Nico Ayamaleva runs it in. Nagami's kick is good, and it's 30 to 20. 8:50 to go. Nico's run was 30 yards. He now has 11 for 59 on the ground. Tough beat for San Diego State. 3rd and 8, they bring in the quarterback, throws an absolute bullet. And the receiver caught it on the field. They reviewed it, and the nose touched the ground. Great punt. So Washington State takes over up by 3 at their own 20. Gain of 9 on first down to Meredith. I've got volume on that game. I forgot if I'm turning it back off here in a second. Wanted to watch the last drive, especially for halftime purposes. I'm focusing intently on both of these games that are on at 10:15. BYU up 12 zap. 6 minutes to go in the first half. That game is on ESPN, means I have it on delay. San Diego State, Washington State, I have on live because of the CW feed. I'm ahead of you guys. Mexico State second and forever at midfield. 1 minute to go in the third quarter. 10-7 to score there. Mexico State is cross midfield. I'm sorry. Washington State is cross midfield. They've already got 50 yards in about 4 plays. There is a flag. Johnson on a draw. Yeah, I think that's coming back. Into the third quarter in Las Cruces. 7-10. Oh, Jesus Christ. 10-7. Good guys over Tulsa going into the fourth. I don't know if you guys are getting any volume or not. No one's chatting me all day. Woe is me. I do have some people watching. Everybody's quiet. Maybe they're bots. Who knows? Let's see. 11 minutes and 25 hours ago we started this thing. Fourth and 11 for Washington State. Positive is incomplete. They'll have to punt it. I'm going to pull up the box score for both of those games. Just a second here. I don't know if you guys can hear that. Like I said, I need to mute it. It's my bad. Oh wow, UT Pan American beats Prairie View A&M. I did not see that coming today. That is a missile. Huh. I got to turn that mute. I'm sorry, guys. 1 second. Oh. I'm really off my rocker at this point. I did change the TVs. I knew what I was doing. I changed it. The remote is right here next to me. All right, so 2nd and 4. What happened here? Calandra pick 6? Oh boy, here we go. Here we go. Oh, fumble 6. Maybe it is a pick 6. Maybe his knee's on the ground. We have all kinds of stuff that's happening up here at Allegiant Stadium. Ball. Knee. It's close. I think his knee might be down at the 5. 13-yard loss to the 5. So it was an interception and a touchdown for UNLV. It's gonna, or for UCLA. It's going to go away. Calandra with a horrific mistake there. I mean, Origi's not even taking any snaps hardly. He has 1 carry for 1 yard. And other than that, it's Calandra's game. That's just a horrific error. I mean, there's no one around. Take your sack, pal. It's 2nd and 10. It would have been 3rd and 15. It's what it's going to end up being. That's just really bad. I mean, it's intercepted and walked in from the 5. Would have cut it to 30 to 27. Absolutely can't give him something like that. The wheels are wobbling for the Rebs. That's for sure. Brigham Young, touchdown. 2-point conversion failure, field goal, safety. 14-0, traditional way. Stanford has a total of 16 yards, and we're late in the half. I got news for you. I saw what they did against Hawaii's defense. They ain't scoring. All right, it's X-0 is the final score of this game. Who does BYU have next? That's going to dictate what happens here. And then also the other thing is, how much respect does BYU's coach have for Andrew Luck and for Frank Reich? That's the other question, because they can name this thing depending on what they want to do. Let me look at their schedule. Let me look at what they did in the non-conference last year against overmatched opponents as well. BYU, with the quarterback not there, by the way, has been picked down the trough a little bit. With him there, with Retzlaff there, Phil Steele had him ahead of Cincinnati, Kansas, and Houston, among others. Central Florida too, Colorado. Without him, Ed Salmons dropped them from at the Westgate for odds to win. BYU went from the 6th choice in the preseason to the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 to the tie for 9th. So there you go. BYU has a bye, and then they have at East Carolina. That's a weird game. Conference games are all after that. The Big 12 plays 9 league games. So, yeah, with the bye coming up, Kalani Sitake would not be surprised if they really try to ease into this one and don't go balls out in the second half. I think I'm going to like under. Just have to hope that they make it at least more than 21. I think 23 would be asking for fool's gold. Oh, shit, I didn't even notice. They bet the game down to 43.5 and 44. 21 is the absolute. That's anything 21, even 21 has to be bet. All right, well, we know what we're shooting for here. 3rd and 4 for San Diego State, and for whatever reason, they decided to throw the ball 0 yards. No gain, and they'll punt it away. 9 minutes to go, 10-7 Washington State. UNLV 4th and forever inside their own 5. They'll punt. 7 minutes to go. Clock is not running, which I don't know what they did there. Back to midfield. They break a tackle or two. He's at the 47. UCLA takes over. 7 minutes to go at the UNLV 47. 30-20. There is a flag. It looks like it's going to go back. They're getting, the refs might have a quota in this game. The referee might actually lose his voice. We're going to go to that in a second just to look and see, and let's laugh at the number of penalties. UNLV now 12 for 114, UCLA 13 for 117. 25 penalties for 231 yards. That's fucking embarrassing. Really, it's shameful by both teams. I mean, the thing about it is that you don't have to do that. Number 12 for UCLA, just don't touch the guy. He ain't making the play. And that's just a sign of bad coaching. It really is. I mean, these guys. I don't know. There's a new coach. The other guy for UCLA, it's his second year. But you got to be smarter than that. I don't know what now. He's given the special teams coach the business, I guess. I don't blame him. But ultimately, that falls on the head coach. And that's just stupidity. You can't hit a guy or nick a guy in the back. Just can't do it. Mexico State kicks a field goal. 15 plays, 41 yards, 7:49. The kick from 38 from Ryan Hawk is good. And that makes the point spread look very good. As Tulsa was laying 3 to 3.5 at post, up to 4.5 at one point. They're in the contest. 11:38 to go. Even a Tulsa touchdown does not beat me. Although I do want New Mexico State to win the game. I do have them a little bit of money line situations. All right. So UCLA back at midfield, 2nd and 3, 6:20 to go. Clock moving. They're down 30 to 20. First down, Bruins. It's a tough situation. Nico is dinking and dunking. They're moving it on the ground some. UNLV's kind of permitting that, but anything, that's with his legs again. But anything that's in the air, I feel like UNLV's got a chance to make a play on it. So 173 to 131 UCLA on the ground. It's actually impressive given the fact that they were down 23-0. Long pass, incomplete. And they call a flag. I don't see it. The referee that was closest to the play did not throw the flag. So UCLA is going to get 15 and an automatic first down. 5:44 to go. And the UNLV offense is going to be forced to do something next time they get the ball back because we're going to be in a one-score game. Four games in progress. I have eyes on all of them. Be sure to keep you posted if anything important happens. Oh, wide open. He can't bring it in. Should have been a touchdown for UCLA. San Diego State has gone 3 and out, 4 straight drives. Really hard to watch. Sean Lewis was brought in from Kent State to run the flash fast offense that worked so well for him his last couple of years at Kent State. Not been pretty in San Diego here, 2 years in, or 15 games in. Denegal does have a rocket of an arm. That throw that he made to the outside that the receiver just dropped it, it was a great throw and almost a great catch. Washington State now has moved it into San Diego State territory. 7.5 to go, 2nd and 4 at the 34. Try to bounce it outside, nothing there. Good defense in pursuit. Be 3rd and about 6. UNLV has gotten 3 straight stops now, and at 5:29 to go, it looks like the Bruins are going to have to settle for a field goal attempt. Third and 6 for Wazoo. Third down conversion to this game. San Diego State 0 for 6. Washington State 1 for 7. Inside of 7 minutes now. Quick slant. Caught. The ball stays. Fumbles. I don't know if they're going to say his forward progress was stopped, but he was up on his knee. No, that's a fumble. Aztecs take over at the 32, 6:44 to go. Now let's make something out of this. Get some points. UCLA has kicked the field goal to cut the lead to 30-23. 5:25 to go. Rebels are gasping for the finish line. Whatever it takes to get to the finish. Need to find the Big Ten channel. I forgot that Washington's playing UC Davis. It's actually worth watching a little bit. 1 second. All right. .250 to 110 yards in the first half. 249 to 78 in favor of UCLA in the second. 30-23, and the Rebels need some first downs to put this thing away. They need to score again, one or the other. 2 timeouts left for UCLA. Calandra fakes left, rolls right. Nice safe play to the back. Gets about 7. Clock will move inside of 5 minutes. Stanford is down 14-0 with 1:34 to go in the first half. They have it at their own 25, 2nd and 19. First down, San Diego State out in their midfield. That's 4 3-and-outs in a row before that first down. Tulsa, play fake touchdown pass. (14-13), bad guy, 7:33 to go. Let's get you the details of that drive. 18-yard touchdown pass, Foley from Hayes. 8 plays, 75 yards, 405. Sure would be nice if Fife can lead them back down and get another touchdown. Now have to sweat this thing out. What happened here? So Parker Kingston fumbles another punt. BYU gets it. They're going to have to do something about this. That's not acceptable. When they start playing games, teams that can beat them. A notable 1AA play or 1AA game, absolute slugfest at Montana State. South Dakota State wins it in overtime. The score at the end of regulation was 17-all. South Dakota State 30, Montana State 24. Very good chance that those two teams will meet in, I'll go ahead and guess, the semifinals of the playoffs. It's roughly about the state where both of those teams will be playing, if I had to guess. Joey Helmer talking about Oklahoma. This is a good comment on Twitter. Joey_Helmer. Roughing the kicker, extended a drive. Muffed the punt. Couldn't field a kickoff. INT. Drop TD. Missed field goal. Massive bust on a long TD. 1-by-2 score. So much meat left on the bone in a top 15 win. Good points. I don't know if Michigan's a top 15 team, but good points. So UNLV goes 3 and out, and UCLA has the ball back now with a chance to cut it to 1 and either kick for the tie or go for 2 and try to win it. Would be an absolutely shocking turn of events, given that UNLV was up 23-0 in total control of the game. The momentum is clearly flipped here, and really it could have been worse. There's been a couple of times where the refs have bailed UNLV out, or the ground itself stopping a horrible play by Nico. Interception bails them out. 4:12 to go before the break. 10-7 Wazoo over San Diego State. 34 seconds before the break, and BYU is into Stanford territory up 14-0. Oh wow, screen by UCLA, and UNLV sent the world. They let them go out to the 39. 2:10 to go. Clock has stopped. There is a flag. Might be roughing. I'm going to have to see what happened in this Dodger game. Are you telling me that they had no hits through 8 2/3 and then somehow, some way, they scored 4 runs and they actually had guys on base? That means they got like 6 guys on in a row at the end. San Diego State, a couple of first downs, had to punt it. No good. BYU 4th down, 15 seconds left. I don't think they're in field goal range. I love that their quarterback wears number 47. That cracks me up. I think the only other person I remember to wear number 47 in football history that was any good was John Lynch. Andrew Luck was up in the stands in Hawaii. This game he's down on the field. What that means, I don't know. I do know that they played, but they had a bye last week, so probably you figure you get 2 full weeks of preparation after that loss. And they're playing hard. They just don't have any offense. I don't know where they're going to score. There is a clear, and I thought they were going to be down with Cal near the bottom of the league by themselves. The 2 West Coast teams really struggling. And Wake Forest, I mean, not very good either, clearly in week 1. But they were better today. But Cal with that quarterback, I can't mention them anywhere near that bottom. And so just goes to show how important that position is. They're 2-0 and flying high already. I didn't think they had much at all coming in. Clearly I got that one wrong. I was able to get it fixed real quick. No. Yeah. They had a bye. And with the week 0 game, they have 2 more byes. They play 4 road league games. Boston College at home next week, at Virginia the week after that. San Jose State at home and then a bye. Stanford takes a knee. That's going to be halftime. 14-0 BYU. Let's see what it comes. I'm praying to go over under 21. If it pops, it's an automatic bet at open. I've already sent the order out. I'll put it on the chat. Under 21 if it comes. Fuck. First number I see is 20.5. I may try that small. Anything better than 20 small. One in medium at 21, only small at 20 or better. I'm going to wait and let's see if we get a market develop here. BYU 11.5 I'm seeing. Maybe some 11s. That sounds about right. The other team can't score. That's the thing. I don't think BYU is going to run them out. It's X to 0 is the final. So UNLV leads UCLA 30-23 at the 2-minute warning. UCLA has to go a long way. And they have to score a touchdown. If they do, they can play for the win or the tie. Mexico State is on the move. They're inside the Tulsa 35. First and 10, 4:39 to go. Clock moving. Oh, they tried to jam the receivers. The safety came in. That's interference. So the corner came up late, number 7 for Tulsa, come up to make the jam. They beat him out of the jam. And he lobbed it on like a kind of a pump and go. And safety came over, but there was a hold before the ball got down there. Interference against Tulsa. It's defensive holding. They're going to call it before the pass. First down to Mexico State, and they are, I believe, in field goal range. A lot of time left. Don't think they're going to be playing for 3. I'd prefer they play for 6. End of the first quarter in Seattle. Washington leads Cal Davis 14-3. Nico Iamaleava. That was 2nd and 16, and they're going to call it a completion. Out of bounds. That's about a 20-yard gain for UCLA. Number 3, the receiver for the Bruins, is down. 1:48 to go. Clock stopped, and I can't tell if they're going to run something on the line. Man, I don't know if that's. It looks like he caught it. I have no sweat in that game. I just want UNLV to be decent because they're right down the street, and it's good to have the town feel good about life. I'm not a big fan of UCLA's effort last week. Nice hit by 3, Joseph. No, that's a catch. Wow. All kinds of fighting forward. No, he didn't even go down. 1:38 to go. 2nd short for UCLA now. Staples the catch there. Cameraman got lost. Staples another completion. That's out past midfield. 1:24 to go. UCLA has 2 timeouts left. Clock stopped to move the sticks. Just a heads up, the Hawaii total's been bet down, as I told you it would be earlier, from 49 to 48 and 47.5 now out there. Another Nico drop off, first down UCLA. Hurdles the guy, sprints out of bounds. All momentum for Bruin Blue right now. Clock is not a factor, given how many yards UCLA is chewing up at a time here. 1:13 to go. They have 2 timeouts left. They're at the UNLV 37, 1st and 10. Down 30-23. All right, so the order is out. We got it. 20.5, under 15, second half. Also acceptable at 20 under, -05, which Circa still has. We'll send this to the chat as well. That way anybody that checks it later can see what's going on here. 8 minutes away from the 12-hour mark of today's effort. We'll get into the 13th hour. Last week it was 13 and we went into the 14th. I'm not doing that today. Mexico State 3rd and goal from the 15. 3:18 left. Both teams have all their timeouts, and it looks like Tulsa might have just called one. What's going on up here? I don't have any audio. This is driving me nuts. Here comes the ref. And the ref. Oh, tipped and picked off by the Rebs. And they're going to get out of here alive. Nico's pass was tipped. And UNLV a pick inside the 10. UCLA has 2 timeouts. That's not going to be enough. Rebs are going to get out of here with a 30-23 win. I'm far from convinced they were the best team tonight after the first 3 drives, but nevertheless, they built enough of a lead to be able to nurse it and hold on to it. Oh, Nico, not like that. Tried to fire a BB right through the middle linebacker. I mean, like he wasn't even there. Nico, I'ma go home. Rebs, an outright upset. Catching 2.5. Good two-way game in town, that's for sure. And I'll shoot. Ah, shit. 3rd and 18, he scrambles maybe in the field goal range, Wazoo. 1:28 to go in the half. San Diego State, I called him Kent State because of Sean Lewis. San Diego State calls their timeout, 1:27 to go. It's going to be 4th and long for Wazoo. I don't think they're in field goal range. I shouldn't say that. I think the last week against Idaho, he banged one in from way downtown. It'd be like a 53-yarder. God, I can't believe the